Welcome everybody to the big one in central London over the next 4 days. It's going to be the most incredible collaboration of movements coming together. We've got over 200 groups and organisations that have united under the common cause of protecting the living systems of this planet, protecting our nature and protecting the future for all of our children and everything that lives on this beautiful, incredible world. My name is Laura Baldwin and I am thrilled to be part of the Big One live stream team, bringing you all the coverage across these 4 days. If you're wondering whether you should come down, if you're wondering whether climate change is real or not, if you're wondering whether this movement is something that you want to be a part of, come down and speak to people, come and ask us. There is so much going on. It's going to be the most incredible time. There's medics walking around in scrubs, come and speak to them. They're acting as human libraries, so you can ask them how the health crisis connects with the climate crisis and how that connects with you. We've got scientists in their lab coats. Come and hear firsthand from the scientists. What is the climate crisis? What is the timescale? And what do we need to do about it? And it's that part that really we're focusing on over these 4 days is what comes next. How do we move forward through this crisis? How do we create the most incredible, wonderful future that we can thrive and really love living within? And it's all so possible. We've come to London, we've said to our government that we have 2 strong demands. The first one is that they must end the fossil fuel era. And by that, we're saying, as a first port of call, end all new fossil fuel licenses, subsidies and investments now. It's just what every expert that's credible is saying that must happen as a first thing, is that we must end fossil fuels. The second demand is for an emergency citizens assembly. That's for the government to put an emergency citizen assembly in place to unblock the paralysis that happens within politicians of them trying to make these decisions but protecting their popularity or being lobbied by corporate interests. So we say, let the people decide, empower the people. We have all the ideas and we can make all this come together into a beautiful, fulfilling future. And I'd love to carry on, but I want to switch over to my co-host this morning, Suzanne, who's going to introduce you to where she is on one of the people's pickets, of which there are 14 scattered across the city. We're outside all of the government departments, also Parliament, and the right-wing think tank at 55 Tufton Street. That think tank that is funded by the fossil fuel lobbyists that are trying to control the policies within government. We're going to be exposing all of those, highlighting all the issues. Come on down, come and speak to people. You won't regret it. Passing over to Suzanne.
Thank you, Laura. Here we are at the big one. My name is Suzanne Savage. I'm part of the amazing live streaming crew that we have for the big one. You'll find me at the moment at the Department for Health and Social Care, and I'm with XR Health here, and we're going to be telling you about all the work that these rebels have done to get ready for this day, to get ready to tell the government it's time to end the fossil fuel era. It's time to stop our dependence on the fossil fuels that are killing us and to have a citizens' assembly to bring real justice and a livable planet. I'm so excited to be with all of you today. If you can't be with us in London, stay with us on this live stream and it'll be like having you with us. Thank you so much. I'm going to be traveling around to lots of pickets and I look forward to being with you today.
We will choose our future. Sing with me. Unite to survive. We will choose our future. Unite for nature. Use your voice. Make a big noise. Sing it. We will choose our future. We will choose. We will. Yeah. Woo! Unite for nature. We will choose our future. So we're running out of time. We will choose our future. One last time. We will Awesome. All right, coming on next is Robin. We need a bit of help up onto the stage. It's a little bit rocky up here. It's a bit wet outside. Here they are. Robin, over to you.
Oh, my days. Look at this crowd, man. Look at this crowd. Look at this crowd. Can I just say thank you to every single one of you, because you've been campaigning for how long? How long you been campaigning? And I see unity right now. Different groups recognizing that our power is together. Together is what's going to frighten the establishment into making sure that we have a future for our children, a future for our nephews, our nieces, our brothers, our sisters. And more importantly, you are making sure that the voices who cannot be represented here in the South world are kept in the minds of those gits over there. Remembering that everything is centered through climate justice.
I need you.
There is not just one oppression going on because of fossil fuels. It's all interconnected. Whether we're talking about racism, whether we're talking about poverty, whether we're talking the attacks that are happening onto the trans community right now, it's all connected. I need you all to do me a favour. I'm in XR. I'm seeing various groups. It's to make connection with other groups and other individuals, to find out about their campaigns, to stand behind them in solidarity and make sure their voices are uplifted. So please remember, while you are here to make connections, to make sure that when we come back out on the streets again, we have even more people, we have even more influence, and you are doing your job. We are fighting on the behalf of nature. Yeah, big yourselves up, big yourselves up. The last thing I want to say is, I love all the intellectuals. I love all the professors, the doctors, the scientists. But remember, we've got to speak to the ordinary person who may not understand what climate justice is. They may not understand what reparations is, loss and damage. It's your job to go into communities and explain how we address these multiple problems. And the last thing I want to say is, again, a massive thank you for all of the work that you've previously done, but I can't wait to see about the work that you're going to do. Stay blessed!
Awesome. Thank you, Robin. So I think as many of us are aware, this fight is not about the UK or UK alone. This fight is about the whole world, all our sisters and brothers around the globe. And there are so many groups representing those voices that can't be platformed here today. And there are so many people that are working incredibly hard behind the scenes that will never be platformed to try and keep the world afloat. So I'm introducing now Shoda and Sarah from the Women of Colour in the Global South Strike. Hello everyone, good to see so many people out. My name's Shoda, Sarah, and we're from Women of Colour in the Global Women's Strike. I'm from a family who have worked the land in the South. I'm a mother of 4 children, and I'm here to say our children want a future. It takes a lot of hard work to raise a family or work on the land in the South, and women and carers are under pressure. They're not given the support, they're not even given financial support. The reward goes to the polluters. And we want that money. We don't want the polluters to keep polluting. We want a future for our children.
Our children want a future for their children. Let's save this planet. Let's save our children and our future generations, the global south and ourselves up here too. Let's tell those polluters we want money. Let's tell those politicians to do the right thing. Let's hope we have a future. Thank you. At 1 o'clock, we have a speak out of a panel of caring for the community and planet, caring for people and planet. And that's going to be various speakers speaking out about disability, about racist policies, policing, etc. Please come and join us at 1 o'clock at Downing Street. Let's tell the Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Your work is amazing. You're an activist I've worked with so much and I have so much respect for, and we appreciate everything you've done joining the big one. Today, right now, we're going to have Maya from Mothers Rise Up and Rowan from Parents for Future.
Sorry, me again, technical point. Call out for the driver of the screen truck. See the screen truck? If you drive that truck, can you please come to the truck because we need you to drive it. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to the Department of Health and Social Care. I'm Suzanne Savage and I am here with several amazing health professionals who are standing up to demand an end to the fossil fuel era. I have to say, before I speak with this wonderful person, there's a sign over there that says, the climate crisis is a health crisis. And to me, that really sums up a lot of what you're talking about here. So tell us, first of all, who you are.
So I'm Dr. Fiona Godley. I'm a former editor-in-chief of the British Medical Journal, and I'm currently an ambassador for the UK Health Alliance on Climate Change, which is a body that represents over 1 million UK health professionals, trying to get the voice of health professionals to be heard in the tackle for climate change.
That's absolutely extraordinary, 1 million people that you represent here. And this is what we're seeing with the big one, is that we have people who are representing a whole swathe of the British population who all want to see a difference and an end to the way that we're doing business as usual. So thank you for stepping out and doing that. What are we doing here today then at the Department of Health and Social Care?
Okay, so obviously the big one is happening, and this is a specific protest, if that's right, outside the Department of Health and Social Care, delivering a letter to the Secretary of State for Health, who is in charge of our health system and our social care system, calling upon him, Steve Barclay, to launch a public health campaign on climate change. And the reason for this is really to say, look, we had a public health campaign on COVID. We had, in the UK, we had stay home, protect the NHS, save lives. And I was making the point earlier in a speech to say we need a health campaign saying on climate, stop fossil fuels, protect the planet and save humanity, which may sound very dramatic, but we really are in a fight for our survival. And I think what's really important here is that health professionals who are, should be seen and are seen as a kind of moderate, trusted, mainstream voice, and through COVID were relied upon to protect the public. These people are saying we have a health crisis, which is the climate crisis, as you say. We have to bring the public on board. We have to make them aware of the threat that climate change poses to our health now and in the future, and the benefits to public health and lifestyles and the well-being of the public, both physical and mental, from tackling climate change.
Could you tell us a little bit more? Because when we think about climate change, we're thinking about the weather and things like that. When we think about, the ecological crisis, we're thinking about nature. Could you tell us, what do you see as the key health impacts that your people are worried about?
So I think it is important. Climate change sounds like it's just about climate. I mean, we rely on the climate as human beings. So what we're seeing as a result of the changes to our climate, and they are very substantial changes, are extreme weather events causing floods, droughts, food and water shortages. We've got crop failure. We've got people being displaced. We've got conflict. We've got wars. We've got even the extreme heat, wildfires, people's homes being destroyed, people being displaced. We've got massive changes to the way in which people's lives are being led around the world. We've got conservative estimates of 1 billion climate refugees by the mid-century. So those are the sort of big climate-related things that people can understand as climate. But in terms of the sort of even the direct effects on health at the moment caused by the burning of fossil fuels, which are air pollution causing real pandemics of non-communicable diseases, so heart and lung disease, cancer, obesity, diabetes, dementia, mental illness, damage to the unborn babies, the damage to young children, and obviously the poorer, more vulnerable people most affected because they're living in more deprived areas in very dense city populations. So those are kind of direct health effects we're seeing now. We've got the direct effects of extreme heat. We've got excess deaths as a result of the heat wave we saw this summer. And we've really got to understand that the burning of fossil fuels is destroying our health and putting an enormous burden on our health systems, which is unsustainable. And then, of course, you've got the infectious diseases. There's a very strong view that COVID was... COVID was, and pandemics of infectious disease are as a result of environmental degradation. So we need to really take that on board. And it's the doctors and nurses and the psychologists and the paramedics who are having to take the strain as the public's health is affected.
Right, okay. Well, tell me about this letter then that you've written to, is it Stephen Barclay?
Yeah. The letter's been signed by 27 health organisations from a broad swathe across the UK, representing over 1 million health professionals. And it's really calling on Steve Barclay and his team to launch a public health campaign. We know that governments are failing to meet their net zero targets. Certainly in the UK, we know that. We've had official reports saying so. One of the official reports from Chris Skidmore, who's another member of Parliament, called the Net Zero Review, made exactly the point that we need the public to be engaged if we're going to achieve our net zero targets. Governments don't lead, they follow public opinion, and we've got to bring the public along. The public isn't being told the real dangers of climate change. It's being left to Extinction Rebellion and to other groups to try to tell the public the truth about that. We need the government to start saying the important things about how climate change is happening, that it is happening, that it's damaging our health, that we can do something about it. And they need to bring the public on board so the public really begins to care about investment in public transport, investment in healthy food, investment in cheap and accessible public services, so that they can really start using their voice at the ballot box and voting for those things. And that we want to work with government and encourage them and help them to do what they know they have to do.
I think that's been one of the important points we wanted to make in these people's pickets, is there are a lot of really good people inside that Department for Health and Social Care who aren't really able to do the job they want to do because ministers aren't really providing the leadership, are they?
No. And ministers are there, they have their jobs, their mortgages, they have their own worries. They want to stay in post. They want to be voted back in. So they're doing what they think the public wants. And we need to make sure the public understands what's happening so that they begin to want the things that will save us all. And that requires really, really, really fundamental changes. It doesn't mean worse lives. It means better lives and more equal, more sustainable lives. And I think when the public begin to understand the threat that we're facing and the actions that need to be taken, they will give their support to that. Because, if you understand that, you can't do anything other than want to make those changes.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And I know you'll be giving a speech later and things like that. And we love all the work you're doing. It's great to talk to you, Fiona. Cheers then. Yeah. So now that was a wonderful interview, and we're going to take a pause and move somewhere else, and we'll be back shortly. So you're joining me, Laura Baldwin, outside Parliament at the big one, which was the response to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres' call for a grassroots movement so big it is impossible to ignore. The world's leading scientists have for 30 years been warning global governments that they have to act on the climate crisis. And for 30 years, the carbon emissions have continued to rise.
scientists using language as strong as our vocabulary permits nowadays. It's no better than to hear directly from a scientist what the situation is, why we're here, what the problem is, what the timescale is. I'm really grateful to have Pete Knapp here with me today, who is a very real scientist. So you can hear directly from him, very briefly, what the situation is. And then I'm going to interview one of the 200 groups that have united here in central London over these 4 days, Fair Trade UK. So, Pete, what is the situation with the science in a nutshell?
Well, firstly, just to say hi to everyone online. I think it's so nice to have people joining us from all over the place who aren't able to come. So I think that the live stream service is really doing a great service here. So thanks for that. So in terms of the science, we really don't have much time with our carbon budgets. We need to get to a real zero, not a net zero. Certainly by 2050, but by 2030 in the richer countries is something that we should be aiming for the equity element of all of this. My research is in air quality. I'm an air quality researcher at Imperial College London, and we know that the air pollution in the spring comes from two main sources. First, agriculture, the meat, the dairy, all of the ammonia that's created from that. The second thing is when it mixes with nitrogen dioxide from car exhaust, normally diesels and boilers and aeroplanes. When those two things mix together, you get ammonium nitrate, which is a particulate pollution that gets into your lungs, creates conditions for strokes, heart disease, cancers, dementia, asthma, you name it, air pollution does it. So I got into air quality after having lived in Beijing for a few years. Seeing that thick air there has made me really appreciate how precious clean air is. So anyone sitting at home is thinking, what can I do to help clean up the air? Stop eating meat and dairy, get to a plant-based diet, and try to reduce the amount of fossil fuels you burn. That's where all the nitrogen dioxide comes from.
Yeah, so there are a lot of changes that we need to make in order to reduce our emissions, in order to live sustainably. For me, I've lowered my carbon emissions very substantially. Geeky, the online carbon calculating tool, tells me that I'm actually at that average that we need to get to. And I love my life. Like, I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I transitioned to a vegan diet, having been an athlete. I'm an Olympic sailor. I ate a lot of meat and dairy, and I just transitioned over a couple of years. I didn't put too much pressure, slowly did it. Now I don't even have to think about it. And I love my food more than ever.
Absolutely, same here. When I moved to a plant-based diet, I started to fall in love with my food. It was the relationship that I never had. It was the opportunity to go into a kitchen and enjoy the time I was there rather than hate it, that, oh, I've got to cook now. It was like, I can't wait to cook. You know, that's the highlight of the day. And suddenly eating a plant-based diet really gave that to me. One thing that you mentioned about sport, we have the marathon coming up on Sunday. We should be speaking with the spectators there about how air pollution is affecting athletes. We know that people who are running, breathing in a lot more of that polluted air, and it affects their health in a much worse way than it does for people walking around. So, for example, in a 5-kilometer race, more polluted air reduces their time by about 12 seconds.
Really?
Or increases their time by 12 seconds, yeah. So it's a big impact for runners, and it's something we should be talking to people about on Sunday.
Well, talking of sports, as an Olympian, I have to actually make a mad dash and do a change of clothes into my Olympic Team GB tracksuit and run over to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport for a sport imaginarium that we're running. So we're actually including culture in it and asking the question, how can sport and culture help the media to promote the future we need so that people want to make it? Because I think that's the big thing now. The polls are saying that 80% or more of this country, the people understand and they're seriously concerned about the climate crisis and the nature crisis. I think we need to move the conversation on now. What are we going to do about it? And this 4-day gathering is very much about what next. And we're very much also about participatory democracy, including people in the decision-making process. When so much needs to change, including people in the discussions and the decisions helps to lower resistance and increase consent and to get great ideas heard and to move forward, which this government seem hell-bent not to be able to do. So whilst I change into my tracksuit, I wonder if you might take the mic and interview the wonderful Fair Trade UK team that have come down behind us. Thanks.
Lovely. Right.
Catch you later.
I'm now the presenter. Let's have a chat with some of the people from Fair Trade. So, would you like to have a chat with us about? Right, great. So we, one of the many groups that we have here in the big one, joining groups together is Fair Trade. Now, can you explain to me, is this the first time you've come to a protest like this?
We've been to a few climate protests before, like achieving climate justice is part of achieving trade justice. So yeah, we try to get involved in things like this as and when we can. But yeah, I think it's the first one of these events that we've been to, and yeah, great to be here, of course.
Yeah, and it's great to have so many people here as well from all the different parts. I wonder, for the people watching this live stream, from a fair trade perspective, what kind of messages do you think you want to get across to the public?
Well, I think we are interested in climate because our priorities are set by the farmers and workers in countries most exploited by unfair trade, and those are the same communities who are already feeling the worst effects of the climate crisis. So that's why we're here, really, and their lives and livelihoods are really under threat at the minute. It's becoming harder to grow things like coffee, harder to grow things like cocoa, and yeah, that's putting whole communities at risk. And in this country, it means products like that, chocolate and coffee, will be much harder to find in the future as well. So yeah, it's really, climate change is happening absolutely right now, and that's what we're hearing from farmers in Africa, Asia, Latin America. Those are the places that are being hit the hardest.
Can you let the viewers know where chocolate is grown mostly?
Yeah, it's mostly in West Africa, so Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, also Caribbean. And yeah, all the sort of scientific studies show places like that do feel the worst effects of climate change, even though, those countries have contributed often like 300 times less carbon to the atmosphere than the UK. So it's those people that did the least to cause the climate crisis feel the worst effects.
I forgot to ask, sorry, what was your name?
Sorry, my name is Stefan, and yeah, I work in our campaigns team at the Fair Trade Foundation.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Right, now let's have a chat with someone else. Would you be up for a chat? Oh,
maybe between us.
Yeah, okay, we'll do a duo. Great. So I work in science in air quality. You mentioned earlier that you work in the scientific sense as well. Is that? Can you elaborate on that?
We're from Fair Trade, but I've been a science teacher all my life.
Oh, great. So is this for young children age?
Yes, yes, it's exactly that. We really need to look after the future for the future generations, and I just think working alongside kids and really motivating them to take action for a fairer future for everyone and a greener future is really important.
Yeah. And what do young people tell you then that they're scared and worried about?
There's so much eco-anxiety amongst young people. I think there's loads of mental health issues related to the state of the planet. So I think they are really, really concerned, and yet they feel they don't have the power. They feel nothing they do is going to make a difference because of the status quo of things, really. So that is really concerning. That it's not just that they're worried, they also feel that they're not being listened and nothing is going to happen. They're not going to do anything about their views and their concerns.
How do you think your class would feel if they saw you on the live stream now at this protest?
They would be really happy, yes, they would be delighted.
Yeah, I agree. In the sense of empowerment in young people, this is a really big problem, right? This is a big driver of eco-anxiety, is that they see the world collapsing and they don't feel they can do anything about it. But in your school, are there ways that children can be involved, can be empowered?
To be honest, it's not been a priority for the government or Ofsted to actually put these kind of things in the curriculum. In fact, at some points, really important issues about climate change have been taken out of the curriculum. So no, I don't think schools are doing enough. I think it's up to individual teachers and they do it, but I don't think it's coming from up high. I think it's just individual action, and I think it's definitely not coordinated well enough. I think that a lot more needs to be done. Climate change needs to be almost a subject in itself, really. And it's not, and it's dealt with in very, very small areas and pockets, and normally down to individual teachers doing it.
I remember at school, and it may be the same for you, when we learned about global heating, or in my sense, like global warming, it was a theoretical thing. It was like, oh, well, more greenhouse gases warm the planet. Okay, we'll move on to another thing. This is the mechanism of how it works, and that's kind of how it ended. But are things any different now?
Well, I was a former science teacher actually, and I taught at A-level chemistry, so I can say that in the A-level chemistry spec we do teach it in a lot more detail, talking about the carbon dioxide and actually in GCSE we do so as well. And I think probably in geography they talk about the social impact of climate change as well. But even so, I just think it should be embedded in the whole. It should be done in English, in maths. It should be in every single subject. At the end of the day, the other subjects, what does it matter if there's not going to be a big planet? What does it matter about history if we're not learning from it? What does it matter about science if we don't listen to scientists? It's just insane, really.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really important point. I used to be a maths teacher myself, so I know your struggles, especially when fighting against curriculum change. Now, can you tell me why you're here today?
Yeah, so for me, the really important thing is the connection between climate change and trade and global supply chains. The people who are doing the least to contribute to global climate, but are really taking the weight of fixing the climate issues. And it's an unjust system and it's unfair. And we really need to be supporting those people who are taking the brunt of climate change, but have contributed the least.
It's all about equity, right? I think we're moving on to another channel. Thank you very much for joining us.
So we're back again at the Department for Health and Social Care. We were speaking with the former editor of the British Medical Journal before. Now I've got a couple of amazing doctors with us who are part of a group of people who have been doing protests about the climate for a really long time. So I'm going to go to Kush here. Can you introduce yourself to us?
Hi, yeah, I'm Kush. I am 32. I'm from London, and I work in infectious diseases as a doctor.
Infectious diseases, that's really an important thing these days, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as the COVID pandemic has shown us, at any moment we are at risk of coming out with pandemics. And unfortunately, the climate crisis is just driving that risk up and up. So we've got, as part of our props here, a giant mosquito, kind of to show that actually one thing that happens as the world gets warmer is that these vector-borne diseases, so diseases that are spread by things like ticks and mosquitoes, they increase their geographical reach because more and more of the world is habitable to mosquitoes. And that means we spread things like malaria, dengue, chikungunya, and all sorts.
Wow, that's amazing. And so what took you, as a doctor doing this, how did you move from the sort of lab and learning about infectious diseases to actually coming out on the streets?
Well, for me, it was realizing largely during the COVID pandemic that patients would often sort of look me in the eye and say, oh, but why has this happened to me? And I'd normally start off by saying a very matter of fact, oh, well, unfortunately, it's a virus. It gets spread by respiratory droplets. You were unlucky enough that someone coughed on you and that's how you got the disease. But then when I'd go home, I'd ask myself, but why has this happened? And then you do the reading around the changes that have been happening in ecology, in biodiversity, and the changes that are happening because of the warming of our planet. And you realize that actually there's a lot more going on that drives this than simply that someone got too close to a bat. It's actually that our food systems are unsustainable, our travel systems are unsustainable, and what that forces quite a lot with ecological collapse is that you get a lot more close interactions between animals and humans that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And you also drive the sort of evolution and transmission of diseases, especially through sort of vector-borne diseases. And so actually it's inevitable, unfortunately, that if we continue to behave in the way that we are now with our planet, that we will see more spread of infectious diseases. And that made me think, gosh, it's all good and well being in the hospital or being in the clinic and treating these patients. But what I want to be doing is preventing them from getting sick in the first place. And the only way that we can do that is with a sort of One Health approach, recognizing that health is just one factor. And what we do in the hospital is just one tiny little bit of improving people's health. But actually, we need to look at the wider societal structures. And yeah, number one on the top of the list of things that we need to stop to get there is stopping fossil fuels. So we know that fossil fuel caused air pollution is already killing more people than obesity is. We know that more than half of infectious diseases are going to be on the rise as a result of the climate collapse. And we know that it can be stopped, that we've got the solutions. We've got an entire list of solutions that we're presenting in a letter today to the Department of Health. And they need to take on responsibility for this because the climate crisis is a health crisis. No government department can wash their hands of this and say, oh, but this isn't our business. Because if you're in the job of trying to protect British people, you need to be serious about tackling climate change.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is a great perspective that I think doesn't often get talked about with the climate. So thank you very much. If you want to stick with us, we're going to go over here to another doctor, a GP this time, who is also here on the streets. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Honey Smith. I'm a GP in Sheffield, and I'm also a co-founder and co-chair of an organisation called Greener Practice, which is the UK's primary care sustainability network. So we formed about 6 years ago to engage our professional community with action on the climate crisis, and it's grown exponentially. So we now, from a small group in Sheffield, we now have 34 groups around the country, and we have a reach of about over 10,000 people in terms of the people that we've trained and taught about the climate crisis as a health crisis within the primary care community.
And what are you hoping to achieve then within the primary healthcare community with that? What are you wanting them to do?
So we want the primary care community to reduce their carbon emissions by engaging in more climate-friendly solutions to healthcare. And we want to educate the public as our patients in terms of what they can do to support us in that endeavour. So one of the main things for us is about over-treatment, over-diagnosis, using pills where we could have used physical activity, exercise in nature. If the government would reduce air pollution, I've cycled down from Sheffield to this event, but partly because the reason that happened was because there's a piece of information that we use to illustrate the problem of healthcare in terms of emissions, is that 1 meter dose inhaler that an asthmatic patient uses each one of those contains very, very powerful greenhouse gases. And each one of those, if you use it, is equivalent to driving 175 miles. That is the distance from Sheffield to London. So it was kind of symbolic that we cycled to illustrate that point about what that means. So one of the main focuses is to reduce the carbon emissions of our asthma care, mainly by helping people to have better asthma control. That's the main way that we do it. It's not so much about worrying about what inhalers they're taking, so much as getting them better control, because we're really not very good at that in this country. But one of the reasons we struggle with that is because of air pollution. So air pollution was named as a cause of death on the death certificate of a little girl who lived on the South Circular Road called Ella Deborah, and she died a few years ago, tragically, from an asthma attack. And all her asthma attacks were linked, or many of her asthma exacerbations were linked to high levels of air pollution. So the coroner felt compelled, really, to put air pollution on her death certificate. Air pollution kills about 36,000 people prematurely in the UK. Wow. And about 7 million people worldwide. So it is, to me, I've cycled down with an air pollution monitor on my bicycle. And I thought that there would be high levels of air pollution when we came into London, and the rest of the time, when we were out in the rural areas, it would be low. Not a bit of it. It was high virtually everywhere. Unacceptable. And we have very weak air pollution legislation in this country. It's much weaker than in the EU, and we're not even meeting our own pathetic air pollution levels targets. So those are so I guess within general practice, within primary care, the aim is to help people to recognise the win-win solutions like physical activity, if they can reduce their air pollution, but really we need these guys to do that for us.
That's the system change we need, isn't it?
System change we need, absolutely. Planetary health diet, to help people, support people to eat healthier diets that are better for their gut, reduce risk of colonic cancer, but also are better for the planet. So it's embracing all those win-win solutions, because we know that the co-benefits are huge. And we are concerned as health professionals, not just about the patient in front of us. we're concerned, particularly in primary care, because we look after generations of families. You know, if we stay in the same practice, we will see people come through from birth to death. That's the beauty of primary care. And so we care about future generations as much as we care about the patients in front of us. And the government ought to do the same. It's disgraceful that they behave in short-term ways that don't look after the population in the long term. So that's something we're really concerned about. So we need engagement to change the systems to support us to prevent illness, as Kush was saying, before it occurs.
Well, it's so wonderful to have you all out on the street, to have so many professionals who have come on a Friday to be part of the big one. So thank you for talking to our audience at home. Thank you for everything that you continue to do. We really appreciate it. And now we're going to go back to the main Parliament Square, I believe. See you later.
Right, so we're back at Westminster, and I have with me Dr. Alice Clack, and you've just given a speech on the stage. I wonder if you might be able to summarise that for the people online.
I suppose really I was just introducing myself and letting people know about the Planetary Health Hub, which is behind us. So we've got a coalition of 26 grassroots climate and health groups who have come together this weekend to be here, to really emphasise the fact that the climate and ecological crisis is a health crisis, and it's already impacting health in the UK, but even more so globally, and things are just going to get worse. But also the solutions to the climate crisis are generally good for your health. So and so there are actually some health benefits to climate mitigation. That's something we really want to say as well, and that's why I think you've just been speaking to my colleagues outside the Department of Health and Social Care. I mean, what our ask of the Department of Health and Social Care is that they run a massive public health campaign on climate. Something on the scale as that we saw for COVID. You could see with COVID how quickly you can educate the public, how quickly people can change their behaviour, and the climate crisis is so much bigger than COVID. Not wanting to diminish COVID at all, because it was horrendous, but the climate crisis is bigger, and we need something on that kind of scale. That's what's needed. Yeah.
I wonder if you might be able to explain to the viewers what exactly is meant by obstetrician.
An obstetrician is a doctor who works in maternity care. So it's the doctor version of a midwife.
And what do we see in the global south, especially in effects of midwifery in the climate crisis?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the disparities in healthcare globally are vast, and there have, despite everything, there have been slow incremental gains in global health over the last 50 years, and what you're seeing is that's beginning to be lost. And though that kind of like painful improvement in global healthcare, it is being lost, and it's being lost because of the impacts of global heating and ecological damage. So if you get heating, you get crop failure. If you get flooding, you get people lose their homes, they lose their crops, they have to move. It creates a situation where conflict is more likely, and all of these things actually impact, even within the countries where they occur, they impact the vulnerable populations worse, and that's women and children generally. So they have a really negative impact on women's rights, women's health care, and it just pushes. It's difficult in those countries then to prioritise spending, in order to make health gains, because you're having to spend on catastrophe. So from my own experience, I actually worked last year for a few months in Yemen, because I work sometimes with Doctors Without Borders, and in Yemen there's already large numbers of people who are really living in environments which are at the edge of what's possible. We were working in 40 to 50 degree heat. And people are living in those environments because of the civil war there. People are currently living in those environments, sometimes under in tents without air conditioning. And really, when you work there, it's actually quite difficult to even understand how people put up with those environments as they are. And when you're looking at global heating, what I was thinking when I was there is this is already almost intolerable, and these are future climate refugees, and it's
Exactly,
not.
yeah.
It's going to be soon as well.
And
Really
it's the equity and it's the migration issues, and also, as you were saying about the floods, I wonder about respiratory disease and mosquitoes and that kind of thing. Maybe if you can give a 30 seconds about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on infectious disease, but I do know that the distribution of vector-borne diseases such as Lyme disease, dengue, malaria, which is a massive issue globally within maternity. It causes a large number of maternal deaths because pregnant women are particularly vulnerable, as are children. And the distribution of those diseases is changing. They are moving, they are moving northward.
Yeah, in different places as it becomes more
and
humid.
the issue is that they're moving into populations that haven't suffered them before. And if you have a population that hasn't suffered them before, they're more vulnerable to them. And that's what we saw with Zika. So Zika is a vector-borne disease that...
I'm sorry, I think we're going to the other stream. Thank you very much. It was so interesting. Thank you. Right.
Was that okay?
It's a bit like the Fields of Eden. And again, imagine being a 15-year-old going, what were you thinking of? That's what this is about, right? That's what the third demand was with XR. We're all going, yeah, act now, okay? And, that makes complete sense. All right, tell the truth. That makes complete sense. And then the third one, what is that? What is citizen? But I'm telling you, that was the most visionary one. Because if you're going to deal with the climate crisis, you'll get nowhere until we deal with the crisis in democracy, the crisis in governance, the way decisions are made. It's embarrassing, to put it mildly. So I'm going to speak to you from I'm 58, born in Bromley. I'm just an old middle-class punk, right? And I'm not particularly brainy. I'm very mouthy, but I'm not particularly brainy, right? But I got locked into a gang of pioneers. I'm really going to relish telling you this. Everyone okay, by the way? Yeah, good. So you've had loads of people talking at you all day. Thank God for the band. But I'm going to speak to you from the edges of what's possible, because one of the things I realised that's keeping us back from change is our imagination. What's possible? Okay, we're so stuck in this particular paradigm that you can't see outside of it. So I'm going to speak to you, dare I say it, from outside the paradigm. I've seen it, and I'm going to testify. So in 2021, some extremely brave and tenacious pioneers in the world of citizens' assemblies and sortition, and I had the honor of working with them and supporting them, they did the world's first ever global citizens' assembly, chosen by sortition. 100 people, a snapshot of the human family, and they were 100 people chosen by lottery. People walked up to them in the street. The points on the map were done by a random algorithm. And so when they all came together, 68 hours on Zoom over 11 weeks, okay, 10% of them, no formal education. 70% of them living on $10 or less a day. 50% identifying as female. 13% white. 18% Chinese. 17% Indian. It was the human family coming together, not the leaders, not the people put on a bloody pedestal, but people who were stopped while walking down the road in Chiang Mai. A forester from Chiang Mai, Chom, he goes down every couple of months to get his food from Chiang Mai, and this student came up to him, and Chom's never had any education. Student comes up to him and says, would you do this thing called Global Assembly? You'll get a little bit of money, and we'll look after you. And Chom says yes. The next thing is, Chom is in these breakout rooms with a goat herder from Socotra, an island off Yemen, with a yoga teacher from Italy who used to be in Yugoslavia, who started the meeting by saying, I am a refugee. I come from a country that doesn't exist anymore, so I know what will happen. So you're Chom, you've got a goat herder from Socotra, you've got a yoga teacher originally from Yugoslavia. And then you've got a young farmer from the Congo and an elderly rural worker from Kerala. And they all fell in love with each other. And I want to share something beautiful with you folks, because I wept. So I was an observer watching these things, these breakout rooms, right? On Zoom, translators, note takers, facilitators, okay? 68 hours spread out over 11 weeks. So I was an observer. So the screen was off and the microphone was turned off. Thank God for that, because I wept, because we're beautiful and we've nearly forgotten it. We're absolutely full of love and compassion, a willingness to cooperate, a desire for all our children, for generations and generations to live in peace. We are all on that page. And that's who the human family is. And we've nearly forgotten. We've nearly forgotten. And something dawned on me the other day. I was looking at one of these meetings, and how did we get so lucky that through lottery, through chance, we got these extremely beautiful examples of humanity? And then I realized it's not luck, it's who we are. It's who we are. This is who we are. We can do so much better than this. That's you know, I'm not political. I'm not studying any politics or anything, right? But I'm telling you now, the word that describes this time in history is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, because we do so much better. Every single ordinary person, given the dignity of being taken seriously, given the information about the issue, they make decisions that have the well-being of us in the heart. Not decisions about scoring a bloody point or obeying what a lobbyist has said. No, that's all going to go. That's the chapter of shame. And this movement is the first movement that's pushing that forward. Are you with me? Right on! Keep it lit, ladies and gentlemen. Love yourselves. Be proud of yourselves. Okay. All right.
Okay. So what's your name?
It's Melanie Nazareth.
And what are we doing outside of church today? And where are we?
This is St John's Waterloo. This is where Christian Climate Action are kicking off their big one. We had a House of Lords panel discussion this morning with about 300 people, far more than we expected. And now we've got a service, and then we're going to march to Parliament Square. And we reckon we've got about 800 already, with people still pouring in to come across. We'll be making a stop at the Shell building to deliver a letter, to sing and pray outside there.
So who are you delivering a letter to?
To the CEO of Shell.
Yeah.
From the children who will be leading this march.
Amazing. And did you say that you had to close the church doors because it's full? There's a service going on.
It's absolutely full. We thought there would be maybe 400, maybe 500 people, and because of the weather, we've had to have it inside. But we have already fitted in more than 600 people in the church, and then we're filling up the churchyard.
Amazing, amazing. And is this people from all over the country?
People from all over the country, all sorts of denominations. We're working with a number of NGOs, so there are people here from Christian Aid and Tear Fund and CAFOD from Arusha. We've got our banner will be led by former Archbishop John Sentamu and some other Anglican bishops and the territorial commander of the Salvation Army. All the denominations are going to have their lead people. It's a sense that this is really powerful protest, and that these kind of really the sort of stalwarts of civil society are now coming on board with this.
Yeah, this is a huge coming together of the faith.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge coming together for us.
Yeah.
And we're a small, we represent the Christians of Extinction Rebellion. For us, this is enormous.
Yeah. Wow, amazing. Well, I'll see you on the march. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Phil.
So we're speaking outside St John's Church here in Waterloo, where the doors are now closed. It's reached full capacity inside, so after the Mass we're going to set off to Shell to deliver a letter.
Knew they were destroying our society. and our planet, and they work tirelessly to convince us, no, everything's fine. There's no problem here. Those people should be on trial for crimes against humanity. And at the very, very least, those corporations need to be taxed until the pipsqueak. We demand that they clean up the mess that they have made here and around the world. We demand that polluters pay the price for what they've done. The fossil fuel corporations and their backers in the City of London, the big banks, the hedge funds, and believe me, I think we're getting somewhere. I have never known a time in my life where those corporations are quite so unpopular. So let's keep going. But there's another problem. Internationally, these corporations, these corporate monopolies have created an economy in their own image. Their interests, their profits are protected by a whole range of trade deals and investment deals. And I want to let you know about one today called the Energy Charter Treaty. This is an international agreement which allows big businesses, including big fossil fuel corporations, to sue governments for taking pretty much any action they don't like. Governments around the world are being sued for taking the climate action that people like us are demanding. So just to give you some examples, Italy has been sued by a British corporation for its decision to stop drilling oil off the Adriatic coast. Slovenia has been sued for placing a moratorium on fracking, again by a British corporation. The Netherlands is being sued by German corporations for phasing out coal-fired power. And these corporations, they're not just suing for the money they've lost on a project which isn't going ahead anymore. They are being sued for several times anything they have invested in those projects, because this system, the Energy Charter Treaty, means that any expected future profits become a kind of God-given right, which should be protected, whatever the impact on human beings, whatever the impact on the planet. And this corporate court system is not only in the Energy Charter Treaty, it's a neo-colonial invention dreamt up in the 1960s by politicians, like British politicians, who decided they wanted to continue extracting from the rest of the world after their empires disappeared. And it's been used to extract and exploit ever since, and it is time to end this system. And I've got a little bit of good news, because this is quite depressing. I've got a little bit of good news. The system is crumbling. Country after country is leaving. Spain, Italy, Slovenia, Netherlands, Germany, France, and last week Denmark are leaving this system. It is crumbling. There is one government in Europe that is not left. Let's guess which one it is, shall we? Britain, the UK, has not left the Energy Charter Treaty. We must demand they do. And to any members of Parliament in that place who have been banging on for 6 years about our sovereignty, well, here's a real issue of sovereignty. How can you possibly allow your government to be sued for enacting decent, democratic public policy by greedy multinational corporations? We will not accept it. Exit the Energy Charter Treaty now. And of course, that's just one example of the way the global economy is subverting our fight against climate change. It's just one reason we're joining Extinction Rebellion this weekend to protest on our own political elite's failure to stand up against these corporations. If we are to deal with climate change, we need a radically different economy. We need to stop pretending big business has the answers. We need to stop turning to the international market for decisions which should be democratically made by all of us. Thank you for being here, for standing with us, for saying this. This movement will change things. This movement has to change things. Exit the Energy Charter Treaty, make polluters pay. Do not give up. You're wonderful, you're beautiful. Thanks for being here.
We cannot solve the climate crisis without tackling the unsustainable debt levels of global South countries. Lower income countries suffer from the worst impacts of climate change. and have no choice but to borrow to pay for the costly recovery from extreme climatic events. They end up borrowing as well to invest in energy transition, to reduce carbon emissions, and in infrastructure to adapt to climate change. The cost of servicing external debts reduces their budgets for essential services, public infrastructure, and climate resilience, harming their development and people's lives. Yet the wealthiest countries, which have contributed the most to climate change, are deepening this injustice by providing loans to finance climate resilience that exacerbate the unsustainable debt burdens of some of the poorest and most vulnerable countries in the world. And the more debt they have, the less they can invest in climate resilience. This vicious circle of debt and climate traps countries in the global south in endless debt crises and accelerates the climate emergency. It needs to stop. We call on governments, private creditors, and international institutions to take urgent, just, ambitious action, to cancel unsustainable and illegitimate debts, to ensure debt repayments are automatically suspended when a climate extreme event hits a country, to deliver sufficient new and additional non-debt creating climate finance for the global south, to recognize that the wealthiest countries owe a climate debt to the global south. There is no climate justice without debt justice, and no debt justice without climate justice.
Hello, it's Suzanne Savage again, and now I have come to the Department for Education. So it's just another one of the amazing pickets that we have going along across Westminster. I'm really pleased that I've got the Deputy Leader of the Green Party with me now. Hello, welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so tell us why you're here.
I'm here because essentially we have to listen to the scientists. The UN has issued a stark report for humanity, and it's time that we have to take action. I chair the Environment Committee. I'm elected in London as a London Assembly member. I'm doing everything I can to get us to net zero and more widely to tackle both the climate emergency and the ecological emergency. But we know, frankly, enough isn't happening. Whether it's the government or city mayors, we need to not just move faster, we need to match the scale and the urgency of the crisis. That's things like making sure we're insulating every home in Britain, that we're making sure public transport is affordable and accessible, and we're making sure, frankly, we're at the Department of Education right now, that education around climate is centred within our curriculum, and it's just not right that that's not happening right now. So that's a long answer to why I'm here, but I'm here, as so many people are, for lots of reasons, but the key reason is for grassroots democracy. Ultimately, every single citizen needs to be counted and needs to be heard.
That's wonderful. And what would you like people at home to be able to do now? How can we take the momentum of this day forward?
Well, there's a few things. The very obvious thing is, if it's accessible for people, get down to the big one in the next few days. The more people there are, the more politicians will pay attention. Aside from that, on a party political point, I'd love to see people vote Green. That might not necessarily be green for some people, but just make sure that they vote. It's really, really important that we have politicians in power who are going to take the right action on the climate emergency and the ecological emergency. And then I suppose there's lobbying, writing to your MP. Actually, if you can get down to Parliament and speak to your MP in person, nothing is more powerful to an elected politician than to have someone in front of them looking into their eyes and telling them why they care about the future of the planet, the future of their society. And then I think the biggest thing is this often gets phrased as things that we're going to lose or things we have to sacrifice. But actually, in tackling the climate emergency and the ecological emergency, we're going to have cleaner air, greener jobs, more cohesive communities, solve the gender pay gap, tackle racism. All of these things are things worth doing in and of themselves. They're vital. So ultimately, we need to get that positive message out there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here and sharing the big one with all of us. And we look forward to seeing more of you and more of the work that the Green Party is doing as a partner in this event.
Sounds like it's time to dance.
Yeah, it is time to dance. So you'll hear we've got some lovely dancing going on with the XR educators. They're absolutely enjoying themselves and showing that education can actually be fun. And that's what's a nice part of this particular picket here. So I'm with some other people who would like to tell you at home what we're doing. We're just moving a little bit away from that music so that you can actually hear us. It's a great chance for us to try our coordination. So I am here with somebody who has been working with XR educators for a long time. Can you tell us who you are?
Hello, I'm Ian. I'm a chemistry teacher. I teach around the corner. My year 13s are on study leave. And so I'm able to come down here today and coordinate the picket here. And it's an extraordinary thing. We've just closed the road. I can't tell you how excited I am that so many people think this is so important and are coming out to make the point to the DfE.
And why do you think that it's important for teachers and educators to actually come out about the climate and ecological emergency that we face?
We teach, we spend our time with the young people who are going to be most affected by this. We're seeing the impacts of the climate and ecological emergency today, but the students who are in my classrooms are going to have their lives defined by this. And it's the fault of our generation. This is not the young people's fault. And the idea that this should be left to them is a madness. And we don't, at the moment, have a curriculum that in any way prepares them for the future. There is no climate change in A-level chemistry. There is no climate change, no greenhouse effect in A-level physics. The government have tried to silo climate education in this environmental science A-level that they take. And only a couple of hundred people across the whole country actually do this. And they say, oh, look, we're doing this A-level. No one's studying it. None of our students are being properly prepared for the future that they're going to live in. It's completely unacceptable. And as teachers, we're trying to prepare our young people for the future. The DfE, their Keeping Children Safe in Education document says that we have to take action to ensure that our students have the best outcomes. That's our responsibility as safeguarders. And this government are not doing that. They're abandoning this generation. They're completely leaving them in the lurch, both in terms of policies, in terms of carbon emissions, but also in terms of an education policy and a curriculum that's going to prepare them for the future. It's utterly derelict. Utterly derelict. And we're here to try to make that point to Secretary of State Gillian Keegan today.
Have you sent a letter or anything like that?
We sent 2 letters. The first one got her an absolute reply that was just appalling. It completely disregarded the points we were making. It paid lip service to this and that. They've got this strategy that is inadequate, and even the strategy, they're not meeting the inadequate targets of their strategy. And we wrote them a second letter pointing that out, and we haven't heard back from them. There's a massive surprise. We need a change. We need a dramatic change. We need a government that believes that the generation that are in our classrooms deserve a future. And at the moment, we're not seeing that. It's just not happening, and it's just not good enough.
It's just not good enough, absolutely. And speaking about the next generation, I'd like to see if we could just move over here to a young person who's been experiencing climate change, has been experiencing the emergency, and has possibly felt that education perhaps wasn't up to scratch. So could I first have you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Barnaby, and I'm part of XI Youth.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. What brought you out to the streets today?
I mean, the government is failing in every way, and especially the Department for Education up in those offices up there. They're not telling us the truth. They're not telling us how bad it is. We're expecting between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees, all coral reefs to die out, which currently support 1 billion people's main source of food. So, and that's expected to come into the 2030s, 2040s. Within our lifetime as young people, we are going to see mass death, mass extinction, and we're facing annihilation. We're facing the destruction of everything that we know, and yet we're sort of taught in schools to sort of follow the rules, to act out what they want to get a nice job, to build up your CV, and all these things don't matter. None of these things matter at all if we're all going to be dead, or if everyone's going to be starving, or if all the crop yields go, right? It just doesn't matter.
Do you know, I really feel that. I have a daughter as well, and I think it's very hard to be motivated to study or to prepare for that future when you don't know what it's going to be like. How does that feel to you?
It's really distressing, but I think the thing that I would say to anyone who's sort of thinking, whether you're a young person, whether you're older, is the thing that gives you the most agency of the situation is taking action. Whether that's with us here in XR or XR Youth, whether that's with Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, Stop Rosebank, Stop Ecocide, Just Stop Oil, whether you're part of any of these groups around us here today, any of the 200 come out, taking action is the main thing you can do to sort of take some agency of the situation, because nothing's going to change unless we change it. Nothing's going to change.
That really says it all. Such an eloquent speaker. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Go well, enjoy the protest, yeah? The young people of today are facing so many challenges, and yet they can speak with such eloquence about what we all need to do to step up to make a difference. So we're going to pass back to more of the big one.
I bumped into someone called Mitchell, and you've got a flyer here saying resist Glencore. I didn't know what Glencore was. I wonder if you could explain to the viewers what it is.
Yeah, so Glencore is the 23rd largest company in the world. They started out as a commodity trader, but then they started taking over mines all across the world. They now own mines in Colombia and Peru, the Congo and Equatorial New Guinea, all these different places, and they basically exist on a business strategy of ecocide and genocide and corruption. And so we are organising with the indigenous leaders in Colombia specifically at the moment to basically shut down the mines, bring reparations, and a just transition for workers and communities.
This is a fantastic cause, and I wonder if what's being mined in these places? How has any of these people here got these minerals in their pockets?
So the funny thing about Glencore is that their Instagram page is full of the green transition. So copper is a huge part of their business, but specifically with the YU community, the Cerrejón mine in Colombia is an open pit coal mine that is 6 times the size of Paris.
Wow.
And to have such a large hole in the earth, they've diverted rivers, which has meant that 4,000 YU children have died from a lack of water, and also the dust inhalation from... but they also are mining like cobalt and all these different things for the green transition, and that's how they operate, is by co-opting our envisionment for a greener future and using it to legitimize their genocidal practices.
It's terrible. We see this all over the place. And I saw another thing on your flyer. It was the Regroup app. Now, people watching this will be people who wish they could be here, and they may want to know how they can get involved from wherever they are. So can you explain what this app's about?
Yeah, so basically Regroup is, maybe for the younger audiences who have Be Real, if you put Be Real and Change.org together, it basically is an app that gives you a notification every day, and there'd be a 30-second clip, and it will explain a bit more of the campaign. It'd be one of my face or one of my friends who are here, and then there'd be a button, and that button will have loads of different digital actions. Some might be contacting people on Twitter, journalists, or it might be emailing MPs, which we've been doing. And it allows you to basically take daily actions on the app, very accessible. You can also make friends on the app, so it's Regroup, and you can find that on the App Store.
And that's spelled in...
It's REGROO, OOP.
Yeah, it's 2 O's, not an OU in Regroup. Thank you very much.
No
All the
worries.
best.
Thank you.
Hi, folks, and welcome to the Department for Transport. I'm James. I'm just going to swing the camera around and introduce myself. I'm James from Norfolk. It's brilliant to be down in Norwich, in London again, after what seems a long time since we've all been together. And I'm at the Department for Transport today, where there are many, many groups from across the country, and especially from Norwich, Norwich and Norfolk. So we're going to have a little bit of a look round, and I'll talk about why we're here outside the Department for Transport. But it's great that the big one has finally started. We've got groups from all over the country: Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil. I've seen them all with their insignia down here, which is excellent. And we're going to be here for 4 days, from the 21st to the 24th. So please do get down, come and ask some questions if you want to. Let us know what you think the solutions could be. This is non-disruptive protests we're taking over the next 4 days. And we're making our demands very clear to the government. And this banner says it all, really. There's no future in coal. And that's one of our demands. There's no future in new oil, gas or coal. And the government keeps insisting on opening new oil and gas fields. They want to open like 100 new ones in the North Sea. I'm just going to try and get across the road without getting run over. They want to open over 100 new oil and gas fields in the North Sea. That's just not compatible. So we've got some new demands for this rebellion, if you like. No new oil and gas. Stop that right away. Let's have a just transition as well. And let's have reparations for the global south. And while we're at it, let's get some citizen-led democracy going. We're in a climate emergency. We need to do something about that. Let the people decide what the best way to do it, because the government can't do it. Frankly, they're failing. So down outside the Department for Transport at the moment, and my Norwich group is here with Stop the Wensum Link. And there's lots of speeches going on at the moment as well. But there's new road building going on all around the country at the moment. And the government's own climate change committee said new roads are not compatible with the emergency that we're in. So Wales, the government in Wales has said no new roads. But the government in the UK are continuing with the folly of building them. And they, of course, cause massive emissions during the construction, and they also cause more traffic. So we're outside the Department for Transport at the moment, trying not to get run over by the enormous amounts of traffic that are here. To say to the government, to say to Mark Harper, who's the department head of the Secretary of State for Transport, that we don't need any more new roads. I'm sure, like me, the roads around here have got lots of potholes. Let's repair the existing infrastructure we've got rather than building new ones. So the Western Link road is going to plough through the Wensum Valley in Norfolk, and you've got Stop the Wensum Link, who are down here today, and they're going to be presenting a letter to Mark Harper later, and a painting from Tall Falcon, actually a local artist, and ask him to really reconsider whether or not it's the best thing to be spending money on during a climate crisis. The road is going to cost over £300 million to build, and this is being repeated around the country at the moment. That money could be far better spent on public transport, on active transport, on helping people out with the cost of living crisis, rather than increasing emissions and destroying nature. There's this wonderful super colony of Barbasel bats that's in the Wensum Valley that's going to be impacted by if that road gets built. So we really want to put a stop to that, and all other new road building as well. But let's have a little look around and see some of these wonderful placards and that we've got. People have been very creative before the big one. But there's pickets. If you're just joining us, let's just get to grips with what we got in London today. We've got pickets outside multiple government departments. So this is the Department for Transport, but the Energy Department, the Home Office, they've all got different pickets outside. And of course, centrally down in Parliament Square as well, you can catch up with people there. Please get down to London if you can over the next few days. There's going to be lots going on. We've got a march for biodiversity tomorrow, which is going to be great. There's going to be lots of people on that. And I think there'll be a die-in after that as well. And then on Sunday, of course, it's the London Marathon. And I don't know if you've been watching the news, but it seems like the media really want some disruption of the London Marathon to happen. But Extinction Rebellion is not going to disrupt the London Marathon. You can be assured of that. So that's on Sunday. There'll be lots of outreach then. And then on Monday, we've got citizens' assemblies or people's assemblies, more outreach and more pickets outside the government departments again. And we'll be presenting those demands to government and waiting for an answer from them. This is a wonderful banner from the North Norfolk rebels, which I've seen at many, many rebellions. Great to see out again. So yeah, the new demands we're presenting to the government: no new oil, gas or coal, so no new fossil fuels. We've got to keep it in the ground. Reparations and climate justice, a just transition. And then let's get some people-led democracy, those citizens' assemblies as well. So that's all going to be happening over the course of the weekend. We're going to be covering it on the Big One TV, live streaming from London. Please like, comment and share the stream. Let's get the news out to all your friends and family of what's going on. And if you can get down to London, why not come down? Lend your support. Let your voice be heard whilst you still can. We've got a bit of a problem with democracy at the moment. You've probably heard about the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. That became an act last year. And now we've got the Public Order Bill going through as well. So rather than listening to dissenting voices, it feels like the government just wants to shut up anyone that doesn't agree with them. So this may be one of our, well, hopefully it won't be, but last opportunities to really protest. So get out if you can. Okay, so I'm going to be at the Department for Transport for a little bit longer, but I think we're going to cut across to the main stage now and see what's going on there.
7 years left to avoid irreversible climate collapse. I could tell you that this is the most urgent, important moment to take action. Yet I have spent half my life shouting dire warnings. And this moment, it's not unique. It's made up of every moment that came before, every moment someone chose to step up in the face of injustice. In 1973, when activists passed the Rehabilitation Act, the first law to recognize the rights of people with disabilities. In 1969, when LGBT folk resisted police brutality during the Stonewall Uprising. In 1955, when Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on the bus, sparking a movement to abolish racial segregation. In 1918, when suffragettes won the right for women to vote. And for the 500 years Indigenous communities have fought against genocidal colonization. I stand here today because generations before me, before us, chose to resist. Because individuals in collective had the courage to demand, to ask, what if we did things differently? We stand here today not because we're staring down the barrel of a grim future, but because every person who struggled before us struggled so that we might have this moment, so that we might create a more just and a more fair world. We stand here because the generations who come after us, they too will look back at the people assembled here today, and they will know that we fought so that they might have that same chance. Throughout history, it is activists, it is the people branded radical who have led us to liberation. It wasn't the police who protected our LGBT brothers and sisters. It wasn't men who lobbied for women, and it wasn't a CEO who organized the first union. Because oppressors do not liberate the oppressed. We will not solve the climate crisis with the same people and the same types of thinking that created it. Our governments, the corporations who have profited off the exploitation of our planet, these people will not challenge themselves. They will not change the very system they continue to benefit from. Power does not disrupt itself. It does not give itself up. It is up to us. We only have one another. We can't wait for change to happen in 10 years. We can't wait for change to happen tomorrow. It happens now, in this moment, and every moment following. And it doesn't stop when we go home today. Change happens at the dinner table. It happens at the ballot box. It happens at the supermarket. It happens with how we decide to spend our 9 to 5, and it happens when we come together in collective. Ours is a generations-long struggle. I am 23 today, yet I may not live to see the future that I am fighting for. And I don't take action for that distant hypothetical. I take action now, in this moment, for no greater reason than I know right from wrong. It is not right that 33 million people in Pakistan lost their homes to flooding. It is not right that the 5 largest oil and gas companies made $195 billion last year, while people in this country struggled to keep their homes warm. It is not right that we turn away people in desperate situations arriving on our shores. And it is not right that every hour we lose another species to extinction because of our assault on nature. It is not right that we live in a culture that tries to numb us and make us complicit in mass suffering. It is not much more complicated than that, telling right from wrong. Like me, you may feel overwhelmed. You may often feel powerless. You may question if you're the right person to take action. But when you listen to the heart, when you listen to your heart, you will realize that you have no choice but to act. So in this moment, and every moment going forward, for generations past and generations future, let us act together. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Clover Hogan. Follow the young. Am I right? Follow the young. I wasn't that smart when I was 50.
Beryl? Hello, this is back with Suzanne again. I'm continuing the extraordinary tour of all these pickets throughout Westminster. Big cheer going up behind me. I think Caroline Lucas might be arriving back there. I am here now, and I can't even remember the full name of this place because it keeps changing, but it's something like the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero or something like that. It's probably the biggest gathering that I've been at so far, and I've got a few really interesting people who would like to tell us what's going on here. First person I'm going to talk to here is Veril. Do you want to introduce yourself and say what you're doing here?
Sure. My name is Veril. I'm a climate activist and environmental campaigner, and also work as a sustainability consultant at a environmental consultancy based in London. And we are here with a group of more than 200 companies with business declares. So we're like a coalition of businesses who have declared a climate emergency, and we are demanding that the government bring an end to new oil and gas licenses. And so, yeah, that's why we're here. We're calling for a just transition away from fossil fuels. And we're calling for the government to make a shift in policy and bring more stricter regulations as well, so that it can enable businesses to take meaningful action and also enable us to sort of, face the challenges that the climate crisis is going to bring.
That's really, really interesting. I often think of some of the tabloid smears against people who are activists who turn up on the street for things like this. And one of the great things is always go get a job, they say to us, yeah? But you're here with businesses who are the places that are giving people a job. So what do you think that means about businesses actually taking that kind of civic responsibility?
Yeah, I think it's a good step. I think, we as business leaders are starting to wake up. We're starting to see how businesses are going to be impacted down the line. As temperatures increase, that's going to be a massive risk for businesses. So business leaders, employees are starting to wake up and also start to speak out the truth. And to be honest, we do have the moral responsibility to actually come out and speak the truth as well. Because, for example, I work as a sustainability consultant. I helped us to design sustainable buildings, and it's becoming harder and harder to design buildings that are within the thermal comfort regulations. Like doing modeling on buildings is actually getting more harder because during the summer they overheat, and so by 2050, we'll be having buildings that get to 50 degrees Celsius inside them. So unless you put an AC in them, which uses more energy, it's not going to work. So that's what we are facing. And personally, I can't keep silent. I can't be silent on that. I need to speak out. I need to voice what we are seeing within the industry. And I really wish more people from industry start to speak out. And I think all of us here today, there's more than 300 business people over here, professionals. We are here, and hopefully this is just the start of more further waves of change that are going to be made within businesses. And we're hoping that will convince more businesses to come out and speak more as well. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that amazing work that you're doing. I'm also, we've got a tour bus coming by. Isn't it great to see how the public are responding to this? Yeah, the big one. People are really looking at this. You can see in their faces the support for what we're doing. We absolutely know that the British public want action on the climate. And right there, seeing that bus driving by was a fantastic example of the public responding and saying, yes, we want to be part of this. We want change. We want to end fossil fuels. So I've got some other people who are lined up to speak to me here. I'm not quite sure who you are or what you're doing, but tell me your story. Hello. Hard to shake hands here. What's your name?
Danny.
Hi,
Hello.
Danny. And who are you with?
My family and friends. We just came down for the weekend. I'm with no
real affiliation, but yeah, just family and friends.
That's wonderful. You're just people who have stood up and said, we want to be part of the big one.
That is what we did. We stood up, we got on a train, and yeah, came down here.
That's wonderful. Where are you from?
Manchester.
Manchester. All right.
The real second city of the UK.
Let's get a look at what your banner is here.
Here we are. Go on.
So, can I see who else we've got here? Can you tell me your name?
Gracie.
Gracie. How old are you, Gracie?
I'm 11, nearly 12.
It is wonderful that you are at this age standing up and already taking action to protect your future. That's wonderful. Can you tell us about your banner?
Well, I want to give me and my friends like a clean future, and I just want to spread the word. So.
That's wonderful. You and your friends want a clean future. And we really hope that we can put the pressure on the government in order to be able to give that to you. So thank you for standing up.
Thank you.
Yeah. And who have we got over here?
Kira.
Hi, Kira. How
Hi.
old are you?
I'm 14.
That's great. Do you want to tell us about your banner?
I just want make sure there's clear skies, then animals stop dying, and then it's clean skies, and the weather will stop getting so hot, and it'll be livable.
That's so important that we try to secure a livable future for the three of you. So thank you so much for coming down. I hope you have a great time. Are you here all weekend?
I am. They're not, unfortunately.
You're here for today. All right. We'll have a great time, and hopefully maybe we'll see you later.
Yes, hopefully so.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you so much. So I'm now going to be speaking to somebody who I believe works with Ecotricity, which is a renewable energy company. So tell me about what you're doing here.
Ecotricity has been making green energy and making Britain greener for 27 years. So we're here to demonstrate and to lobby that we need change in government policy. We have the technology. We can run Britain on green gas, wind, solar, battery storage. There is not a technical problem to do that. The problem is government policy. So we're here as part of Business Declares, a collection of over 300 businesses here to lobby government for policy change. It is relatively simple.
That's really an important part, because I often hear the politicians talking about how difficult it is to get to net zero. And this is really a question of political will, is what you're saying.
It's completely a question of political will. And it's political will and allowing companies to invest in renewables. One of the bizarre things is that one of the problems is that grid capacity, the capacity of the electricity grid in this country, means that you can't add new renewables. Peak capacity is only 40 gigawatts. There is 230 gigawatts of renewables waiting for a connection to the grid. That'd be more than enough to run this country 5 times over on electricity. And there are the DNOs, the private network companies, want to invest in that. They want to invest their money to improve the grid, not the government's money, not taxpayers' money. Ofgem, through the government, is actively stopping grid companies upgrading the grid.
That just feels quite shocking to me, actually, to hear that we could be doing so much more with renewals, that business is behind it, and that it's actually the government that's dragging its feet and creating obstacles for us. And I would suggest that might be because they're in bed with the fossil fuel companies.
I couldn't possibly comment, but it does look awfully like it, doesn't it? You know, I mean, just a simple example. When we talk about renewables and solar, it says, why don't you, because we build, as electricity, we build big field scale ones. They say, why don't you put it on roofs? And we say, yes, we'd love to put it on roofs. Where we build our solar farms in the countryside, it's only where there's a grid connection with capacity. You know, there's all these roofs on all these big warehouses in central England, you know, in Northampton and Milton Keynes and places like that are dying to put solar on their roofs. There are pension companies and investment companies wanting to invest, but they can't because of lack of grid capacity. There's 15 gigawatts of solar waiting for a connection on all these roofs and warehouses, and it's being stopped by government policy not allowing the grid companies to expand. And it's been happening for years. It does take years to improve the grid. But if we'd have started 15 years ago, we would be running the country mainly on renewables.
That's amazing. Well, I certainly hope that all the people who are gathering today are making enough noise that hopefully the government will hear us. I have one last question to ask you. Is it true that all the employees of Ecotricity got the day off today to come here?
They had the opportunity to, yeah. So, people who have a volunteer day, and it's a volunteer day, to come down here to support Business Declares, yes.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. Well, thank you very much for being with us and talking to us about that. So I've got another business person lined up to talk to us. It's very interesting. You know, we often have this sort of stereotypical, the activists, the full-time activists who are doing protests like this. But what we're really seeing here at this particular picket with this Business Declares is a whole lot of business people who know that we are heading for disaster and want to do something about that. So would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name's Seth Wright from a company called the Gusto Group. And we're house builders. We've been building low energy homes for over 20 years. And as you've just said, it's great to see business people here, because business people are going to offer the products and the services that we're going to need in this new green economy. That is the economy that's going to make us all feel better about ourselves and make us feel healthier and make the planet start to repair itself.
That's great. And so what sort of things are you calling for here today then?
Well, we're actually calling for business people to not be put off by protesters, not feel that, you know, the protesters are some other group of people. What protesters are is actually customers of the future. They're people that want to buy different types of services. They're people that want to start buying plant-based food. They want to live in eco homes. They want to buy green electricity. And it's up to business people to see that as probably the biggest business opportunity that there has ever been. And if government could only get the legislation right and stop supporting the massive PLCs that are not interested in this whole agenda change, then business would be better, the country would be better, and we can actually start to make a proper course towards a proper net zero carbon economy, which will be healthier for us all.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you for bringing people here and being part of the 200 odd businesses, a part of Business Declares. That's great. I'm not sure if I've got any more interviews lined up. Do I have anybody else to speak with?
Of today's event.
Excellent. I've got the principal organizer of today's event. So I'm going to pass over. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello, I'm Ben. I'm Ben Tolhurst. I'm Director of Business Declares, and we have brought 350 business leaders, 350 business leaders down here today. Business people don't traditionally go to protest, do they?
No, they don't.
But look what's happened today. Look at we've got half the streets of Business Declares members, and the reason for that is the business community is demanding that the government stop funding all fossil fuel licenses. It's a highway to hell. It's going to lead to higher prices, greater business insecurity, and greater job insecurity. It is not the way to do stuff. So we need to transition to an era where we're not reliant on fossil fuels. And we, the business community, we've got 350 leaders here today. We are ready to act. We're ready to support the government. We are ready to do this stuff. But we need the government to switch its policy away from licensing fossil fuels, because that is not the way to do it. So we are here wanting the same thing as everybody else. And we're also here in a personal capacity, because business people are also caring individuals. We have families, we have children, and we care about humanity and the ecosystem generally. And as I say, the government has put us onto a pathway of utter destruction, and we need Grant Shapps, we need everyone in that building to come out and to change their policy and stop licensing new fossil fuels and back a transition to a new era with no fossil fuels. That's why we're here.
I think you're doing an amazing job here. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, the amount of people who are gathered, and it's pretty hard to ignore something like this, isn't it? It's when people get together and make their voices heard that we make change happen.
Yes, exactly. And what Extinction Rebellion have done by bringing in 200 partners, of which Business Declares is a proud partner of this event, is they've brought people from all sections, all different spheres. And as I said earlier, we want the same thing. We need to switch to a non-fossil fuel era because the government is literally about to license 100 new fossil fuels. And the international agencies say we cannot do that. The government's own advisors have said that the government's plan is not going to work. The High Court have said it's illegal. The government's plan is illegal for net zero. So they wrote another one, and then they missed out half the recommendations. I mean, everything the government's doing around fossil fuels isn't just nonsensical, it's irresponsible. And that's why you see today people who are from business standing side by side with people from religious groups, people from other protest movements. That's why we're all here today for the same thing, which is to get the government to stop licensing new fossil fuels.
I think, you know, one of the slogans for today is "Here comes everyone." And I think what you're just telling us is how big this everyone is, that there are really so many different people of all walks of life, and we all have something invested in having a future, having a livable planet, ending the fossil fuel dominance. And yet our ministers in behind these massive glass walls, our ministers are literally taking away our future.
They are, and they're funding fossil fuels in subsidies, £10 billion a year. I mean, what can you do with £10 billion a year? An awful lot. Cost of living crisis, switch to renewables. Renewables are 10 times cheaper than fossil fuels, for example. And people are awake to this. People are alive to this. You know, we need to see Grant Shapps coming out and giving his side of the story. There is not a single good reason to continue on the path to using fossil fuels. And that's why you've seen so many people here from all different walks of life. You're quite right. People want to create a better future for their children, for those that come after them. And the way that the government is shaping things up here is not doing that.
100%. Thank you so much for your time, Ben. Congratulations on organizing a really great day. I'll let you get back to it then. Cheers then. Thank you. So we've got various different leaders who are showing up shortly at this. It's amazing to see that this whole event here goes way down to that side as well. It's one of the most exciting and dynamic that we've got. We're not far away from Parliament Square here, actually. And we've just got so many different people, and it's quite amazing for me, I have to say, as a presenter, to be interviewing business people who are standing out on the streets with us. And it really talks about the success of the big one in bringing together a lot of different people who haven't come out on the streets before, because we know the government isn't acting. We know that the government is stuck still in climate denial. They might pay some lip service to doing something, but they continue to pursue a strategy based on fossil fuels that is leading us all into destruction. So we're here to unite to survive. And I've got some other wonderful people who are part of this extraordinary action. So can you introduce yourself and tell me what you're doing here today?
Hi there, my name's David. I'm here from Cardiff, and we've travelled up together as a team. So 50 of us came on the bus from Cardiff, and there are about 8 other buses coming in from Wales.
That's great. And can I say who else is here then?
I'm Ellen. I'm also from Cardiff, and this is Harry.
Hallie, do you want to say hi to the camera?
Hello.
How old are you, Hallie?
10.
Oh, that's great. And what brought you here today?
Well, just thinking about the future and how it's going to be.
Yeah. We really want to give you that future. And what a beautiful sign you've got there too. The world on fire. Let's see. Oh, that's lovely. We'll give our love to your sister. That's great. So what made you come all the way from Cardiff then?
So we're here at the seat of power, aren't we? This is where a lot of the big decisions are made. These are the people that we vote for or don't vote for, and these are decisions that are being made that really impact what's happening right now in terms of the climate and nature emergency, as well as what will happen in our futures. So if there's anything to do, it is to come to the seats of power and let them know that we're here, that we care, and we need to see them make sensible decisions. We've got new coal mines potentially being licensed over in Wales. They need to be stopped. There is no future in coal. There's new oil and gas licenses. They have no impact on our future energy security, on our future way of life. It's not going to help us in any way. We need a just transition as soon as possible. It could have started 30 years ago. It could start 10 years ago. It could start today, and it just needs to happen. So we're here to say loudly and clearly, as together as communities, like, this is the change we want, these are the changes we need, and as people, we can make those decisions. We can do that well through citizens' assemblies.
That's great. Could you talk to us a little bit more about what a just transition means? Because I think that's a term that maybe some people aren't quite so familiar with. Could you tell us what you mean by that?
Yeah, so for example, we could talk about locally in our communities. So we've got coal mines in Merthyr Tydfil. They're supposed to have closed in September and be reworking the land and making the land, restoring the land. A just transition would see that those workers had already been being trained and supported into different areas of work. We've got huge opportunities for tidal, onshore and offshore wind that could power those communities as well. Is that happening? Are these people that are working in carbon intensive industries being trained? They're not. And we've got the steelworks in Patalba just down the road, huge industry. It's the thing that feeds the people of Patalba. You know, they're able to work. What happens when steel production closes? Every single time the people of Patalba are the ones left out in the cold, they should be being given extra opportunity to train, to learn, and to be part of a healthier, happier future. You know, we've got a nature emergency that requires massive work across our lands. I think lots of people would be very happy to be part of that work. So that's in our communities, but just transition also means globally. So globally, the impacts of our emissions are impacting many countries in huge ways. Flooding in Pakistan and onwards. You know, is there anything just about what's being done now? We're having fossil fuel money pumped into more fossil fuel and into, you know, all that money flows through the City of London. So that money needs to come out of that place. You need to see reparations for what has happened, but you also need to see those people supported in being able to build like happy and decent lives. Like, we are all human beings. So we need to bring that thought back to the table and see how our impact is causing like these huge impacts, you know, in places further away.
It's really interesting that the idea of moving away from fossil fuels actually gives us a chance to build a fairer and more decent society for everyone, doesn't it?
100%. I mean, like, the world could and would be such a better place without it. You know, it'd be cleaner. The air would be cleaner for us to breathe. Our lives would be quieter and probably quite a lot happier. We'd have more wildlife to enjoy. We could be part of that work. We could be a nation of people working to see happier, healthier communities, both our, you know, the living beings around us, but also the humans that we live and support. So.
Great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Enjoy your time with all your fellow people from your coach loads of Cymru, and we hope we'll see you around. Thank you very much. Okay, moving around again. We have so many interesting people here at this. This is really the place to be. If you're watching us and you want to come down to London, come here to this energy department, whatever it's called. I can't even remember the name. The Net Zero.
Net Zero, yes, not maybe the most effective departments. We got a bit of a way to go. I guess that's why we've got a picket here.
Can you tell me first of all who you are?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my name's Matt Hocking. I've come up from Cornwall today. I run a Planet First design agency. I'm a B Corp, climate activist. Activist in lots of different ways, actually. So representing both business, but also with business affairs. So businesses declaring a climate, ecological and social emergency. So there's about 200 of us here, different businesses from around the UK gathered to show our action as well as our commitment to a better world.
And how do you feel when you look at all these people today?
Well, there's two levels of feels. It's amazing to have everybody on the streets and together and in peaceful action. But what's more important to me is the energy. You can feel this. There's an energy, a togetherness, a vibration of change. And actually, the more of this we can get, the more of that energy oscillating between people that care and want to make a difference, the more we can get into a world of change for all of society with nobody left behind.
It's really great when you get this kind of energy together. And I think sometimes people are like, oh, I've never been to a protest before. That sounds a little bit edgy, sounds a little bit scary. I don't feel anything scary here at all. What are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, again, protest is an interesting word, isn't it? And what the connotations are around it. So this is beyond peaceful. You know, I dropped my mobile phone, I didn't even know it. Somebody picked it back up. Somebody started zipping my bag up because it had become open and things. And yeah, and it's just a really interesting space. So I think we're brought up in a world sometimes where we naturally start having paranoia about what we feel about something, but actually come to one of these things, come to a local one, come to the city. You know, I've come up from Cornwall. I've been to the first Extinction Rebellion sit down in Cornwall. It feels the same. You know, I'm not a city dweller, I'm a rural dweller, but this feels really at home. And actually, I keep bumping into people from Cornwall as well, which is amazing. And people that I've met on Zoom over the years that I've never met before, but we're all in that same action for people on planet. So no, it is a wonderful space to be. And again, the communities I'm lucky enough to be involved in, Business Declares, B Corporation, and lots of different others. They're all welcoming and they're all supportive because we've got a common goal, haven't we? And we want everybody else to feel comfortable. So I wouldn't take it, you know, I always say to people, you've got a choice to be an activist in your form of action, a reactivist, which is going to be really expensive and last minute and probably not going to help, or you can be an inactivist. An inactivist is, you know what's going to happen there, kind of that don't look up scenario. So our actions can all be different in loads of different ways. I choose to stand up here today. 2 years ago, I cycled to COP. I'm lucky enough to be able to do those things. I'm lucky enough my legs are strong enough to cycle. And I think it's just good to show up and participate in any way, local, global, national.
Well, it's great that you're here. It's great that you brought so many people. And I think that was a wonderful call to action for all of us, really, to step out of our comfort zones, because it's quite comfortable here too. It's wonderful to be on the streets with like-minded people.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point, because we're going through a really uncomfortable time. Everything's changing. The things we always knew were the way they are, whether it's seasons or birds or insects. And we've got to embrace that uncomfortableness in our own ways. And I think the only way we're going to do that is to get the experience. And you can come once to an event like this and go, actually, it's not for me. But then maybe you could be an armchair activist from there, but try a physical activism in your own way and see the community, then see what you can do, whether it's with your business, your individuality, your parents, whatever. We've all got possibilities for action.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think we're about ready to wrap up here now at the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. Thank you for being with us. We're going to pass back to the next exciting chapter in the big one. Thank you.
In affordable, renewable energy and insulation for all.
Oh, we do everything properly at the Treasury, honestly. I think this is slander.
Honestly,
we have
you never done
another
a day's
person
work
to spin the wheel?
in your life.
The wheel
Got
of
a spinner.
misfortune. Anybody who hasn't been before? Yes,
yes.
Come along and see who's going to be a winner. And I think it might be you this time. I don't know.
Hi.
Oh, right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
We're at the Treasury Casino here.
No, this is right. Moment of. There should be envelopes here, so I can say the winner is. Well, what's going to happen is the UK is going to stop subsidy through pollution permits, and it's going to impose taxes on aviation fuel. So I'm sorry. Occasionally there's a setback, and the majority get their way. So could we have one chip of water and one chip of land goes back into nature? I don't know how this works, but basically, if you we're reducing pollution of rivers and seas and air. And the fossil fuel companies, I'm sorry, you might have to have a little bit more regulation there.
Oh, yes. More regulation.
So, I'm afraid that you need to lose the money.
No.
Yeah, we are.
Somewhere over the ocean, there's a place where the bankers hide their money.
So we're here at the Treasury Pickets for the People's Picket of the Big One, and this is the Wheel of Misfortune, where we're trying to draw attention to global debt and how that affects the global south.
Free pollution permits in 2021. Basically, UK taxpayers paid the entire cost of aviation industry emissions. Shocking! Shocking! Imposing a tax and cancelling of subsidies will mean air quality will improve in the UK. Three. Airlines actually pay for their pollution a bit more, and there will be a little less pressure on them. I just give you this. Here we are. We have another spinner.
Brilliant.
There we go. Spin the wheel. This is Jeremy Ham. I bet you didn't think you'd beat him today, did you? That's number 3.
So, completely random and fair. The UK government subsidises power stations to burn biomass, or otherwise known as forest. So 100 million euros, please. I think that's a good hand. And so we have 3 chips of land. So that's all the land used for growing forests. It can be thrown out into a bin of recklessness.
So while this casino is going on here at the Treasury, that you can all see, which is highlighting how decisions that are made in this very building here affect everybody across the world. The choice of subsidies that we make here at home in the UK will affect everybody in the world, but particularly those in the global south. So we've got organizations such as Debt for Climate that are here today that are highlighting particularly this issue. We actually have a video that we showed earlier, which we might be showing again soon, talking about how debt and climate change is so strongly related. So we might play that.
We cannot solve the climate crisis without tackling the unsustainable debt levels of global south countries. Lower income countries suffer from the worst impacts of climate change and have no choice but to borrow to pay for the costly recovery from extreme climatic events. They end up borrowing as well to invest in energy transition, to reduce carbon emissions, and in infrastructure to adapt to climate change. The cost of servicing external debts reduces their budgets for essential services, public infrastructure, and climate resilience, harming their development and people's lives. Yet the wealthiest countries, which have contributed the most to climate change, are deepening this injustice by providing loans to finance climate resilience that exacerbate the unsustainable debt burdens of some of the poorest and most vulnerable countries in the world. And the more debt they have, the less they can invest in climate resilience. This vicious circle of debt and climate traps countries in the global south in endless debt crises and accelerates the climate emergency. It needs to stop. We call on governments, private creditors, and international institutions to take urgent, just, ambitious action, to cancel unsustainable and illegitimate debts, to ensure debt repayments are automatically suspended when a climate extreme event hits a country, to deliver sufficient new and additional non-debt creating climate finance for the global south, to recognize that the wealthiest countries owe a climate debt to the global south. There is no climate justice without debt justice, and no debt justice without climate justice.
Thank you so much. Part of the MC's job. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for coming on this slightly gray day. It seems that the heaven is blocking out the sun, so you've brought it here with you yourselves. Now, amazingly, I don't know if you guys noticed, but a man just walked by and told us the end of the world was coming. I think he didn't actually convey what we all know, which is the end of this system is coming. A system that feeds on itself is not sustainable. It can't live. We've been trying to say this for years, and for some people, there's a sense of fatigue, wondering if we are being heard, and asking questions about how effective we've been. And my friends and I felt that very strongly a few years ago, about 2019. Glasgow was coming, COP26 was coming, we were in lockdown, and it was postponed for a year. We kept thinking, what can we do? How do we make a difference? And so we wrote something called the COP26 Climate Action Plan in 2019. And when we wrote it, we got together, environmentalists, Green Party folk, XR folk, and we said, why don't we think of something that's completely insane that they'll never do and ask for it so we can argue about it going forward?
And we thought, why don't we say they're not allowed to build any more new fossil fuel projects? No more. No more oil rigs, no more coal mines, no more. Remember the conversation with my co-founder, Glyn, where he said, well, that's clearly completely mad. They're going to say that you want everybody to go back to living in caves, and no one's going to fall for that, Chitty. And I'm like, I don't care whether they fall for it or not. We should ask for it because it's right. You can't claim to be in transition if you're still building out an industry that's going to kill us all. You can't. And so we did. We wrote a letter called the COP26 Climate Action Plan. We published it, we put it online, and we thought, well, let's wait and see what happens. This is in 2019. COP was postponed, was supposed to happen in 2021. In 2020, the unimaginable happened. The Spanish government approved a draft law asserting that they would no longer fund any new fossil fuel projects. I called up my friends, like, did you see what the Spanish government just did? And they're like, no, it's incredible. Months after that, the Danish government, Europe's biggest producers, the EU's biggest producers of oil and gas, also ruled they would fund no new fossil fuel projects. At this point, we were like, okay, so it's two rogue governments. You know, there's 27 others or 26 others. What could possibly happen next? We've got Glasgow to focus on. And then just before Glasgow, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, a body not known for leaning into what activists say, turned around and said their core path, the number one plan they saw for the world going towards 2050, had no new fossil fuel projects in it. And then before we knew it, 3 years later, after Glasgow, the opposition party that sits in that house over there decided it was going to be its main policy objective where energy was concerned. That Britain soon would put an embargo on new fossil fuel projects. Now, I've told you these stories, and I've mentioned these things in the sequence they happened because we are winning. We are actually winning. It won't be on the news. They won't say XR are amazing. They've changed the world as we knew it. 4 years ago, these things couldn't even be discussed. Now they're in the mainstream. They won't tell you that, but these are the facts. This is the truth. Jojo, who spoke just now before me, along with her friend, Polly Higgins, started half a decade ago, Stop Ecocide International. And she didn't say this herself because she's so modest. But at the UN, at the ICC, and at the EU, there are working groups all discussing how to implement stopping ecocide internationally. Half a decade ago, that was impossible. It's happening now. Not only that, as we stand here today going forward, the US have implemented a gigantic Inflation Reduction Act, and the EU is discussing changing its 2040 targets and its 2030 targets, making them far more stringent, making us all globally as a family working towards ending the fossil fuel era. So I say again, the man you saw holding the billboard just now as he walked past said, the end of, I'm going to paraphrase him, the end of that world is coming. It is a source for celebration because we've achieved something that no one thought we could do. We've achieved not just rebellion, we're in the middle of achieving revolution. And it is to speak to that that I had to read out, at least paraphrase this poem that I have. It was written by a man called Václav Havel a couple of decades ago, and he read it out to groups of people like yourselves who at the time thought there was no way the system they lived under could change. They thought there was no way their fights, their words could be heard. They thought there was no way the powerful would yield, but they did. So let me, please, if you'll bear with me, read out part of this poem to you. The poem says, "It is I who must begin. Once I begin, once I try, here and now, right where I am, not excusing myself by saying things would be easier elsewhere, but being all the more persistent, to live in harmony with the world around me, understand it within myself. As soon as I begin that, I suddenly discover to my surprise that I am neither the only one, nor the first, nor the most important. I have set out upon this road, whether it would lead me to loss or whether it would lead me to life. But I have set upon this road." Thank you very much.
Chidi, wise words. We are already part of a revolution. This is already a revolution. Look around you. I've never seen this scene before. We have never seen this scene before. And just take a moment to consider that the person next to you, the person to your left, to your right, maybe someone you've met before, maybe someone you've never met before, that they could be the key to unlocking our future, that you could be the key to unlocking our future, or that altogether we could be the key to a better future, that we are already that. I'd like to welcome to the stage a young musician, Jamie Rudd. He's studying music right now and he's devoted his final year to climate protest music, and a wonderful example of how we can bring this work into our lives. Jamie.
Christian Climate Action is getting ready to march now to the Shell building. We're going to hand deliver a letter to Shell asking them to end fossil fuel expansion.
Oh, yes. My guess is that
So they had to close the doors here earlier because the crowds were so great. This place holds 800 people. And there's probably another 800 people outside who are trying to get in. Quite amazing the amount of people who come from all over the country to be here today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tristram Wyatt, an ecologist at the University of Oxford and University College London. I work on pheromones, the invisible chemical signals that animals use to communicate. I've written an award-winning book all about pheromones and animal behaviour, but sadly, those animals are disappearing. And I thought it's much better to try and save them, and that's why I'm an activist scientist here outside Parliament. Now, if you're stuck at home, join the live stream, share it with your friends. If you're a scientist, we'd love to see you here at the Scientist Hub. Come and join us.
So you're joining me outside the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. My name's Laura Baldwin and I'm an Olympic sailor. I've not worn this tracksuit since Athens 2004. I'm quite impressed I still fit in it. We've been here with a whole host of other sports people speaking about how sport has this power to communicate and power to kind of lead by example and to really promote the changes that we need to make so that people want to make them, so to make it cool and trendy and hip to actually be sustainable. So we've had a really inspiring row of speakers, and then we've broken it up into opening it up to the audience. So we're hosting the first ever Imaginarium for sport. We've opened it up because this is the Department for Culture also and Media. So to connect those three areas, we're asking people the question, how can sport and culture help the media to promote the changes we need to make so that people want to make them? Because we need to be making them quickly. There's a whole load of cultural groups here represented. There are architects, there are designers, there are artists, there are singers. There's some art piece here. No music on a dead planet, no sport on a dead planet, none of what we really love and enjoy on a dead planet. So huge motivation to do what's necessary to help safeguard this planet.
Thanks, Laura, for that. So we are outside the Shell building, where there's unbelievable scenes going on here, where all the Christians have gathered. It's going to pan around here nice and slowly. There's well over 800 people in the packed St. John's Church. We've now marched from St. John's in Waterloo to outside the Shell building, which is all boarded up. We're singing Amazing Grace. They're going to be handing over a letter now. Oh, here we go.
For all those who don't know where we are now, we're outside the Shell headquarters. So this is the Shell building. We're going to have some time of prayer here as we walk past.
Hello, my name is Magda, and I came here from Poland and support animators from Now That It's Movement.
The best we can do. The best we can do.
I will lead you in the prayer. A prayer for our earth. All-powerful God, you're present in the whole universe and in the smallest of your creatures. You embrace with your tenderness all that exists. Pour out upon us the power of your love, that we may protect life and beauty. Fill us with peace, that we may live as brothers and sisters, harming no one. O God of the poor, help us to rescue the abandoned and forgotten of this earth, so precious in your eyes. Bring healing to our lives, that we may protect the world and not prey on it, that we may sow beauty, not pollution and destruction. Touch the hearts of those who look only for gain at the expense of the poor and near. Teach us to discover the worth of each sin, to be filled with awe and contemplation, to recognize that we are profoundly united with every creature as we journey towards your infinite light. We thank you for being with us each day. Encourage us, we pray, in our struggle for justice, love, and peace.
Amen. So we're getting ready to hand deliver a letter into Shell. Oh, it looks like a couple of more speeches first.
The science is clear.
So you were able to see the videos earlier on from inside the church?
Summarizing a recent IPCC report, the head of the UN said, "We are firmly on track toward an unlivable world." The IEA, the International Energy Agency's 1.5-degree report says, any new fossil fuel extraction project is inconsistent with a 1.5-degree pathway. We've heard today from church leaders speaking out. Lord Santamu, I'm going to quote him now. Climate change is the greatest, insidious and brutal, indiscriminate force of our time. The people suffering the most have done the least to cause it. That is why continuing to search for new sources of fossil fuels, despite explicit warnings against this from the IEA, is such an offense against humanity. As representatives from many church and Christian organizations, we therefore call on Shell to stop all new fossil fuel exploration and extraction. Your own reports show that you know what the urgent need is to change this world's energy system. This clearly ranks of a higher order of importance than whether or not decreasing the sales of your oil and gas products will affect your company's finances and shareholder value. It is not just up to governments to act. With its huge resources, financial and energy expertise, Shell does have the power and ability to play an important role by switching to an energy company rather than an oil and gas company. We invite you to meet with representatives of the organizations represented here today to discuss your responsibilities at this crucial time. But most of all, we call on Shell to stop all new fossil fuel exploration and extraction immediately.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
It's a letter from me.
Okay, will you
I'm
take
a member of the House of Lords, and you cannot just say I can't deliver this.
Will you take
I'm
it
a
then?
member of the House of Lords.
Take it and give it to them.
So we've got a member of the House of Lords here. Sorry.
Yeah,
What is the post box?
We don't have any post.
But we've written to you. We've written to you a number of times requesting that a letter is going to be delivered.
You don't have to only give you. I'm just only checking.
I am
outside all the time. Just I'm outside. I don't know about.
So you won't deliver. You won't take the letter.
Yeah, because of I'm sorry, because I'm working all the time outside. I don't know what's inside here. That's the problem.
I'm going to knock on their door and see what
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's already locked.
So we've got a member of the House of Lords hand delivering a letter to Shell. There's no post box. No post box. Security guard wouldn't take it on behalf of Shell. Got a big crowd here. One of the richest fossil fuel companies in the world not having a post box. Yeah, that's quite handy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So since there's no letterbox and nobody from Shell will actually come out, the door's not open, leaving it. The doors are locked?
Yeah, the doors are locked.
Yeah. What do you think of them locking the doors?
I think it is the most arrogant experience I've ever had.
Yeah.
Simply to deliver a letter, they're coming in peace, we're not doing anything like that.
Yeah.
And they don't want to receive the letter. And the security people are being put in such an impossible position. This is the sheer arrogance of Shell. And they think they are the masters of the universe. And I'm afraid they've got to change their way. You cannot be inhospitable when people are coming in peace.
Absolutely.
So all I can do is what Jesus said. When you go and they don't welcome you, shake the dust off your feet. And that's what I'm doing. And I think it is appalling. It's appalling.
And you're a member of the House of Lords. Look at this. There we go. It's addressed to the Chief Executive Officer of Shell at the Shell Centre, York Road. There's nobody at reception. Nobody came to collect it. Just look at the chance.
Shame on Shell! Shame on Shell! Shame on Shell! Shame on Shell!
Quite unbelievable scenes here outside Shell. We've been here many times before. One of the dirtiest fossil fuel companies in the world. That's this continuing expansion of its oil and gas, and especially in some of the developing countries where they've got no rights, where they're literally destroying the land. So just to pan around here, just give you an idea of the scale of this demonstration today. Christians from all over the country have come together and descended on Shell to hand deliver the letter. Earlier on, they were in St. John's Church. There you go. So now everyone is going to be marching towards Westminster. Just going to walk my way through the crowd. They've got a marching band, lots of banners. They've got lots of signage. Just going to see if I can push to the very front. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Just going to have a word with one of the people in the front here. Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Squeeze past. Here we go. There you go. So you're a member of the House of Lords.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Saint-Amand, Lord Saint-Amand.
Lord Saint-Amand. Oh, sorry. So it's Lord Saint-Amand. It's at the front here. There you go. Front of the march. Do you want to have a quick interview? This is going out live in Extinction Rebellion, and 150 different groups are all collaborating on the Big One TV. What's your name?
Giles Goddard.
Giles.
Yeah.
There was a very powerful performance in the church today. I was inside.
Yeah.
It was they had to close the doors. There were so many people.
Yeah, that's right.
What did you think about it?
Well, I mean, we were supposed to be outside, but because of the weather, we thought we'd better come inside. But it was in some ways, it was more powerful inside. I think there might be 500 or 600 people there, which is fantastic. And another, I don't know how many hundred outside. A real sense of commitment, a real sense of the need for action, but also a real sense of hope.
And this is like really powerful, like all the people of the faith coming together. And I know that today's like it's a Christian action.
Yeah.
And it's really sending like a loud message to it's everybody.
Absolutely. No. And another thing I do is chair something called Faith for the Climate, which is interfaith climate work, because it's not just Christians who care about this, it's Buddhists and Hindus and Jews and Muslims. And it's really great that faiths have such a loud voice on this. Really good.
And it's a real coming together of the faith. So I've talked to many people from the different organizations over the years, and it actually restores my faith, if that makes sense.
Excellent. Yeah. I mean, it's about more than care. It's about justice.
Yeah,
it's about justice.
It is about justice. And you're marching now to Westminster.
Yes, we are. Yeah. So,
excellent. Okay, well, keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
God bless you. There you go. So a quick interview in the front. Just it's very hard to give you the scale of the amount of people here today, but it's he said 500-600 people in the church, and the church was rammed. Music starting now. Have a quick how you doing? Do you want to have a quick word? I was in the church earlier on. This is going out on the Big One TV. It's going out on multiple channels. So it's going out live to the likes of Extinction Rebellion and the various different Facebook groups and YouTube groups. So we showed some footage earlier on from inside. So just walk and talk. That was very powerful in the church earlier on today.
Very powerful. Enormous number of people.
Yeah. The doors were closed.
The doors were closed.
They couldn't let anybody else in.
Yeah, well, that would have been a safety thing.
And what do you think of like so many people from the faith coming together?
Well, the faith communities have always been.
Sorry, I'm just
The faith communities have always been major players in this arena, and the faiths working together. Not only the Christian faith groups, but also multiple faith groups have been working together on this issue for a long time.
Oh, there we go. Some confusion going on here with the banner. Are they putting the banner away? Oh, it's a space issue. It's good coordination going on here. It's very dexterous. Okay, I'm not going to disturb them. Okay, we've got another interview. So I'm going to pass you over now, and I'm going to follow this march. I'm going to leave you with a little bit of music from the marching band. So whenever you're ready.
We're almost going to go.
I'm going to have a sandwich for you whenever you're ready.
Okay, bless you. Hello again. The sun has come out, and I am now at the Department for Work and Pensions. We've got a few different groups that we're going to have a chat with. So who is here today?
Here we've got Disabled Rebels Network, we've got Disabled People Against the Cuts, Chesterfield people, and also we've got grandparents and elders here today.
What a wonderful group. And tell us what your key point is being here today.
I think I'll pass over to somebody else for that.
Would you like to tell us exactly who you are and what you're doing here today?
Well, I'm from Chesterfield and North East Derbyshire. Our group decided to go for work and pensions due to sort of the climate justice part of it, the green jobs and the transition. And I think what was really good about working with disabled people, the groups, is we've had a strong emphasis on that because actually we need to be united. And we have been today. And I think that's sort of like in action. XR in action, really.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got all different kinds of groups coming together, and it really highlights the kind of justice aspect of what we're talking about, because we can talk about, you know, the climate and ecological emergency in sort of stark terms, but we're really talking about the human terms, because we have a system whereby people who are othered in so many different ways, and disabled people, lots of support there. Disabled people get really othered and not looked after in this current system, and the cuts are really cutting, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the demands that we have is that people with disabilities are factored in to the plans that are being made to counter the effects of the climate emergency. So there's absolutely no account being taken of the needs of disabled people. In Germany, in 2021, disabled people in a care home actually drowned in the floods because there was not emergency planning to ensure that they were looked after in that time. So things are going to get even worse for people with disabilities as the effects of climate change get worse.
Well, that's a really stark story to think about, and really, really heart-wrenching. I'm wondering, Al, could I go to you for a minute and say what it means to you to be here today?
Yeah, well, I've been working for the earth for all my life. I've been to Greenham Common. I've been part of the environmental movements all of my life. So it's important to be part of this. I've also been doing de-escalation today, which is brings my peace activism into this. And I'm also here now in my work for inclusion. I'm a disabled person. I'm visually impaired. I've suffered discrimination, and I've worked for inclusion all my life. So I'm bringing a lot of different parts of myself together today, which is really nice.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I know you've been doing a lot of work today, so having the time to talk to us is great. Thank you. And it just feels wonderful that the sun has really started to shine on this group who are bringing that part of the climate emergency and the justice emergency that we need to be sure to focus on and talk about. So I want to thank everybody who's here. Is there anybody else who would like to share their story about what they're doing here and why they're here today? Anybody feeling brave? Yeah? Let's pop over here. Hello. We've only got about 30 seconds.
That's fine. It's really what I wanted to come to. I've been part of grandparents and elders for years, and basically I just admire them so much. I mean, a person in their 90s who goes out and stands next to something that's been torn down, part of our heritage, the woodlands. I mean, they stand out in the streets saying they care about their children and their grandchildren's future, and they don't feel justified to stand and do nothing. They feel they have to do it. And they're retired people who really ought to be enjoying their own life. And what are they doing? They're going out to support all of those. And again, being privileged people, as we're often accused of being, not just grandparents and elders, disabled rebels like me. I forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay. That's okay. You're talking about people not always being privileged. There are a lot of people without privilege, I think you were going to say.
Yeah, this is the point. If we can't, as privileged people, look out for those who are underprivileged, who haven't even got a voice, like these Africans who are in villages, or the Solomon Islands, and out in the Pacific where they're being exploited with nuclear power. As you know all about, probably the Greenpeace going out with the ship that was bombed and somebody lost his life. He was blown up. I mean, it's just so much injustice around the world. It's horrendous. So we've got to speak up. We've got to speak up.
We've got to speak up. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And that's very much what this picket has been about. Something else I think that we missed before we got here was that somebody from one of the trade unions working inside came down. And I think that shows again how what the big one has done is it's brought together people here who in front of Department of Work and Pensions, also the people inside the building wanting to be in solidarity with this. And it's the government and the ministers who are really letting us down with this. So thank you everyone for being part of this. Yay! That's it. And we're going to pass back to another exciting part of the big one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, friends. Well, you look amazing. And, you know, sometimes as the only Green MP so far, it can be a bit lonely in there. But when I look out at all of you and see how big and brave and beautiful our movement is, then I feel inspired every day. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for using your power and your voices to demand our right to a livable future. And we're here because we've got 3 urgent and clear demands of government and ministers in that place. And you know, those 3 demands are very simple. The first is, please, please tell the truth. Tell the truth about the true scale of the ecological and climate emergency. And tell the truth about the real solutions, not the false solutions. And tell the truth about climate justice. And our second message is to stop aiding and abetting the climate criminals, those fossil fuel giants who are reaping obscene profits while others simply cannot afford to put food on the table. And our third message is very, very simple. It is simply to keep all new fossil fuels where they belong, in the ground. You know, last year the UK had its first ever red warning for heat. Pakistan baked in record-breaking heat waves and then drowned in monsoon floods that damaged or destroyed 1.8 million homes. The waters in lakes and rivers from China to the United States have dried up, and droughts set the stage for wildfires, crops failed, and food insecurity intensify. That is the truth that this government needs to tell. That is the truth that they need to be acting on now. Friends, we know that 1 million species are at risk of extinction globally. That in my lifetime alone, the world has lost 60% of the mass of mammals and birds and fishes and reptiles which we are so blessed to share this precious planet with. In just the briefest blink of an evolutionary eye, we are systematically destroying the life that lives alongside us. Here in the UK, almost half of the biodiversity of these wonderful wild isles have been destroyed since the Industrial Revolution. That's more than any other wealthy country. So we're here to say that the truth is that our only home is not only on fire, but it is being bulldozed before our very eyes. We are here to say that, you know, the government keeps talking about net zero by 2050, but not only do they have no plan to reach it, it's in any case a completely inadequate target. For a country of the richness of the UK, it has no justification to have net zero by 2050, either morally or scientifically. It ignores our historic emissions. It ignores the racial legacies of colonialism and slavery. It relies on not counting the goods that we import. It relies on significant offsetting, colonizing anew more land overseas. It relies on further inequity. It relies on technology that frankly hasn't even been invented yet. And it ignores the fact that the UK has been one of the world's biggest emitters, that we started the modern fossil fuel age with the Industrial Revolution. And that, friends, that means that we bear a much bigger and disproportionate responsibility for the climate chaos around us. So that's why I say that the climate crisis is a racial justice crisis. That's why I say, and we say, that climate justice must be front and center of all climate action. And it's why we say that the UK must pay climate reparations. Because I would argue that here in the UK, a rich, developed country, net zero by 2050 isn't climate action. It is a crime against humanity. Real climate action is real zero by 2030. It's the UK doing far more, doing its fair share, reducing climate emissions by 200% below 1990 levels by 2030. That is what justice looks like in the fifth wealthiest country in the world that's grown rich at the expense of others. Real climate action is the urgent and radical transformation of our economic system. So it's no longer obsessed with the pursuit of endless economic growth on a finite planet. And that instead it is repurposed for the pursuit of well-being for all the species with whom we share this precious, life-giving planet. Yet none of that is possible whilst the climate criminals are allowed to operate with impunity, whilst the fossil fuel giants keep on polluting. We know that many of them have known about their own climate wrecking for over half a century, and for years they've been subsidized to drill by successive governments. And now they're reaping those obscene profits. That money, those billions of money that this government is handing to those fossil fuel companies, that is the money that could be paying our teachers, it could be paying our doctors, it could be paying our civil servants. The money is there if we choose to use it. That's why I say it is criminal that this government is not making those choices. That's why I say the banks financing climate chaos are criminals. The advertising agencies that promote gas-guzzling SUVs and frequent flying are climate criminals. The media barons that push denial and delay and disinformation are climate criminals. And the government ministers who are their accomplices, aiding and abetting their crimes, are climate criminals too. So that is why we are here to say we've had enough. We want fossil fuels kicked out of politics, kicked out of our economy, kicked out of our energy system for good, for our children and our grandchildren, for the millions of people all around the world already being impacted by climate chaos. We want to embrace a livable future of clean, green, affordable renewables, warm and comfortable homes, clean air, clean water, skilled and stable jobs. We want a future where the songs of the swifts and the house martins, the greenfinches, the cuckoos and the nightingales fill our skies again. And a future where fossil fuels stay in the ground and where the UK says no to any new oil and gas licenses and no, above all, to Rosebank. Right now, you'll know that ministers are deciding whether or not to green light drilling at that biggest undeveloped oil and gas field in the North Sea. If Rosebank goes ahead, it would create more climate pollution than the 28 lowest income countries put together, more than is created by 700 million people in those countries in a whole year. Friends, we chose a different future when we stopped plans to drill at Cambo, and we can do the same again. I'm pledging to take non-violent direct action to stop the drilling, and I hope that you will join me too. So friends, let's stop the North Sea becoming home to yet another climate crime scene. Let's make sure this government keeps fossil fuels in the ground, and let's stop Rosebank. But friends, I have one more thing to ask of you, if you will indulge me. I started by saying that I'm the only Green Party member of Parliament so far. And I hope you won't mind me pointing out that I think we need a few more. We need those Green MPs to keep up the pressure for action on the climate and the ecological emergency, to be raising our voices inside that place, as well as on our streets, in our communities and in our workplaces. And one of the stepping stones for that is getting more Green councillors elected on May the 4th. There are different ways of rebelling. Voting can be a rebellion too, so please go out there. And alongside everything else you're doing, please do consider putting that cross in that green box and getting more green voices everywhere that it matters. The currently one and only Caroline Lucas.
My name is Al-Hassan Idris. I am the district head of this village, Jura, Auyo local government, Jigawa, Nigeria. If flood comes, we contribute funds as community to buy sacks and make sandbags for making barriers to protect our villages. We work day and night together with women and kids without sleep so as to protect our community. The local government also assists us. We want to be compensated for our loss because of the situation we found ourselves, and we want our country debt to be cancelled so our government can have enough funds to assist us so we can recover from this mess.
Imagine a future in which our cities and towns are green, with every space filled with wildflowers, flowering and fruiting trees, green roofs and green walls, where children can grow up familiar with the chirp of grasshoppers, birdsong, the burr of passing bumblebees, the colourful flash of butterflies' wings. The cities are ringed by small biodiverse farms producing healthy fruit and veg, pollinated by a diversity of wild insects, with pests kept in check by an army of natural enemies, and soil health and carbon stocks maintained by a myriad burrowing soil organisms. He says, this may seem like a fantasy, but there is space on our planet for us all to live fulfilling lives, to eat healthily and well, and have a vibrant green planet brimming with life. We just have to learn to live as part of nature, not apart from it. And the first step is to start looking after the insects, the little creatures that make our shared world go round. Thank you.
Hello, now we're at the peace section of the Unite to Survive protest that's been going on today, and we'd like to talk to someone here.
Hello, I'm Sheila. I've come up from Orpington with the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom to promote an anti-militarist view on the need for us to address the climate change crisis. We know where the money is. It's in the arms that are being manufactured and used in Ukraine and Sudan and the Yemen, and we want to change the emphasis from militarism to peace, and I'm promoting the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is an international campaign to stop us investing and extracting fossil fuels so that we can spend the money on people and their needs.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello, we're down here now again near Downing Street, and we have a student to talk to us.
I'm called Jasmine. I'm a student at University of St Andrews. And yeah, I'm really excited about what's going on today. I think we're all really concerned about the climate crisis, and I think it's a really amazing thing that everyone's doing today, and I think the tone of it as well is really lovely to see. also kind of looking at the groups that are supporting all the protests and what's going on today has been really inspiring to see as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Charlotte and I'm part of RS21, which stands for Revolutionary Socialism in the 21st Century. And we are here, we're an eco-socialist organisation. We're part of this People's Picket alongside several local XR groups outside the Home Office because we believe fundamentally that the climate crisis is a crisis of capitalism, and it's only going to be solved by the workers' movement and climate activists joining together and ultimately the overthrow of capitalism. Because if you look at things like the massive profits the fossil capital companies are making this year, even while the cost of living crisis bites for ordinary people, it's just so obvious that this crisis is being driven by the rich ultimately and against the interests of all the working class and everyone around the world. The reason we chose the Home Office is because the Home Office is absolutely responsible for the racist border system, the absolutely brutal incarceration of migrants, asylum seekers and refugees, the lack of safe routes into the country, which means people are dying in the sea. They're also complicit in the state repression of protest and of strikes, because the Tories are trying to bring in anti-protest laws and anti-strike laws because they're afraid of things like this. They're afraid that when people come together for collective action, whether that's workplace strikes, whether that's renters clubbing together and doing housing organising for their rights, whether it's climate activists challenging the government, they're getting increasingly afraid of these challenges to their power, and their only response, their only strategy is repression. And the Home Office is a huge site of that repression. So when these new anti-protest laws, when these new anti-strike laws come in, it's the Home Office and the police and the other oppressive arms of the state that are going to be responsible for managing that new form of repression. And so we're here because we want to draw the attention to that, to the racism of the British state and to the maintenance of this class system which is driving the climate crisis, ecological collapse. We have to join together and we have to fight it together. That's the only way forward. Solidarity.
For 12 years to get fracking stopped in this country. Now, admittedly, the earthquakes did the stopping for us. But if we hadn't have been on their case and raising the alarm for all that time with our residents and our friends, we would never have been able to get that stopped. So it can be done, and protest does work. We did 1,000 days non-stop at a fracking site, stopping trucks. Hello. They're stopping trucks and ensuring that their share price crashed, that their supply chain pulled out and wouldn't supply them. And that for every arrest we had, we publicised that and got sympathy and understanding from the people nearby. We want our credibility, so we know it can be done. But when we think about the problems we're facing today, where do we start? Where do we start? You know, the cab driver just now said the immortal words of, well, a woman's work is never done. And wouldn't you just kill for it to be done? The number of times people have said to me, well, what will you do if you don't win? And I know there is nowhere to go until we do. Because as a mother and a grandmother, unless I can iron out what the problems are in the future, I will have failed in my duty of care. So to me, this is an obligation that I cannot walk away from. And I know everyone feels the same. Yes. We don't just care for our own. We care to make the world a better place for everyone. Yes. And I raise my voice twice as loud here for the women of the Global South, the grandmothers who can't do what I can do because they are kept in the dark, they are kept quiet, but they are already feeling the effects. We are in such a privileged place. And we think that this is privileged, and yet you look at our democracy, and what interaction do we have with that? What power, what manipulation do we have when once every 5 years we get to vote from someone who lives in the same polluted pool and came from the same place? So yes, we are in a privileged position, but that is rapidly deteriorating. And unless we continue to do things like this, we will slip further and slide further to the point where the risks to us as activists will be every bit as bad as they are in countries unlike ours.
Yeah, so we've broken up into small groups of 8 people here. They're all speaking together, sharing their ideas. In my sort of input at the beginning, I was saying to people that we, in this moment, really need to help ourselves to feel happy, because happiness enables us to access the parts of the brain that come up with great ideas and enable us to solve complex problems. And we need to be creative, and creativity gets switched off by feelings of stress, and it gets blocked by being busy all the time. So we need to give ourselves time to daydream, to come up with our best ideas yet. And so in these little groups, you can see now people are discussing, they're sharing their ideas, sharing what makes them feel happy, and then how can sport and culture help the media to promote the changes we need to make so that people want to make them. My partner over here, Etienne Scott, the two of us, we've been seen before on this live stream, but not in our tracksuits that we've pulled out today on this special occasion to help to really highlight the message that we're trying to communicate here. And the outcomes of this Imaginarium, we're going to compile into a letter and deliver it to this department. So we're going to share all our great ideas with them, and hopefully they'll be able to adopt some of those.
Oh, yeah,
Feasibly disgusting.
Hello, we have some more people to speak to here. Tell us why you're here and what's going on.
Hi there, hi. Well, I guess we just want to be here and be part of this movement. We realised it's going to take numbers, so as many people that can get down here and join this amazing celebration today of what people can do. Yeah, and so we're here. We just decided to come on down and join. And yeah.
I'd say, despite our very young appearance, we've just recently become grandparents. So obviously we're very concerned about the future of the planet, the future for our children and their children. So we're here to support Extinction Rebellion, and we need change. We need change, and we need it now.
Yeah.
There's no time to lose.
Thank you so much.
Hi, do you want to introduce yourself for me? Hi there, I'm Amanda. I'm from the Camden Greenpeace group here in London. And why have you come here today? I've come here, like all the thousands of other people, to demand action and climate justice for everyone and for life on Earth. And could you tell me a bit about Greenpeace and the tactics and the sort of reason why you're a part of Greenpeace? I've been a member of Greenpeace and part of the Greenpeace teams for a long time, decades actually. Greenpeace are bearing witness to destruction of habitats and injustices globally, highlighting things that are not right and trying to get them corrected, and putting a lot of pressure also on governments and leaders through lobbying and events like this. So they're out there doing good stuff, and I want to be part of it, same as all my colleagues here. So brilliant. And how do you feel about this big event today with all these different groups coming together and standing in solidarity with each other? I think it's great, and I think we all feel it's about it. You know, it's been a long time coming, this kind of collaboration and working together, and I think it's crucial, really important, and it shows everybody else that, you know, everyone can be part of this. It doesn't matter where you sit on everything. I think there are about 200 organisations, different companies and things taking part today and across the 4 days. So it's really for everyone, and we want everyone to join in. Brilliant, thank you so much. Okay.
Great pleasure now to introduce Corbina and XR being the change.
Hello. Oh. Greetings, everyone. So my name is Corbina, and representing the XR Being the Change Affinity Network, which you may or may not have heard about, but as part of the fact that XR represents many, many, many different tendencies. And we're glad to call XR home as an umbrella under which many of us have found a movement in which we can share ideas, we can disagree, but we can disagree knowing that our targets and our challenge is the same thing. We're all here today because we believe in a rebellion against extinction. Many of us know that rebellion under many, many different types of names, under very many different types of ideologies. There are very many different reasons that we are all here today. And the Being the Change Affinity Network, which was launched last year, has been set up with the priority of focusing on the work of supporting colonized communities. Because we understand, in fact, we overstand, that this rebellion is never going to be won on the streets of London. Unfortunately, we have to accept that, and we have to get a move on with understanding that. When the masses of our people around the world take back their lands, shut down the crime scenes which have been exported there, tell their governments, get rid of their violent governments, then we know that it's at that point when the streets of London and the United Kingdom will feel the power of the united peoples of the world struggling for their liberation. That is a long way, that reality is a long way away from where Extinction Rebellion started. That's the truth. The understanding of the colonialism that we are all confronted with has now come to the forefront. As a couple speakers before us have said, we now are using the word openly around reparations. But what does reparations mean? Because to some of us who support the International Social Movement for African Reparations, who are represented within the Being the Change Affinity Network, we don't understand this language of climate reparations. You cannot repair the climate out there. You can have reparations only when you secure the total sovereignty of your peoples, when we take back our lands and we shut down these climate criminals and these criminals who have been forcing all types of harms and violences around the world for hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, that's a different type of rebellion to simply just coming onto the streets and protesting. Because we cannot protest against the system which has already told us that it's hell-bent on killing us. That system is the issue. Back in 2020, we were part of a campaign called the Global Majority Versus campaign, which took the UK government to court for its violations of human rights around the world. In 2021, the UK government responded by saying that any violations of your rights would be reasonably and objectively justified. Violations of the masses of people's rights around the world are reasonably and objectively justified by not only this fascist government, but its whole entire establishment. Colonized peoples of the world know that fact. The question is, when we talk about telling the truth, will we in a movement in the global north, in the UK, recognize that fact? That this establishment is done out, that it doesn't represent your interests. And the starting point with some of that work is to move away from calling these governments our governments, because they are not our governments. These governments were forced upon you when they came and took your lands, and then when they got bored of extracting lands in the UK, they went around the world to kill and massacre millions and billions of people around the world. And they're still doing it. So any rebellion against extinction has to start with that truth, a truth which the majority of the world already know, and already, because of the conditions of the reality they live in, are forced and compelled into active rebellion and resistance every day. And so there's centuries of knowledge of freedom fighting that communities hold, that is being passed on intergenerationally, being protected and defended by indigenous communities, by colonized communities. And our starting point with the Being the Change Affinity Network is saying that it's those change-making communities who have a lot to teach and share with us here to build the types of tactics to build a strong global power that will compel this system to wake up. And we know that that is happening, whether our movements recognize it or not. because this government shifts to fascism to call out all peoples and choose certain type of peoples and make those people the scapegoats for its own criminalities is precisely because the rest of the world has largely woken up. They're giving up on the dollar. They're giving up on this false idea of debt, which they refuse to pay and they refuse to say is theirs. And they want their lands back, and they're going to take them back, whether the movements in the global north care or don't care. So the challenge that the Being the Change Affinity Network has been working around is to be, how do we make ourselves relevant to the masses of people who are doing what we simply cannot do? How do we make that part of our education system? Because 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, our young people are going into schools and being taught lies upon lies upon lies, not just from history, but to geography, to science, to being told about the system that is not even going to exist for them in 5, 10, 15 years. So our starting point has been focusing on what we call an educational revolution. Because it is only when we have a revolution in how we think about how the world works, a revolution in understanding that education is about serving our communities, it's about building power, it's about taking our communities back, that we will have the infrastructure that will help us create the struggle and facilitate the struggle that is being waged all around the world. The push of that work has really been behind the flagship project of BCAN, which is the Planet Repairs Action Learning Educational Revolution, or PRALA. And the slow, painstaking work has to take our work of movement building seriously, not turning up at whatever time, but to form the types of cadres within our communities who can reorganize and share the truth of what's happening elsewhere in the world, so that when they touch 1 in Vietnam, when they touch 2 in any parts of Africa or Abiella, then they touch all of us. And when we get that type of unity, where we feel the pain of our siblings in other parts of the world, we will stop the talk and we will get involved in the types of actions that matter to the vast majority of the world. Now, I'm not here to take a supercharged statement about going to block roads and all the rest of it. That's not what this translates into. Because the vast majority of the world are simply asking people here to listen, pay attention, and amplify the real resistance, the struggles, the formations, the communities that are out there doing the work, shutting down oil companies, shutting down mining companies. This stuff is happening every day. So what if the money and resources we put on to taking up to the streets of London was put in to resourcing communities to stop the crime at its root? Because the vast majority of oil being extracted is not being extracted in the global north. It's not being extracted in the UK. The resources, the food items on the shelves of supermarkets in the United Kingdom, where did they come from? Who are the communities that are farming these foods? That's the type of responsible citizenship that should be being educated to every school child in this country. That type of education would completely change the world tomorrow. But we have to fight for it. And we have to get this information into our communities, and we have to start telling the truth. So the work of BCAN continues. The work continues in invitations where we're inviting people to come and learn more about that work at any one of our bases, including at the GOPIS in London. You can also follow information on working closely with the International Solidarity Network, which since the beginning of XR has been championing the work of focusing on the colonized communities who are leading the struggle. And you can also follow more at Prayla_news, because it's going to take all of you in your communities connecting your struggles up so that we don't demand the system to change, we build the new system ourselves with our own hands, with our own time, with our own love, with our own music, with our own songs, and bringing all the rich traditions that you all have but have been denied to you in the same miseducation system, which taught us that, Britain gave democracy to the world. We here who stand here today should make sure that when we're here calling out this system, we're saying that because we're trying to make the the message to everyone around the world that even we from here know this system is rotten. So they better get on with defending theirs and teaching us a thing or two about the types of worlds we can build. Lastly is the dates that BCAN has continued to champion supporting. And throughout the course of the year, these dates have been taken on the initiative of colonized communities around the world. And the very next one is April the 30th. April the 30th commemorates April the 30th, 1975, when the Vietnamese people sent the United States packing with the international solidarity power of millions of people around the world saying, no more foreign interventions, no more military occupation of our lands. And when we're talking about stopping extractivism, stopping climate finance, why the hell are we not talking about the US military-industrial complex, which is the single biggest carbon emitter in the entire world? Why are we not talking about getting AFRICOM out of Africa? The United States has more than 30 military bases occupying our people's lands to this day. What type of environmental movement ignores that fact? What type of environmental movement are we building? These are the truths that have to be reconciled with, and these are the truths that we have to tell. Because if we don't build our movements on truth, we will live a future of lies, and that is what we'll be giving to the next generation. So you can join us in International Solidarity on April the 29th, where we'll be holding a Peace Lotus commemoration around the UK, where Prela Colsags in Stroud, Bristol, Leeds, Edinburgh, London, and if you want to hold your own, you can get involved too. But we will be in Windrush Square in Brixton, holding that space as a day to commemorate how peoples around the world came together in those moments to secure real wins. And when we unify that power, there is absolutely no reason why we will lose. So let's start talking about winning this rebellion. Wonderful.
Thank you to BCAN. Are you ready to be the change?
A lot of you have read his articles from The Guardian. Now, I'm going to find out, what is it like as a journalist in a protest like this? What is it you're looking for in a story?
What is it I'm looking for in a story? Well, I suppose I've made a bit of a career out of coming and covering protests like this. I just like to go around and I talk to people, I speak to the people who look like they're going to be the most interesting, maybe have the most interesting opinions. I always obviously look for the people who are the leaders, or leaders perhaps is the wrong word, but people who I recognise as being part of the kind of infrastructure of the protest, find out from them what's going on. This is kind of different, I suppose, from ones I've done usually. Usually XR will be planning some kind of interesting direct action, so I'll be looking around waiting for that to happen, chasing that around, and that will be the focus of it for me. So it's a bit more difficult really to cover something like this and to get something out of it.
I guess it's more of the human angle, isn't it? Speaking to people on the street, finding out why they're here.
Well, the question we're asking today really is this change of strategy working? Yeah, has it brought in more people? It certainly looks like it's brought in more people than previous XR protests. It's not the problem with the police surrounding it. Like the last one, I think, which was autumn last year, when they had the big pink table around, what do they call it? 7 Dials? Not 7 Dials.
Yeah, I can't remember.
What do they call that funny junction in?
It has loads
in
of
Covent Garden.
Yeah, loads of roads coming up.
But yeah, you know, and the police just surrounded that straight away, and they stopped people from getting in. So this is a lot more fluid, a lot more kind of interesting. In a way, it feels a little bit like XR's first protest in 2019. Obviously, far smaller in scale and far less edgy because there's not people getting arrested left, right, and centre. But it seems to be drawing in passing crowds, and people look like they're learning stuff and they're getting food. So. Yeah, but I mean, whether or not this is exciting enough for us to, you know, for a newspaper to put on the front page, that's another question. One you have to ask an editor.
Yeah, and this is more about where Just Stop Oil come in, right? And this is much more reportable news.
Yeah, well, exactly. Just Stop Oil. I mean, my sense is that XR are trying to position themselves as the moderate flank now of the climate movement, and that's why they're reaching out to groups like Greenpeace and War on One and what have you, and building this coalition. My sense is that now you've got really the radicals being creamed off by groups like Just Stop Oil, Insulate Britain, possibly whatever ones we don't know yet to come. XR are far more comfortable doing things like this, where you know, it's essentially a bit of a street carnival, climate street carnival. Yeah.
I'll let you crack on. Thank you so much, John. Cheers.
All right, no
Bye.
problem. Where's it going to be on?
Loads of you. I'm Ellie Mae O'Hagan. I work for the Good Law Project. I sometimes write for The Guardian. If you don't know who I am, don't worry about it. It's not important. I just wanted to start by acknowledging the thousands and thousands of people who've made today possible, including the hundreds of people who have put so much into organizing this. This was a lot of people coming together, and I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you so much for creating this amazing space for us today. We know there's a problem, and we have the answers. And today it's time for action. And I am not here to say that change is possible. I am here to say that change is coming, change is here, this is the change. We have already seen a Prime Minister who ran off to COP because he knew that he couldn't get away with not going because of the pressure that we have created. We have already seen Liz Truss brought down by a fracking vote because we know how toxic fracking how toxic fracking is as an issue now, and that's because of the people here today. We will only get louder, our movement will only grow, and we will keep getting louder and bigger and stronger until we are impossible to ignore, until our demands are met, until the change we need happens to build a world that's better for us today, for our children, for our grandchildren. And I believe that we can all do this together. Solidarity. And I'm done. I'm keeping it short.
So, you know, like a lot of you, I've got kids, and my kids are really worried about climate change. They're worried about what the future holds. They're worried about, you know, whether they're going to have a future. And I've also got, you know, friends and colleagues who are younger than I am, and they're worried too, and they're worried about whether or not it's right to bring children into the world. That's a really profound fear, and it's justified on the scientific evidence as well. And our politicians should be responding to this, right? Because public opposition to continuing new fossil fuel projects is really strong, but they're not responding to it. And they're not responding to it because they're much too much in the pockets of big oil. You look at who the advisors to Downing Street are, they're all of this 55 Tufton Street lot. They're making huge donations to the Conservative Party. They're advisors to Rishi Sunak, to Downing Street, to Jeremy Hunt. And it's really grim. Democracy is not functioning. It's not functioning for the people. And that's why I'm calling on all of you who care about climate change to join this protest in Parliament Square this weekend, the big one. This is how we have to make it happen. We have to tell politicians in a language that they understand, enough already.
Sure, a lot of you have read his articles from The Guardian. Now, I'm going to find out, what is it like as a journalist and a
In fossil-free London, we get together, we want to shut down Shell, we want to resist Equinor, we want to protest the banks that are knowingly funding the fossil fuels that are sending us up shit creek without a paddle. And if you agree that that needs to stop, and you know that the enemy is not yourself or your mum or your friend, but instead the oil companies, the 70 companies, the 100 companies that have caused 70% of global emissions, then you should join us. You don't need any particular skills. So many people who join the group have never done activism before. We join together, we help one another. If you can organise a party, you can organise a protest. So join Fossil Free London and please get involved. Fossil free, you say London, fossil free, fossil free. When I say fossil free, you say London, fossil free, fossil free. When I say shut down, you say Shell, shut down, shut down. When I say shut down, you say Shell, shut down, shut down. When I say oil, you say shut down oil.
at this point, I think I'm just
Straight into someone's camera.
Right, we have another great interviewee lined up. Valeria, you used to be a member of Scientists for Exile, or you still are, and you came from Germany to be here with the youngest activist in the whole of London, I believe. So,
maybe.
how are you feeling about this weekend?
Well, I think it was a good motivation to be here, a very good motivation, because, I mean, I left 2 years ago, and now things are even more urgent than they were 2 years ago, so there's even, I don't know, I think it's really important to me to be here, and it's not an excuse to have a kid, and like we should do it anyway. I feel now, I think about her future, and I think about 2030 she would be 8 years old, and now 2050 she would be 28 years old. And I think what my life was when I was 20 years old, and then what her life could be, and that really scares me. So whatever I can do to make the future more livable for her and for everyone, I think it's important. I mean, we need to do things now, because now we look around and everything is really, really, really bad. I mean, I come from Italy. Last year there was a massive drought. This year as well, there are like cities now where the water is rationed already. So yeah, I'm thinking about the future, but actually it's the present as well. So yeah, I think that's why I'm here, and that's.
And another quick question about any potential mothers or people thinking about mothers on the live stream. Is there any resources that you think you would direct them to help them through the journey that they're going through at the moment?
Oh, good question. I don't know. It takes a lot on your mental health, I would say, because obviously it's a big joy to have a kid. But at the same time, you feel a lot of responsibility. I would say just like what I think is try to raise your child with the best values that you can. I just tell them how important is the planet we are living, and try to raise them the more sustainable you can, and I think that's it.
And also exile families, right?
True. Yeah. I mean, I guess being part of a community is really, really important, and that's really helps you because you feel you're not alone.
Absolutely. I think that's perfect. Thank you very much, Valeria.
This is the main entrance to the MOD, and we're picketing this side and the other side and asking them why they're still supporting NATO, which is causing lots of wars and making the possibility of war with China and Russia more and more possible, why they've still got nuclear weapons when we can't use them. And we are trying to talk to all of the people that are going in and out. We're finding actually that when they come out, they're more willing to actually start talking to us. And I just spoke to a man in there who said he kind of agreed that nuclear weapons weren't a good idea, really. They might be used.
Hi, we are here at the Ministry of Justice, just at the end as this People's Picket is starting to break up, and I'm with one of the organisers. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what your role is here?
Yes, my name's Lottie, and I'm part of Extinction Rebellion Waltham Forest, who organise this picket here today.
That's great. So why did you come to the Ministry of Justice?
We thought it was really important that we came to this particular ministry because there's been so much controversy recently about the way that that activists have been treated by the legal system, like a lot of silencing of people, a lot of people not being able to speak to why they took action when they've been on trial. So we thought it was really important to actually create a platform in this place that, and we heard lots of voices from people who have spent time in prison. We also had people reading out speeches from people who are currently in prison, and we also had some recordings from Marcus, who is currently in Chelmsford prison. So there's kind of that aspect of giving a platform to these people who have done so much for the climate movement. And then the other part of it is like thinking about all the people that work inside this building and people who work in the justice system. They're used to dealing with us as defendants or as prisoners or so on, and we really wanted an opportunity to show them who we are and what we're about and why we do these actions, and like really relate to them as human beings and show that actually, you know, we're all here as all compassionate people, and we all care about justice. We care about justice just as much as they do. So that's why we thought it was important to be here today.
Well, it sounds like a really, really important action, and really kind of standing up for the activists who have put themselves on the line to make the point. And I quite like the banner behind you, prosecute polluters, not protesters. Absolutely. It really says something about the priorities of this government, doesn't it?
It does indeed. In fact, one of our speakers, Jonathan Fuller, spoke to this in detail, and I'm sure like probably anyone watching this live stream might know his work. It's like very active, and his entire speech was about how they've been putting together a dossier and trying to get the police to prosecute polluters. And if you're not familiar with Jonathan Fuller's work, I'd say look him up, because he really speaks to this incredibly well.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know that you're all going to join into other big things happening at the big one. So, but it's really great to see the wonderful work being done here at the Ministry of Justice, and we'll be joining some other streams now. Thank you.
So we're here for the big one, and there's pickets at all these different departments, and we're at the MOD. And you're here, I think, to talk about the links between nuclear power and nuclear weapons, are you?
Yes, yes. We're here as part of Japanese Against Nuclear, and we have been demonstrating outside the Japanese embassy and the headquarters of a Tokyo Electric Power Company, which manages Fukushima Daiichi plant, because since the disaster in 2011, there have been continuing efforts to clean up, and it's still going ahead. And we are here in solidarity with the members of a Japanese people who are demonstrating weekly as well in Japan, to say that this has had a catastrophic effect long term on their social and financial lives and their communities, and it isn't solved yet. And so that's why we appear and we do a bulletin year on year to update people, because the media have moved on from what these effects are. But the problem is that any form of nuclear disaster has such long-reaching consequences. And now that they have run out of space on land to store the water, which they're having to pour into the reactors on a daily basis in order to keep them cool enough, the damaged reactors, they have run out of storage space for the irradiated water that they take out again. They then have devised a pipeline which is going to run it into the sea, the Pacific Ocean, because there's no more storage space left on the land that they have. And that is going to have catastrophic effects on marine life across the Pacific Ocean. There are no boundaries, no police tapes in the oceans. Marine life will suffer.
And of course you're also making the links between nuclear power and nuclear weapons. Yes. And I heard that when they were releasing some of the 30-year-old kind of cabinet decisions, they in this ring of fire where there's so many problems, they wouldn't have had nuclear power stations if they hadn't wanted to go for nuclear weapons. Is that true?
The cabinet papers, which were from the 50s, showed there was a very strong push from the American ex-occupation to start on nuclear power. And there were cabinet ministers, Japanese cabinet ministers, who said, and it's noted, that it will be very easy to convert into nuclear weapons if that time ever came. If this had leaked into the Japanese general public, there would have been an outcry. And there was an outcry when these cabinet papers were disclosed, because there is still a very strong reaction against nuclear. And people do realize that the consequences, whether you're blown up by a nuclear weapon or you're affected by nuclear contamination from a nuclear power disaster, you suffer long-term and generationally. So,
thanks. So we go on with the picket.
Yes,
and
yes.
Making the links with all the other departments, because there are so many links, and militarisation is affecting every single department. I've just been to the Home Office, and of course the militarisation of our borders is a really major problem. And so, you know, the military are gaining from selling loads and loads of surveillance equipment and stuff to stop the refugees from claiming asylum and all the rest of it, and breaking international law. So the UK is breaking so many international laws. It is actually a criminal nation, an outlaw nation, and people aren't getting that message through the ordinary media. So this is one of the reasons why we're here.
We're here at the Department of Business and Trade, and I've just stopped by to see that there's a few talks going on about fashion. And I wonder if you could tell us a bit more about what the problems are with fashion and what we can do about trying to make a positive change.
Thank you. My name is Tyrone Scott, and I'm here from War on Want, and I'm also a representative of the Rana Plaza Solidarity Collective. And this is an event here today to speak about the unsustainable nature of the fashion industry. And many of the speakers here today focused on the ecological and climate impact, which is huge, and is going to be something that continues to grow if the fashion industry grows in this way it is at the moment. One thing I was looking to highlight today was the human cost that also comes through unsustainable fashion. You know, the never epitomised more so than 10 years ago this Monday, when the Rana Plaza building collapsed in Bangladesh, killing 1,138 workers and injuring at least 2,500 more who were trapped under the rubble. Now, this disaster was entirely preventable. Workers had long complained about the state of this factory, yet brands such as Primark had advised that this was a safe building just in the weeks leading up to this disaster, as many other fashion brands sought the profit over the protections for people and also for planet. So one of the things we're here today is to highlight that cost is not just ecological and climate cost, which it massively is, but as we know in this fight for climate justice, it's an intersectional fight for climate justice, worker justice, racial justice and gender justice. The majority of those who perished in the Rana Plaza disaster were women, and there were women of colour too, and that's often because they're seen at the bottom of the order, you know, and that's absolutely what needs to change. So we're here today to highlight the plight of those who lost their lives, commemorate those who lost their lives, and we'll be taking even more actions this Sunday on the Cost of Fashion Oxford Street Walking Tour, taking place at 12:30 in Soho Square Gardens, as we visit around 9 of these brands, take the message straight to them. Some of these brands have failed to sign any accords to make changes, and some have signed the accords but aren't making the changes that are needed. So we're here to make sure that these garment workers are not forgetting, and we demand justice.
Thank you very much. That's so interesting. And one more question is that people watching this, I mean, might get a bit of disaster fatigue, right? We've been going on through all these problems all the time. And what would you suggest to someone watching this on the live stream about something that they can do more than joining the group, as you say, but in terms of the high street, would it be better for them to buy, say, second-hand clothes?
Yeah, always better to buy second-hand clothes where you can, always better to repair your clothes where you can, reuse your clothes where you can, and obviously second-hand clothes will always be best. But it's very difficult as well sometimes to always put everything on the consumer, as much as consumer habits make a big difference. It could be many reasons, whether it's the cost, whether it's the ease of the fashion that's available to us, and sometimes I try and avoid maybe putting the blame on the consumers, but while us as consumers we can still make smart choices, the change will have to come from those billionaires in control who own these corporations and the governments that allow these mass incidents to happen at the cost of people and planet. So definitely shop wise, but also demand better from your governments, whether you're watching this in the UK or around the world.
Great, thank you so much. Cheers.
This is so exciting. I just am just so energized by the atmosphere here today. It is incredible to see how many people have shown up, who've unified all these different groups, such a diverse range of people, all here for the common good of protecting our home.
I've just had the most exciting couple of hours outside the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, where we managed to pull up to, I think, like nearly 20 athletes, some very high-profile figures that came along for their very first time at a protest. And they all said the experience was fantastic, really energizing, really inspirational. And yeah, they're looking forward to growing the movement and making this a much bigger thing. We had this very exciting trial run of running an Imaginarium. So we're really trying to look at what is next. How do we work our way through this situation that we face ourselves in? And so we were really calling on people to get their creative juices flowing and think about how sport and culture could help the media to promote the changes we need to make so that people want to make them. And the outcomes were really cool. It was really exciting. One of them was for the media to flip the narrative of people trying to aim towards being part of that 1%. You know, that's the goal, isn't it, in life, to be really rich and to have all the cars and the big house. And then we need to flip that on its side and say, no, actually living sustainably, living within our means, treading lightly on the planet. That's what should be really aimed for and admired and honoured. So I'm in Parliament Square right now. There's a lot going on. The aviation march has just gone that way. Another march went that way. And there's all these stalls set up here that I'm going to take you along to have a look at. But first of all, we're just going to come and interview a couple of the ladies that have come down here today. Their banner says, yeah, Unite to Survive. What is your name?
Janet Neal.
Hi, Janet. Hi. What brings you down here?
Well, clearly my daughter, who's a member of XR, but also realising that how important an issue it is for my grandchildren, my little great-granddaughter, and everybody else's children.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming down here. It's so painful, isn't it, when you really realise what's happening. And
impressive to see so many people supporting the cause or taking an interest in it. Yes, just need to get the powers that be doing the same, don't you?
We do. I think everybody needs to connect with it emotionally, to really feel it, to then go, okay, I want to do something about this, and what am I going to do? And just coming here today is such a powerful move as people. That's probably the strongest thing that we can do as people, is unite together like this.
I've never been on a protest before. I'm 84 years old.
Are you enjoying the experience so far?
I'm absolutely amazed at the enthusiasm for people and enthusiasm by people for the cause. It's just amazing. All ages, lots of mums with little babies. And
so what would you say to people watching this if they're wondering if they should come down or not?
Come down, definitely come down. Yeah, give your support.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, there's we've got a team on the ground here of grief counsellors, of people that will just listen and hear. People being able to speak about the problem, it can really help to pass through the feelings of grief and get into the stage where you feel ready to take action. And just being here is a really strong action to take. So the first stall we're getting at, I think this is Extinction Rebellion, who actually have hosted the big one. They are the host of this event. Everybody else that's come here is supporting it. And it feels so good. I have been involved with Extinction Rebellion for a long time, and it feels so good to see people unifying with us in this climate movement, and realizing that all along we were right. We weren't extremists, we weren't exaggerists. We were just speaking the science, communicating the science, and acting appropriately to the threat that we face. So on this stall, we've got lots of information flyers, citizens' assemblies. This is part of, this is the citizens' assemblies is the second demand of this whole event, is for the government to implement an emergency citizens' assemblies, get the people to decide how we get out of this mess. We already know, don't we? Like, if people are empowered and they're given the right information, they're not going to decide for war, for climate chaos, or for the cost of living crisis. So we already know that if we used this tool that's historically proven to be so effective, then we'd get far better outcomes than we're getting at the moment politically. So what I picked up here, is a leaflet, very pink, very XR coloured, Tell the Truth on the Little Boat. And there are 10,000 of these that are to be folded up origami style into boats. And they're going to be delivered to the Home Office with messages for migrant justice. Like, we're guilty of a lot of the cause of this climate crisis. And these people who are trying to escape, trying to find a safe place to live, we need to have compassion and we need to help them to readjust into their new lives here. It's the least that we can do after what we've done. So the next up, we've got books here. Climate books. There's a lot of climate books out there. If you are an avid reader, I could give you a big list of books. My top 3 would be, for the science, is the book compiled by Greta Thunberg. It's actually very thick. It's like this. And it's called The Climate Crisis. And it's got the climate crisis stripes, those going from blue to red stripes that's been so symbolic of the climate movement. For feel good and for things that we can do, Peter Kalmus, the NASA climate scientist, wrote a book, Be the Change You Want to See in the World and Spark a Climate Revolution. I highly recommend that one. And my third would be Rob Hopkins from Transition Towns, From What Is to What If. And the power of just doing stuff. Like, we need to use our creative imaginations now to work our way to find the solutions of how to act and how to change this crisis. So here we go. Our Just Stop Oil stand here. I wonder if anyone from Just Stop Oil would speak to the Big One TV.
Big One TV?
Yeah.
How are you
Hello.
doing?
Good.
Thanks for coming.
So what brings you down here?
Well, we're here to support our friends in Extinction Rebellion. There's about 100 organisations here today. We're here doing outreach because we're going to be doing slow marches from Monday every day for 2 months right here in London. So we're just here to help support everybody else and show solidarity for the cause against climate change.
So I was actually at a few of the Just Stop Oil actions in the beginning of April last year. I've held a Just Stop Oil banner at various other events and things. I wonder if you could tell us about the movement.
Yeah, of course. Well, Just Stop Oil as an organisation formed to protest against 130 new fossil fuel licences that this government and previous governments...
It's 134 now.
134, yeah. Ludicrous amount. That's obviously dragging us in the wrong direction. We need to be looking at using the 8 to 10 years of reserves that we've got while we transition to renewable energy. So that's our core demand. We have secondary demands such as insulation of British homes paid for by the government, and also the nationalisation of public transport for clean green energy. So there are our main demands. We're getting a lot of support here today. As you mentioned, we've had a few more prominent actions recently. So that's helped to bring people out, but everyone's been really supportive. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, the direct actions that you've been taking certainly do spark the media's interest and get the message communicated. And when people actually read what the demands are, they're very reasonable.
They are, and that's the idea, is to make demands that are so reasonable that the government don't deny us these demands. And when you look at it, it just makes absolute moral, economic and logical sense to cancel these new licences, absolutely.
Yeah, it does. So how do people get involved with Just Stop Oil?
Beg your pardon?
How do people get involved?
How do people get involved? Well, you can come down right here to our stall. You can sign up with us. You can go to juststopoil.org. We've got a sign-up sheet there for the slow marches. If you can't come down, there's plenty of other ways that you can get involved. We've got remote roles that you can find about on the website. If you'd like to make a donation, we're suggesting that people donate 1 hour's wage every month. So whatever you earn in a month, whatever you earn in an hour, donate that every month. And that goes a great way to help and support the cause. Got a lot of people down here. It helps with travel accommodation, food, things like that. We are publicly funded. We're not a massive NGO who have lots of money. So any support would be really appreciated, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the sacrifices that you make. Like, you are really on the front line of this climate crisis fight for our lives. And huge respect for everybody that actually is willing to sacrifice their liberties, their freedoms, to go to prison for this. It means that much that you're willing to risk relationships and jobs. And
absolutely.
But this is the most important issue of our time.
It is. Previous generations have faced similar struggles. We're looking to protect the rights that have been previously hard won and hard fought for, such as process rights. And you're doing a great job as well, you know, in the media, helping to spread that message out. So I'd like to offer my thanks to you as well.
Okay, well, we're going to cut to Just Stop Oil now.
The politicians have been bought. They will not save us.
By licensing new fossil fuels, they are actively planning the death of hundreds of millions of people.
So what are we going to do about it? What can we do today that gives us a better chance of success tomorrow?
History has shown time and time again that sustained, disruptive, non-violent civil resistance is the most effective tool normal people have to force the change we desperately need.
To achieve significant social change, we have to do something that cannot be ignored.
It's time to get real. We are not going to win this in a weekend. We have to keep coming back day after day after day until we win.
Thousands of people are signing up to do the right thing, to slow march from now to the end of this outrage. Sign up at juststopoil.org or with the people in orange vests here today.
Just
stop oil.
It's powerful stuff, isn't it? And if you are moved to do something, anything to help in this fight for climate justice, then please, the next 3 days, well, today we're here till at least 6 o'clock, come on down. But the next 3 days, on Saturday, tomorrow, we've got Earth Day and we've got a biodiversity march. On Sunday, it's the London Marathon. We're going to be doing lots of outreach, speaking to people. There's going to be trainings, information. Come down, find out more. And on Monday, it's the sort of big what next. We're going to showcase the citizens' assemblies in action, participatory democracy, including everybody, hearing everybody's voice equally in deciding how do we move forward from this point? How do we build on this tremendous movement that we've created of movements and make it even bigger? Hopefully, our government is actually going to answer us by 5 o'clock on Monday and say that they will end fossil fuel licenses. So, Etienne, how has your experience been so far here today? You've been really busy.
Yeah, hello everybody. Thank you for watching on the internet. And yeah, I'm super stoked to be here. It's been kind of wild. I've been at the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, and it's been cool. We've had a Champions for Earth gathering. I've got my, there we go, my Olympic tracksuit on underneath. There we go.
Yeah,
it's the
Etienne.
first time. It's the first time I've worn it at an environmental protest, and this is, I think, a good example actually of many people feeling empowered to come out for the first time. There's thousands of people here who've never done a protest before, who are like, actually, this is my time to stand up and get involved. So, yeah, I'm super happy to see everybody. And yeah, are we going to go live streaming?
Well, I'm waiting for the lady behind because she is from this organisation, the Viva, and hoping to speak to her about animal rights and things, but she's having an interview at the moment. And so, brilliant. Hello. Hi.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hello to
So,
see you.
where do you come from? What brings you here?
Well, I was in Amsterdam day before yesterday, and I took a coach down because I live in Exeter. So I wanted to be here. I wanted to be at this protest, but needed to be in Amsterdam, see my friend, and to write an essay specifically. And this is just something I didn't really want to miss. So I've been here since I think like 9:30 or something. I'm a little bit tired now, but it's been like a really great atmosphere. You know, there's been a couple of dances, and you know, the protest songs are just really, really uplifting. And I think in a time where we're all just really concerned with the situation, obviously, but I think it's really important to stay hopeful. And I think that places like this and times like these are exactly the sort of things where you can actually achieve that. So I would encourage anyone who's watching to come along to events like these, to protests like these, because it's really, really uplifting. And yeah, it's a really important experience, and we have to get involved because, I mean, it's a crisis for a reason, right? Yeah.
You've said that so well. I think anybody would be sold listening to this. Thank you.
Yeah,
where are you off to next?
Well, I've been at the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. Then we were at the Department for Rural Affairs and the Department of Education. I'm not sure where we're going to go next because I'm currently slightly freelancing, going between a couple of different groups, between like Just Stop Oil and XR Exeter and Animal Rebellion as well. But we'll see where we go next. I think Department of Sport sounds good. Whoever you would.
Oh, we've just done that part though. What are the key takeaways you've picked up so far on the talks that you've heard?
I think what's really important, and I think what's really eye-opening here, is that I consider myself a fairly educated person for at least for my age. I'm 20 and I'm a student, right? I consider myself a fairly well-educated person on this, but I found that there's so many causes here. I think it really reflects how much of like a diverse issue climate change is, and how multifaceted it is, and how many actual issues we can solve by addressing climate change. But at the same time, it requires like a coordinated response. It requires a complete upheaval of the way we treat energy right now, a complete upheaval of the way we use the housing market, a complete upheaval of animal rights and plastic use, and so many other things I can't even name right now, right? It's so multifaceted, and we see all of these different groups who have all come together, united on this single issue. So I think that I've been educated more and more on like issues that I considered that I was less involved in, that I find really important. For example, I was talking to someone who was in a group that was concerned with with water, with clean water, and I discovered that basically all beaches in the United Kingdom are and oftentimes considered completely unswimmable because of the amount of sewage that's dumped there. And I live down in Exeter, so our beach, I'm pretty sure it's the Exmouth beach. It's one of the worst ones in the UK. And I wasn't so aware of that, so that's given me a little bit of perspective. So I think that like it's really great to see so many different groups with so many aims, but that all work towards the same issue. And I think that the solidarity shown here has been really, really amazing. Yeah, I think that would have to be it, probably. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you for sharing what you've learned and your experience and how uplifting you found it.
Of course.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of the time.
Thank you. And thanks so much.
You're welcome. Viva!
Hello!
Hi, what's your name and tell us about Viva?
Fantastic. So I'm Jasmine. So I work for Viva. We're the UK's leading vegan campaigning charity. So my specific role is I am the environment campaigner. So perfect today. So we kind of go over a whole range of things. We focus on animal rights. We focus on kind of support, how to get people to be vegan. And one of our key elements is focusing on the planet and environment, and how looking at what we eat can basically make a huge difference to the climate crisis, ecological crisis, water use, any environmental problem. Actually, meat, fish, eggs and dairy is kind of at the heart of it.
I spent 2 weeks on the streets of London here alongside Animal Rebellion in October 2019, and that was where I was like, okay, I've really got to do this.
A lot of people aren't aware of the environmental impact of kind of what we eat. And I think a lot of times you can feel like, oh no, what do I do in the place of the world? Like we've got polluting industries, we've got, I don't know, prime ministers flying in private jets everywhere. But actually, what we eat is the biggest thing we can do as an individual. So for instance, climate, so greenhouse gas emissions from meat, fish, eggs and dairy is responsible for 1/5 of all greenhouse gas emissions across the world. So that is more than the transport industry combined. And it's like the leading cause of wildlife loss. So just looking at by switching what we eat, we can make that positive difference. In fact, if everyone went vegan, land use would reduce by 77% globally. And we're talking about nature-based solutions. How do we combat the climate crisis? Obviously, we need to reduce significantly and urgently, as the IPCC keeps telling us, our greenhouse gas emissions. We also need to have nature-based solutions. We need to free up that land to do that, grow trees, but we can't do it when so much of our land is dedicated to animal agriculture.
Yeah, that's a real common misperception. Lots of people that I've spoken to about changing their diet and eating more plant-based, they say, oh no, but that would take up more land. But actually animals need more crops than us, and they take up a lot more space than growing crops.
I hear this all the time, and it's kind of a myth that's out there that the meat and dairy industry don't want you to know the actual truth about So 83% of global farmland is dedicated to animal agriculture. That is mainly due to grazing land and to crops. So, for instance, soy, I'm sure you hear a lot of times that tofu is really bad for the environment. 77% of soy crops that are grown, a lot of times in places like the Amazon, they are fed to farmed animals. And it's not just dairy, people see it's cattle, everyone talks about red beef. Those soy crops tend to be fed to chicken, they tend to be fed to fish, and they tend to be fed to pigs. So it's all elements of animal products which can have an impact on the environment, and obviously the animals themselves being sentient beings. So at Vivo, we're really passionate about raising awareness of this, trying to help people understand this, because we weren't all vegan once, so we want to help people find their way there to have a better impact on the planet, on the animals, and themselves.
As an athlete, I was definitely not a vegan because when I was an athlete, we were told we had to eat a lot of meat for protein. But, you know, plants actually provide a hell of a lot of protein, don't they?
Yeah, protein is a really common one, but actually when you look at the percentage of protein that you get from meat, it's not huge. I can't think of it completely. It's around about 30% of our protein intake comes from the meat that we eat. So you can get it in plants. We've mentioned soy and tofu, that's a huge one. A lot of pulses, a lot of beans. You can easily meet your needs and still exercise on a high level. I won't say I'm an athlete myself, but I know a lot of vegan athletes who survive just fine on a plant-based diet.
Well, we've been doing a lot of imagining, you know, how do we get people to want the solutions that we need? And one of my thoughts with diet is that we need a whole sort of re-education, like community cooking classes, because I've done this transition learning how to cook vegetables and make them tasty. I wasn't that keen on them, or you know, growing up, but I now absolutely love everything I eat because it's so delicious and tasty.
Yeah, I find that before I was vegan, I had a much more restricted diet. Now that I've become vegan, I have learned so many different more recipes, ways of cooking. So my kind of world has expanded in a positive way, and I love it. But I remember before I went vegan, I was like, oh, what would I eat? So we do need that kind of effort into educating people, empowering people through their diet. So Viva is trying to play one side of that coin. We've got a lot of kind of recipe support, like first steps, we've got a lot of guides. So we've got a vegan recipe club. I use it so much still. But we also need the government to actually step in and support these transitions. Nowhere do you see in like the IPCC reports, they don't really talk about it in the government's net zero strategies. Do you see them talking about dietary change and supported dietary change, whether that's for the farmers who are currently using farmed animals, or how to actually support people in learning how to change their diet? Because meat and dairy has been the norm for a fair few years, but we don't want that, and it can't continue being the norm. We need to move to plant-based diets if we're having any hopes to combat the climate crisis.
No, that's absolutely true. There was a government report that almost came out. There was like a leaked report of it where they were going to say we had to cut back, and then they retracted it.
They did retract it, and you see that in the IPCC 6 assessment. I think that it basically was lobbied out. It originally said, so it currently says sustainable diet supports, but it doesn't say what sustainable diets is, and people interpret that differently. It did originally talk more about plant-based diets, but it got lobbied out by the meat companies. If you look at, like, for instance, our promises for the Paris Climate Agreement, it only mentions in 2 countries across the world does it mention diet change. UK doesn't mention at all, surprise, surprise. But we don't want that to be the case. We want governments to start supporting that change and supporting people to make those differences.
And it's such a positive one. Like, it can really connect people around food. It's, you know, come round to my house for a dinner. So I'm always inviting people to come and obviously always catering for them fully vegan. And they're like, this is actually really nice. Well, adopt this. Yes. And all the different plant-based milks too. Like, try them because they're all quite different, and find the one that you really like.
That's what I say to people. Like, people got this misconception that vegan food doesn't taste nice, but most food that you eat is actually vegan. So if you eat lentils, you eat bananas, it's vegan, and they can be so tasty. It's just learning how you cook it. And if you have a favorite dish, if it's, I don't know, bolognese, you can keep that favorite dish. You just switch it in for that plant-based alternative. And there is a huge community around vegan food, and it's such a positive one. So yeah, I would just recommend people to try it. Get out there, try a bit, learn what you like, learn what you don't like. And it's a journey. Like, it's a journey of exploration. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's not something that necessarily has to happen overnight. I did it as a transition, and yeah, did it slowly. I had to learn. Initially, I was just like, well, what can I eat then?
And then now, yeah, it's second nature. I don't even. Sometimes I forget that people aren't. There we go.
Well, we work in a vegan office, so I'm surrounded by a lot of vegans, but I'm also surrounded by a lot of people who aren't vegan in my life, and it's through conversations, through cooking meals, that people have started being like, oh, this is nice. And we have very open conversations, and it's like almost a nudging effect that there is positive impact they can have. So yeah.
Yeah, it's super positive. Thank you so much for imparting all that fantastic information, and keep up the great work you're doing. Good cause. Thank you so much. Okay, who have we got? Oh, you're going to do an interview?
Okay, great. Hello. We're in Parliament Square. The atmosphere is epic. I did not expect this many people here, and it's amazing. A few years ago when I saw and I came along to the 2019 rebellion over the pandemic, I just kind of lost a bit of faith, I guess, in the climate movement. But this is honestly like incredible. The sun is coming out. People are coming out. They're coming out for climate justice. They're coming out to unite to survive. And I've just bumped into the amazing Sasha from Stop ECOP. And I want you to tell me, introduce yourself and what is ECOP?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Sasha. I'm a climate activist based in London, and I'm fighting against the ECOP. So the ECOP, it's the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. It's a project of the French company Total Energy, which is like the French Shell, basically. And if built, it would be the longest heated oil pipeline in the world, going through Uganda and Tanzania. It's like displacing more than 100,000 people there, but also threatening local biodiversity. It's a carbon bomb which would emit 34 million tons of carbon each year. And this is just an example of like neocolonialism and having new fossil fuels projects which are destroying people's life in East Africa, but also tipping the world even closer to climate catastrophe.
No, thank you for telling us that. I mean, I'm part of Stop Rosebank, which is also similarly trying to stop a new oil field, which the UK government want to start, which would produce as much emissions as 28 of the lowest income countries. So, yeah, I guess like similar kind of fights. What's it been like so far for you here at the big one?
Well, it's great to see so many people gathering for like climate justice and uniting like this. And I mean, it's also very important for us to raise awareness on this specific project, the ECOP, because at first it might seem very far away. It's in Uganda, Tanzania. It's a French company. Like, what does it have to do with the UK? But some of the main key players are based in the UK, in London. Here we're targeting the insurance companies, Lloyd's of London, and all the insurance companies within Lloyd's of London. They might make this pipeline possible by insuring this carbon bomb. There are also the banks, especially Standard Chartered, which is based in the UK, as well as the insurance broker, Marsh McLennan. So in the global north, we have a responsibility in solidarity with frontline communities, which are being repressed in Uganda and in Tanzania, to target and put pressure on these financial actors, which might allow this carbon bomb. And it's actually working because we've had some great wins. And just a couple of weeks ago, we've learned that the project was being delayed because they don't have any insurance and they don't have the funds for the pipeline. More than 23 insurance companies refuse to insure the project. So the pressure on them is working. And it's something that we can do and we should do in the global north in support and solidarity.
Yeah, no, 100%. That global perspective is so important. You said something there, carbon bombs. Now, I know what that is, you know what that is, but people at home might not know what a carbon bomb is. Could you maybe just like explain that to us?
Yeah, sure. It's just the fact that this is a new fossil fuel project, and just by building this new pipeline, so I said it would emit up to 34 million tons of carbon each year, which is much more than what Uganda and Tanzania are emitting. And it's just like condemning our possibility to live under the 1.5 degrees of global warming. And obviously, you know, Uganda is one of the countries the most affected by the climate crisis. So that's one will be the first affected by the consequences of this carbon bomb.
No, thank you so much for explaining. So how could people at home and here help out with the Stop ECOP campaign? Are there any digital actions or things we can get involved with?
Yeah, sure. So there are many ways to take actions in London, but also in many cities. You can join the in-person actions. Just like head to our Insta page, which is called Let's Stop It Up UK. If you're based in the UK, we have the links in our bio for our next action in May. So that's the in-person actions, but there are also many different online actions you can take. And one very easy way to do it is downloading an app which is called Regroup, and it's just been launched. And the idea is to support frontline communities and campaigns against fossil fuels projects by taking a very easy digital action each day. So it can be as easy as sending a pre-written automatic email to all the employees of a specific insurance companies. We've just done this last week. We did an in-person action in front of offices of an insurance company we're targeting. And then the following day, hundreds of people on Regroup did just click on a button, and it sent hundreds of emails to these employees. So it puts even more pressure on them. So yeah, that's a very easy way to stand in solidarity with the Stop It Up campaign and take very easy action. It's called Regroup, and it's like REGIROOP. Yeah, Regroup. Difficult to spell, but Regroup.
Amazing. So yeah, definitely go check out Stop ECOP online and take those actions. It's so important. Is there anything else you want to say to people at home who are maybe like a bit afraid or like nervous about getting involved with climate action?
Yeah, I mean, I was struggling a lot with eco-anxiety, and obviously I'm sure I'm not the only one. And it just feels so good to unite with people and also realize that, I mean, we can have a real impact. For instance, like with the Stop It Up campaign, we have such a strong impact on like one of the worst projects for East Africa, and it just feels very empowering to like take action and do as much as we can. So yeah, I do encourage people to join us.
Amazing. Some really amazing stories there, success stories from people mobilising together. So yeah, live from Parliament Square and get involved.
So as part of this amazing big one here, where everyone has come together, I'm here on Horseferry Street. We're following the aviation march, but we've just paused for a moment to look at the amazing Red Rebels who really, I think, stir our hearts at what this is all about. And it's the kind of protest that speaks to the heart, speaks directly inside of us, as opposed to some of the loud and noisy things. So follow the live stream. So this is a really great time to share this live stream with your friends and family. We want to break out of the protest bubble and get lots and lots of people watching and connecting with the big one. We have so many different groups here, so many different ways of making this crucial demand known. Because our crucial demand, as we know, is to end the fossil fuel era. We must do that. We must do it now. There is no more time to delay. So share this with everyone. Have them understand that our future, even today, people are dying because of the climate emergency. We must act now. We must end fossil fuels, and we need a citizens' assembly to find the way to do this in a just and fair way for the future of humanity and for the future of all life on Earth. Join us.
Hi, my name is Álvaro Restrepo from Colombia, South America. My country is one of the most dangerous for defenders of Mother Earth. Many of them are constantly threatened and killed by transnational companies and governments for defending their rights to land, water, and a dignified life. The current global economic and political model promote the looting and destruction of numerous cultures and ecosystems. We must understand that we are part of the fabric of life. We are not alone. We are the joyful rebellion in action, united in diversity.
My name name's Jenny Jones. I'm a member of the Green Party sitting in the House of Lords. And yes, I know it's not democratic and I don't like it either, but when you have so few opportunities to make your voice heard, you accept whatever you can take. So, now I've been given a fantastic briefing, which of course I've left behind. And so I would just like to say a couple of things. First, if we are going to actually not wipe ourselves and the whole of our ecosystems out, the planet will be all right, the planet will survive. But all the ecosphere that we rely on for life, we will take that with us when we go. And so we must stop burning fossil fuels. It's the single most important thing that we can do for ourselves, our kids and the planet. Stop using fossil fuels. And that leads on to all sorts of things. We should not be building new roads. We should not be building HS2. It's billions into a waste bucket when we need billions for the NHS and for all these other things that we rely on so much. And of course, we really have to think about managing our cities, our towns, our villages, so that we don't need to travel as much. Travel, yes, if it's you know, fairly environmentally friendly, but not when you're burning up airline aviation fuel and SUV diesel. It's one of the things I think that in my political life I have seen a change, because I was on the London Assembly with Ken Livingstone, and when he brought in the congestion charge, he also subsidised the buses. And in my life, it was the first time that I've ever seen a Conservative on the bus. Somebody in a... What'd you say, sweetie? I don't know what he's saying, but I don't think it's very friendly. But you know what? Get out of your van and come here and say that. Oh!
Taking them to the
I think he's going to park and come back. But anyway, listen, what you're doing today is incredibly important. The slogan is "Unite to Survive," isn't it? Unite to survive? Yeah, and that's absolutely what we all have to do. And whatever our background, whatever our ethnicity, whatever our circumstances, we have to help each other to do the right thing, and we have to tell other people what we're doing as well, so that they know then they can join us and they're not excluded. And last of all, please vote. And whereas I'd love to say vote green, what I'm going to say is it's more important to vote than it is... are you the man from the van? Okay, can I have the 3 strongest women around me, please?
Hey, that's for another day, mate. We're with you, Stonehenge, we're with you.
Okay, the guy in the van was not being rude, he was trying to contribute to the debate. Sorry about that. Thank you all so much for being here, and it's only because you're doing this that I can have a voice in the House of Lords. Because if you're not doing this, the government can say, people don't care, this isn't something anyone cares about. But because you're here in your thousands, it makes a difference at every level of government. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, it's live from Parliament Square. I'm Emma. I'm a 22-year-old climate justice activist, and I'm here at the big one in London with Extinction Rebellion and some other amazing organisations all coming together for climate justice. And I've bumped into some even more amazing people on the street who we want to talk to today. Do you want to introduce yourselves quickly and why you're here?
Yeah, sure. I'm Meg. I'm a psychologist. I'm here because we want the government to take action in reducing the consumption of fossil fuels and stopping investing in new fossil fuel projects.
And I'm Christine. I'm an NHS doctor working in anaesthetics and critical care. And I'm here because I want the government to take action, because the climate crisis is a health crisis. We're already seeing the effects in our patients. I've seen on a daily basis people don't know, and we need to create awareness around that. It's already impacting people's health very significantly.
No, thank you for that. I think it's really interesting that we are seeing this like huge diversity of groups. I think, you know, before maybe 2019, people thought Extinction Rebellion were a bit of like an offshoot, a bit of like a fringe movement. But I think now, like, this shows that, you know, climate change and the impact of fossil fuels is impacting like everyone on a daily basis. And like, you know, we see the effects, the extreme weather events on a daily basis, and we just need to keep on pushing for more. Could you maybe tell me like a little bit more about how, you know, climate change and, you know, fossil fuels is impacting like your patients and your work on a daily basis?
Sure. I guess I'm a psychologist, so one of the things that we notice is high levels of grief and distress around the kind of catastrophe that's unfolding before our eyes. And, you know, there is a reality to that. It's not as though we can challenge people's thoughts. That is actually what's happening. And I think there's a really big sense of betrayal, especially among young people, that we aren't taking action and we haven't taken action and it's not happening fast enough. And this is their future as well as our future, and we have a responsibility to them, future generations, and also people in other parts of the world that are already experiencing the very worst effects of the changes we're seeing. So yeah, it's very much a real and existing thing, climate grief.
Yeah, no, I mean, and especially as a young person, I felt that, like, you know, my problems are kind of like individualized and pathologized, but actually, like, my mental health is massively linked to climate change and like the inaction from this government. How about you? About like, you know, like the physical impacts maybe of climate change and everything?
Yeah, and one thing that's really close to my heart and not talked about much is the effect of air pollution. So air pollution, the main driver of that, the main cause of that is the burning of fossil fuels, as we know. But it causes such significant health impacts. We see up to 40,000 deaths a year in the UK just from air pollution alone. Across the world, every year, 7 million people die from air pollution. The official COVID death toll since 2020 was 6.8 million. So already air pollution is much more significant, and it causes so many things. I see people come in with acute asthma attacks. It causes childhood cancers, heart attacks, stroke, dementia. It's even proven to cause depression and anxiety in people. So there's so many numerous things that air pollution causes. And if the government take action to target air pollution, it helps people's health as well as help combat the climate crisis. So, and it's so important. I think all healthcare professionals are aware of this, and they come out and they push for change.
Yeah, that's a really strong message there. No new fossil fuels will help us and will help our health. Is this the first time you've kind of gone on a protest, taken action, or have you been involved with this movement for a longer time?
I've been involved for a longer time, like particularly over the last year. I would say I came to an event, I think it was last April, and was really sort of inspired by seeing other healthcare professionals so committed and giving so much of their time. And I think this is an important moment in the movement in terms of trying to really expand and reach out and get as many people as we can on board, because I guess we've got lots of evidence the government isn't going to do this without an awful lot of pressure, and I think that's what this event is about, isn't it?
I'm quite new to it. I joined XR in sort of the end of last year, and I mean, I could say it's just been such a positive thing to be part of such a movement of people so passionate, so caring, and pushing for change, which is, and I'm so glad I'm on board, and I encourage all other healthcare professionals to get on board with this.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. We're going to pass over now to, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. You're doing amazing work. We're now going to talk to another amazing activist who's come out today from Christian Aid. Did you want to introduce yourself quickly?
I'm Sue Ward. I'm from Portsmouth. We have a climate action group there of all the local churches. And I've been a member of Christian Aid longer than I can remember. And I find this issue so pressing, so worrying, that sometimes I find it really makes me want to despair. And I really need to belong to something like this, where you get encouragement and hope and sometimes even some good news about things. But this is serious stuff. And whereas we used to talk an awful lot about livelihoods and food and all the rest of it, now we talk about climate crisis, because that's what's got to be done. It's those people that we serve, the global south, basically, the poorer countries of the world, and they're the ones that are being the worst hit by this crisis. So although I'm really bothered about all the evidences here and in the rest of Europe and America, the global south is the place that really counts, and that's where Christian Aid works, and that's why I support them.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. If you could maybe speak to the government about what the government could be doing right now, what would you say?
I would say stop supporting fossil fuel industry and saying you won't, and start spending the money on renewable energy. There's nothing else that they need to do. If they just got on with it, everything could change here. And they need also to persuade their international colleagues to do the same.
No, that's really, that's why we're here, right? We're calling on the government to stop all new fossil fuel projects, and also, the citizens' assemblies, which, people power will change things. Are you guided a lot by kind of like religion in the group? I mean, I'm quite new to this.
It is a church group. It is a bunch of Christians, and we want to advertise that fact because we believe that's what we're about. We're about caring about other people, and in the process of that, you've got to care for the planet. And it helps to have groups and bodies which say this loud and clear. It isn't always easy to persuade Christians to do these things. Sometimes you think you're a lone voice in the wilderness, but it really helps when you can see there are quite a few of these badges around. Not as many as there ought to be, but there are some. But very, very nice of you to ask me, and all the best with this. I hope it has a big effect. It's great.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. We're going to go and speak to someone else somewhere else with a different story. So thank you.
So what's your name?
It's Anne Hollinghurst, and I am Bishop of Aston. I'm also currently acting Bishop of Birmingham.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. So you've come down from Birmingham to be here today?
Yes, I have indeed. And in fact, we've got a bit of a crowd who've come with me from Birmingham who've been part of the peaceful protest here today.
That's amazing. And I was in the church earlier, and it was a sellout.
Yeah.
The doors were closed. They couldn't let anybody else in. So it obviously means a lot to the people of faith. Like the climate emergency?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I was part of the group in the gardens joining in the service because I couldn't get into the church. But I've never been happier not to be able to get into the church because there were so many turned up. I think even more than was anticipated and expected. So it's been very powerful, I think, for not just the various Christian climate organisations and charities, but for all the different Christian denominations to come together and do what we've done today. I think it's been a very important statement.
Amazing. And we were talking a little bit earlier, we were talking about the actual impacts of climate change, and people don't realise that we've got countries and areas that are like near starvation, like sort of Madagascar, the Horn of Africa, and people are not really they're not connecting this.
Yeah, that's right. No, I mean, I'm just thinking of, two personal stories that I can share. One of them is that in Birmingham we have a 50-year link with the Anglican diocese in Malawi, and the Diocese of Southern Malawi have just had a very, very serious flood and disaster there, and these are becoming more and more frequent. I've been in touch with Bishop Alanafe, and he has described to me firsthand something of what they've experienced. I'm also aware at the Lambeth conference last summer, I was talking with a bishop from Fiji who personally has lost family members through the dreadful kind of flooding and the climate crisis is up close for people like that in those circumstances. And the shocking thing is, it is the poorest of our world who are suffering the most. And I think that's the thing that we need to wake up to. We see some of it in our own nation, of course we do, but compared to the scale that some of the poorest communities in our world and what they are experiencing, it's a wake-up call.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Malawi there. So there was Cyclone Freddy. I don't know if you know.
Right.
So it was actually the most powerful tropical cyclone ever in the history of humanity, and it lasted, I think, over 4 weeks. So it was just absolutely crazy, and this is 2023.
That's right. And whilst this was, I think, the most powerful that's hit them, the number of kind of cyclones that are happening, particularly in southern Malawi, are on the increase. So it's absolutely disastrous. And even over the last few years, there's been a cycle of crops being lost, and therefore, of course, the increased poverty and starvation that happens. And the rebuilding of infrastructure. Malawi is one of the poorest of the African nations, and they are really seeking, for a better quality of life for their people, and something like the climate crisis is just knocking them back time and time again.
Awful. And then any last words of wisdom or anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I think we have to take hope from today. As a Christian, I do have hope. I think sometimes when one understands something of the seriousness and urgency of the climate crisis, it's very easy to feel very depressed about that. We mustn't be complacent. It is urgent. It's why I'm here today as part of this peaceful and prayerful protest. But as a Christian, I do have hope. I actually believe that God loves and cares for creation, and we are called to work with God to care for that creation and for justice. And God is into justice, and so are we.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome.
So we're going to speak to another amazing activist who's here today with Quakers for Climate Justice. So did you want to introduce yourself and why you're here today?
Yes, my name is Rajan Naidu. I'm here because I think everybody should be here. This is the greatest threat that we have, the greatest challenge that we have in our lifetimes, in 1,000 lifetimes. This climate and ecological crisis and the sixth mass extinction. And we should be here because it's an act of injustice which are causing this issue. We have the corporate greed. We have fossil fuel corporations, food corporations, and so many other corporations which basically are using their power to extract excessive amounts of natural resources from our planet for their profit. And the social cost, the environmental costs are immense. We are getting extinctions. Our societies and communities are being destroyed, degraded. We have this culture of consumerism, which is to encourage us to buy the products of corporations all the time. And we're doing this, and we're addicted to it. And in the process, we are destroying our planet. We're destroying the planet of our children, of our grandchildren, of all the beautiful animals and birds and creatures around us. We're destroying our oceans. And this is why we're here. We want to stop this. Our government is clearly not stopping this. It's not doing. It's doing nothing. It's doing nothing. Our government is exacerbating the situation by opening new fossil fuel sources, and we need to stop this. We're here totally peacefully. If we live in a democracy, our government ought to be listening to the people. We are the people. We're asking our government to stop the corporations which are killing us from killing us. It basically means that we have to wind down the fossil fuel industry over the next few years. We're not saying to stop immediately, which is absurd, but we have enough reserves to start cutting down and then moving on to a post-fossil fuel economy. The fossil fuel era is killing us, and we have to stop it before it does so.
No, thank you. It's such a strong message, isn't it? It's, no new fossil fuels. We can do it. We just need the government to listen to our demands. How's it been for you this morning? Have you enjoyed kind of the atmosphere here? I mean, I know I have.
It's wonderful. I mean, I've met so many friends and people from all over the world. On the train here, I met some activists from Ireland, from Sweden. I got interviewed a little while ago by some rebels, Extinction Rebellion rebels from the Netherlands, and it's wonderful. I'm making contact with people I know, people who very caring people. I mean, there are people, Quakers and non-Quakers, who are united in that we care. That's why we're here. And people have taken a lot of trouble to be here. This is we've taken time off work. And we're not layabouts. We're all busy people, and we do this because we care so much. We want to change, and we demand a change.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for speaking to us. If you had to give a message to people at home who are maybe a bit apprehensive about getting involved with any kind of climate justice work, what would you say to them?
I think the first step is to start caring. The second step is to start talking about it and listen to people. You don't have to glue yourself onto anything. You don't have to lock on at all. But to really to begin to understand the situation. There's an article you could read. It's published by an organization called The Conversation, and it's called the Future of the Human Climate Niche. The future of the human climate niche. It's published by The Conversation. I strongly recommend you read that and understand it, discuss it. And there's a film you should watch also. Once you know, and you should watch that and really begin to understand why we're here. We're not time wasters. We're not people who've got nothing better to do. We've got plenty of better things we'd love to be doing. But this is so important. It's important to you. It's important to your children, your grandchildren, everybody you care about. It's important. It's more important than anything. So please get involved and stop listening to the corporate media who try to characterize us as an eco mob or something which is like that. We're here because we care. We're reasonable people. We're rational people, and we'd love you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. I think we're going to cut to someone else, and yeah, keep tuned.
This is Jennifer from Kampala. So as most people know our story, we came along all from northern Uganda, where we were sometimes affected by war. So from there also, some of the areas were really affected with the droughts. As you know, northern Uganda is also just dry like Karamoja. We also lack water, and people have to move from place to place to different places, whereby in a day, you find someone carrying a jerrycan of water, and you need to use it for bathing. You need to use the end of the day. You just get tired for no good reason. We came here in Kampala, thought that we would find a good life, but still on the same water crisis, we are still facing the same problem, whereby people need to go to the well, and the well is a bit far. Above all, you have to cross the road, and you find that as young as our children are, at the end of the day, there's a road and they are being knocked by the motor vehicle, whereby we expect such kind of things, but we have nothing really to do, and we hope for the better. So we are praying, come rain, come sun, at least when we have a rainfall, other people can fetch it to help them cook food, wash clothes, and at the end of the day, our children are safe. But as we talk for now, we still don't have the proper solution to the problem of the water crisis.
What's your name?
Laurie Green, Bishop Laurie Green.
Bishop Laurie
Green. Yeah, sorry about that. Someone's got to do it.
There we go. And you just marched the whole way from St. John's Church to
That's
here.
That's right. Fantastic celebration at St. John's Church, first of all, of the togetherness and the impact that we're trying to make here by awareness raising for folk. The thing is that we know what the problem is. Everyone knows what the problem is. We also have all the technology available.
Yeah.
What we don't have, we're being told all the time, is the will to act. Well, there's plenty of will here, and with these thousands of people all around us, the will amongst the people is obvious. Where is the will amongst the politicians and those who are running great companies? Where's the will? You know, it's the will of God that this should be done, and that's why I'm here. I mean, I've got grandchildren, for heaven's sake, and we're eating their world. We think meerkats are lovely, don't we? But the thing is about meerkats, as well as being lovely, they also eat their grandchildren. Did you know that? That's what we're doing. We think we're lovely, you know, oh, it's lovely, lovely, but what about our grandchildren? Because we're consuming all the time, everything that there's around, fossil fuels.
They're in the process.
Our kids are really coming in for it. We must change.
And what's the main message? If you give one message to the people in power and to the people in the oil companies, what would the message be from the people of faith?
Our main message is what's written on all the placards here. No faith. We have no faith in fossil fuels. Get rid of fossil fuels. You can do it. We want it. Get it done now.
Thank you very much. God bless.
God bless you. Thanks a lot.
Hi, I'm Melissa. I'm a GP and a single mum of 2 little people. We come down to Extinction Rebellion protest today in London. Oops. I think we need to save the planet for the planet's sake rather than for people's sake. So although I want my kids to grow up in a safe environment and world and be able to have the opportunities that I'd like them to have, I think most of my concerns about climate change are more because of the planet rather than the people who are going to be impacted by the... Does that make sense? I think it gives you a bit more hope when you see lots and lots of people caring about the same sort of big problems that you care about. Yeah. And it's been nice. It's been a really nice atmosphere. Lots of people have been, lots of like togetherness and people all being there for each other, and yeah, it's very safe. With climate change, the solutions are difficult and maybe not hugely popular if you're wanting to get elected, and so I think it's, and with all the kind of the system we've got with all the lobbying and things, it's not a straightforward problem to solve by any length of the imagination, but there really needs to be the political impotence there to want to solve it, and it feels like there isn't at the moment. The more the focus is on their electability and business as usual rather than actually solving the problem. What's up, missus? Oh, hello.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Hello, so we're here outside Parliament Square. I'm enjoying this samba. It's an amazing vibe, and I'm going to speak to another amazing young activist. Did you want to introduce yourself and tell us why you're here today?
My name is Mosley and I'm 16. And both me and my mum came down today because we wanted to activate for Extinction Rebellion, and we haven't been on an Extinction Rebellion march before or a protest. So this is our first one, and we just wanted to be a part of it today and see what we can do to help the planet.
Yeah, no, it's really good. And you know, as like a young person, I think there's often a lot of maybe burden on us, like especially like, you know, it's our future that we've got to be fighting for. Have you felt that quite a lot? Like, have you been involved with, you know, different climate movements for a long time?
Yeah, I've been on 2 other animal rights marches because I'm vegan. So we went on the official animal rights march and the national animal rights march. And they just felt amazing to actually participate in and try and do something for the planet. And I do feel like a lot of young people are starting to stand up and realise that as well. We all need to do our part and contribute to help the planet.
So, I mean, I don't think, like, you know, not everyone knows about the link between kind of like animal rights and climate change and like eating less meat and everything. Did you want to talk a bit about that? You know, why is it that we need to, you know, fight for animal rights as well as for climate justice?
Yeah. Well, I went vegan about 4 years ago now, and I went vegan because I love animals, and once I found out what was happening to animals and the horrible states that they were keeping animals in and the way they were breeding them, treating them, I just instantly wanted to stop eating meat and dairy and eggs. Because once you see the horrible states that they're in, you don't want to eat them. Like, it's disgusting how they breed cows for dairy. Eventually, the female cows do just get killed for meat, and they shoot the male cows because they're useless to the industry because they're not going to produce milk. And the female cows are just completely exhausted at the end of their lives. And then the egg industry, they just crowd hundreds and hundreds of chickens into the same barn and they breed them to be the biggest they possibly can, so they can't even walk on their own 2 feet. And it's the same with all the other animal industries. They just treat them with such disrespect and like they're just machines instead of sentient beings.
It's a real harsh reality, isn't it, that is hidden from a lot of us by like the media and by the animal agriculture industry. Like, you know, industrial animal agriculture is awful, really. Are you here like with friends? Like, do you have a lot of friends who are also kind of like interested in climate change, the climate crisis, or are you maybe a bit more of like a lone voice, would you say, in your generation?
Well, I'm here with my mum mostly today, but my boyfriend also came down today and we discovered each other because we went to the same drama club and that we were both also vegan, so we have very similar beliefs. But other than that, I don't really have many other friends who are vegan or who kind of realize the emergency of the climate that we're in. So I feel like I am a bit of a loner.
Yeah, what would you say to other people about getting involved with climate action in any way? Like, you know, if they're a bit apprehensive about getting involved in fighting in the biggest fight that has ever faced humanity, what would you say to them?
I think I would just say that this is your future, and if you don't fight for your future, then you don't care about your future, and the future of the planet and everybody else is also your future. And the planet could literally die, and we're all going to die with it if we don't do something urgently. So we need every person's tiny bit of help, even if it's just coming to a protest like this, signing up to a club, just something that's going to help out.
And what would you say to the government in a sentence? What would you say to the government?
I think I would say you are destroying the planet and we need to stop now or else we're all going to die.
I think those are very strong words. Stop destroying the planet, government, otherwise we will literally die. And we're going to go to someone else across London.
So what's your name?
So I'm Martin Gainsborough. I'm the Bishop of Kingston in the Diocese of Southwark.
And you're at the front of the march and you're also at the church today?
I was, yeah. A really powerful service, really well put together, and a really well organised march, to be honest, yeah. And really good having the band behind us. They were a really good sound and good source of support.
So I have to say, it's quite powerful seeing so many bishops at the front of a march. It's a little bit unusual.
I think the time is now for all of us to step up, and I think bishops in the church have a part to play in taking a lead. We know the seriousness of the situation we're facing. It's not a time to sit at home or to stay on the sidelines. It's a time to lead. So that's why we're here.
And do you now you know, people of the faith now, like we can see that this is a huge amount of people that were here today, and it's a really powerful message to people in power and people in Westminster. And do you think there's a tide is changing amongst the people that you talk to and people in your local community?
I sincerely hope so, and I think so, and I felt it today. Obviously, you can get whipped along with the momentum of a march. But I do believe that the tide is turning, and for us as Christians, this is a faith matter. It's what it is. If you're a disciple of Jesus, you need to be taking a lead on us reversing the damage we've done to the planet, God's planet.
Yeah, and it really is. You know, it's you know, whatever faith whatever you believe in, you know, it's collectively we share this together, and
all faiths and none, clearly. It transcends all of that. So
transcends everything,
yeah, absolutely.
So I just have to say it was very powerful seeing you, and anything last you'd like to say to the people in power or to anybody at home?
We need to move to a post-fossil fuel future. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, amen. Thank you.
No worries.
God bless.
Thank you.
So my name's Sam. I'm a supporter of Just Stop Oil, and I came down here this morning with my family, my son and my wife, and my mum's here too, just to really get a sense of what's happening and just enjoy the vibe of the people coming together. I'm loving the solidarity of all these different movements kind of coming together for this moment, and the more hard edge thing is we're looking to explain what Just Stop Oil is about to people and get out there and talk to people about it and hopefully sign them up to slow marching, which is what we're going to be doing off the back of the big one. And if you want to go onto our homepage, you can sign up for that. And the other thing I'm doing is just enjoying it. Really, it's such a lovely atmosphere and vibe. I think it's just it's a real privilege to be part of it. So there's no glue, there's no lock-ons, there's no snooker tables. All the slow marching is about is going out in small groups and then marching slowly. So we want to get lots and lots of people, but we don't have one big march of lots of people because that gets ignored and it's just yesterday's news. What we're going to do is we're going to slow march every weekday and Saturdays for the foreseeable until our key demand of no new oil is met. So we're going to go out there every day, and there's going to be teams marching all around London. And so if you sign up, you can sign up with your region, wherever you're based, and then you'll come down on your region's particular week. So next week is going to be London's week, and you can join us for those slow marches. And then we're also having public marches where you don't have to go to a briefing or anything. They're going to run at Parliament Square every weekday from 7. On Monday it's going to be from 12 because there's going to be a joint XR march on Monday, and then every Saturday there'll be a march at Parliament Square at 12 as well. So basically we're going to be doing loads of marching. So go to juststopoil.org and sign up on the homepage there. You can sign up for the dates that you can do, and together we can do something really incredible, I think.
Hello from Parliament Square. It's the Extinction Rebellion big one, and we're here with Louis from Just Stop Oil. So, hey Louis, how are you doing, and how is the vibe at the moment?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the energy. It's great to see so many groups in one place. You know, we're really able to foster connections between groups and organisations here, and it's really great to see so many people who really care and show up for it.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's just that kind of communal, social vibe, and everyone's having a good time, meeting different people, and it's not just Extinction Rebellion, and that's the big thing about this big one. It's over 200 organisations getting together and fighting the same fight. In terms of Just Stop Oil, what have you got planned? What's coming up in the next few months?
Yeah, so from Monday we are slow marching every day in the capital. Every region is going to come down to the capital for a week, slow marching every day, especially, and on Saturdays we're doing it at midday, I believe. But go to juststopoil.org and find out when your region is going down and sign up there.
Yeah.
On top of that, we're also doing cultural actions, as we have been before. I'm sure you will have seen some of them. We're going to keep covering with them.
Yeah, no, they're amazing. I mean, they're hitting the headlines all the time. And, people are offering a bit, with Just Stop Oil, they're like, oh, it's a bit too radical. I don't think that. Because, we're in the biggest crisis that humanity has ever faced. We are in an ecological emergency. But people are sometimes oh, they're going too far, it's too extreme, it's too radical. What would you say to that?
I'd say in the face of what could be billions dead due to this crisis, everybody you care about and love starving in front of you, anything less than this isn't proportionate. Anything less than this is a complete disrespect to everybody who's going to be facing these crises, everybody in the global south already facing starvations, facing drought, losing their loved ones. How can you say this is too much when you're when you look at them and you see them dying.
Yeah, no, 100%, like, such a strong message. You know, we've seen the government really crack down on climate protesters, and, you know, a lot of Just Stop Oil people facing really long prison sentences for their actions. What do you think is the impact of that on the climate movement at the moment?
Yeah, so it's honestly really tough for us. You know, I've done 8.5 months in prison total, and it was really tough for my family and my friends. You know, it wasn't too bad on me, to be honest. I just napped a lot and read a lot of books, but you know, it does damage this community. You know, my two close friends of mine, Morgan and Marcus, they were sentencing today for the Queen Elizabeth II bridge action. And for those who don't know, they climbed on top of the bridge and blocked it for about 2 days. They were charged with public nuisance. One of them is a bridge engineer professionally, and one is a professional climber. And yet today they were sentenced to 3 years and 2 years and 7 months. We can't stand for this. We will not stand for this. We will build a solidarity action, and we will demand the government release them. This cannot stand. The government is sliding towards authoritarianism every single day. This is only going to get worse and worse and worse. You know, this is two people that I care a lot about taking action that was completely safe, completely well planned, and they're losing years of their life. And yeah, I know we can't let this pass.
Yeah, no, it's scary, isn't it? And I think, I mean, my heart goes out to like everyone who's kind of facing those sentences and any kind of punishment for literally just doing what is right at the moment. And I think we look back at history, we look at, you know, the suffragettes, all these different social justice movements that have used tactics which now actually seem, you know, very extreme, and like what we're doing now isn't actually that extreme, really, is it? What would you say to people at home who kind of want to support Just Stop Oil, maybe want to start getting involved but don't want to go to prison?
Yeah, so slow marches are perfectly legal. They have a very low risk of arrest, and we're going to be doing them en masse every single day from Monday, and we need you. You know, you go to our website, juststopoil.org, sign up now, because if you don't, you know what's going to happen. You know what happens when collapse will happen. Collapse is threatening all of us. We will see it in our lifetimes. You know, the International Energy Agency report, I believe it was. No, it was the Chatham House report, said 2040. I'm barely going to have grey hair by the time we're facing collapse if we don't do something now. And so it's on us. Nobody else is going to do it for us. So I want you to be there.
So go to juststopoil.org to get involved with those slow marches. And I think we're going to go to somewhere else now in London. No, we're not. No, we're not. We've got someone else. Thank you so much, Louis. It's great to talk to you, and enjoy the rest of the big one.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm back again, and I'm here with Ariba Hamed from Greenpeace, the executive. Oh, well, I'll let you in up. So this is the thing, you know, when you're doing live stream, it's so exciting, it's so buzzing right here that some information just kind of goes through one ear and out of the other, and I do apologize. We're going to kind of cruise down here. Is that all right? We're going to go towards a Greenpeace stand because earlier on it was kind of hopping in a Greenpeace. They had a big, like, I guess it was a talk, and it'd be interesting to hear about that a little bit as well. But I'm just really interested. Well, let's try and, how about we just go around about near this bit? No, Ariba, it's really nice to have you here. And so, first of all, I think it's good to just ask you, I suppose, in your view, what does it mean to have Greenpeace to have joined in with the big one? Because that was a really, as I see it, a bold and a big move from Greenpeace.
So the reason why we joined the big one at the invitation of Extinction Rebellion is because we are a part of the same movement. Extinction Rebellion wants the same things that Greenpeace does, that lots of other groups who are here today do. And we are in desperate need for the government to act. We don't have time, and we need to join together. We need to join the forces together. We need to pool our power. Individually, we have a little bit of power, but if we pool our resources, we have bigger power. And the people behind me in the building, they are the ones who need to see that we are more united as a movement than ever before. It is in their interest for us to be divided, and I'm not going to let them win. I think it's time for us to, show our power together, which is why we decided to join.
I think it's really interesting to frame it in this terms. I've been listening to different people talking, and one person, a scientist, a friend of mine, explains it very clearly. He said this isn't a crisis of information. The climate and ecological emergency isn't because people don't know about it. We know all the facts. The facts are more or less out there, despite the efforts, the disinformation and misinformation efforts of the fossil fuel industry and other big agriculture or whatever. The root of this crisis is power, and the big one here is an exercise of people power, because it's not about saying, we're not here to raise awareness of like what's going on. We're here to raise awareness of the fact that the people in this building here, who are our representatives, are not doing their job. And I think it's great to hear that people are starting to see this now. Climate and ecological emergency is something that's being done to us, and that is profoundly unjust.
Absolutely. So I would say it's preventable. The crisis that we are experiencing today is preventable. It's preventable because the science is clear. We don't need any more information. And it's also preventable because we also have the technology to resolve the crisis. We know that renewable energy can power houses. We know that we don't need any more new oil and gas because new sources of energy that are cleaner exist. And we know that people want that change. Look around us. I mean, there are going to be 30,000 people over the next 4 days who are going to come and join. And this government needs to understand that this is what people want. We are giving them the mandate to make better decisions. Their poor decisions have landed us in this crisis, basically.
Were you about to swear there?
I was going to say, actually, it's unjust. It feels like shit sometimes. And I was actually going to talk about, personally, I'm from India. It's 45 degrees in India today. 11 people died of the heat wave.
I heard the roads are melting right now.
It's really bad. And, I have experienced that change over my childhood. It was very different. The summers felt very different. And people say, they're doing it for their children, they're doing it for future generation. I'm doing it for my parents. They live there and they're experiencing it. And that is not good enough. It is not good enough that people, a very few people sitting in very privileged rooms, make decisions at the cost of all of us. It's not good enough. And that's why we need to be here together, crank up the pressure, and say as loudly as we can that we're united and they cannot ignore us anymore.
And I think one interesting thing that we're really proposing, I think this is the first time we've really got together as a movement of movements here, is to talk about the voices of ordinary citizens. That we want citizens' assemblies, we want the voice of ordinary citizens to be included in decisions that are affecting not only us, but millions upon millions of other people, not just in this country, but around the world, other beings. That's an important part for a lot of people. That is there's other organizations here very focused on the rights of animals. This is a rights of all sorts of people are being infringed upon. And I think it's interesting you're talking about, you're looking after your parents. We're all here, contrary to the way that we are often portrayed in the media, to look after people that we care about, and to look after people that we don't know that we care about, and to look after things and stuff that we may never see. And that, to me, Greenpeace has been outspoken and in front of that struggle for a long time, and is probably a household name in that respect.
Absolutely. I mean, what a privilege to be in a position where we've done this for 50 years, and now the movement is bigger than ever. Earlier, people didn't, people thought Greenpeace was on the fringe, we were a minority, but polls after polls is telling us that climate is one of the top 5 issues people in UK care about. The cost of living crisis didn't change that. The pandemic didn't change that. And that's not going away. People want action. People know that some people are suffering disproportionately from climate impacts. We were all in London when we witnessed the parks burn to crisp in a 40-degree heat wave. That is not normal, and that is preventable. And the decision makers need to listen.
And how's it going on the Greenpeace stand today? I mean, I've seen there's talks behind us. You guys have got a cracking PA system. And I always say, if you're going to be somewhere, you've got to be loud. If you're going to do protesting, you want to be loud, but it's going to be, I'm hearing you've got talks, people signing up. Is the sort of vibe strong? And people there's a lot of people here.
It's amazing, one of the things that we are hearing in the climate movement over and over is the climate anxiety, the fact that people working on climate is not fun. I've done it for 17 years and news hits you hard and fast and it's only getting worse. But what makes it worthwhile is the fact that there are more and more people who are joining this movement. who have the same values, who want the same things as you, which is why this day is so important. And also one of the things that helps with anxiety is taking action. That's why people are out here. They're joining forces. They're talking to other people who think like them, who want the same things. So I think it's really important. There's a hope. There's undeniable hope today, which I hope that lots of people take away from here. So we had lots of people, lots of talks. We talked about actions, an action at sea where we were asked Shell to stop drilling and start paying, because we want companies to take responsibility for the damage that they're causing and start paying for it to people who are suffering disproportionately.
So I'm no fan of Shell. I think that's on the records. And I particularly feel that it's, I think we're slightly in the way of a load of people here. I'm just going to shuffle over. When it comes to Greenpeace, what are you've got quite a broad different angles in your campaign, I guess. I'm a member of Extinction Rebellion. I'm also a member of Champions for Earth. Each organization is basically coming at this from a slightly different angle, pointing at the same thing. But have you got, can you summarize kind of what Greenpeace, what your theory of change is? We call it a theory of change, which is an idea of how things are going to change. And I know some people might never have heard that phrase before, but to me it's really important because almost everyone has an idea of how things do or don't change. And sometimes when you hear what someone's theory of change is, you think, oh, actually, that makes sense, and I can get down and get behind that. So could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Sure. Theory of change is a phrase that campaigners use all the time, and we do at Greenpeace as well. And I think for different campaigns, the theory of change is slightly different. But like you rightly say, Greenpeace works on, if you broadly speaking, halving emissions in the next 7 years and halting biodiversity breakdown, restoring biodiversity. Those are the two big goals. And to achieve that, essentially, we do what campaigners call power mapping. We need to understand who's in power, who's making the decisions, and then how do we move them to make better decisions? Who are the messengers who are better to deliver that message to those power brokers? And we do that all the time. We do that by storytelling. We do that by taking direct action. We do that by working with volunteers and grassroots groups. We do that by lobbying parliamentarians directly. We do that by holding corporate power to account. And we do that by taking part in the larger movement and situating ourselves as the ally of other movements. So our theory of change is to those in power change their minds, force them to make better decisions using whatever tools we have at our disposal.
Thank you. I think that's a really important thing to say, and I think we're going to have to wrap it up and go somewhere else. Thank you so much, Ariba. Thank you so much, Greenpeace, for being here. It means so much for us all. Over 200 movements are here today, over 200 groups, different parts of this movement. It's beautiful. Please come down. We've got 3 more days of this, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. Hop on a bus, hop on the train, however you can get here. Even if you have to crawl, come along. This is an important moment. We need you. The time is now.
We're here at the Aviation March, and I've got 2 campaigners who have been working on this issue for a really long time. So I'd like to start off with, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Jules Crossley. I'm a Labour councillor in Rushmore in Hampshire.
And what is it that brought you out to do the Aviation March today?
I think the main issue for me is that we're talking about expansion when we should be talking about limiting and reduction. You know, the French have led the way in reducing and not allowing flights that are over a very short distance. And we should at least be considering that. And also taxing the polluters. You know, polluter pays. It should be happening now. Private jets don't pay any aviation tax. There's no tax on their fuel whatsoever. I mean, where is the justice in that? So I feel so strongly about these issues that coming to something like this today helps to keep me motivated, apart from anything else, as well as letting other people know what's going on. Because it's a tough battle fighting against big business and government and local government, where there is so much misunderstanding, you could call it ignorance, and collusion at worst.
Yes, so we've got a problem where we've got the aviation sector is already quite large, and they're actually wanting to expand it, I believe. And I think you've been working on, against some of the airport expansion plans, is that right?
Yes, I'm Colin Shern from the Farnborough Lloyds Group, and Farnborough is Europe's largest private jet airport, serving actually a very small number of customers, only about 2,000 customers, and only on average 2.5 people per flight. but they want to expand particularly at weekends because most of the travel out of Farnborough is not for business, it's for pleasure, to ski in the Alps or to go to their yachts in Palma. So Farnborough's trying to expand and jumping onto the coattails of Gatwick and Heathrow in the overall airspace expansion programme in the UK. So it's just one of the airports that's looking to increase the volumes of flights.
There seem to be airports all over the country doing this. I'm hoping that we can later find some of the people from Bristol, because that's also, as someone involved in local democracy yourself, where the local council voted against the airport and the central government has overruled them.
Well, that's exactly what happened in Farnborough. So when the original planning permission was put in to expand the flights the air traffic movements going in and out of Farnborough, the local council said no, we only want to keep it at 22,000 flights, and the DfT, which we're outside here, overruled that and said no, they can go up to 50,000. Now, there's no way they can go up to 50,000, which is what they would like to do, without expanding weekend flights. It's the elephant in the room. They say at meetings publicly, oh, we don't know when we'll be able to get to that limit. We do know when they'll be able to get to that limit, when they can expand weekend flights. Yeah. As Colin was saying, it's for the convenience of their customers and not for the benefit and the welfare of the majority of people who live in the area and in this country.
And what we see is that private forms of transport, the private jets, are the most polluting things on the planet, aren't they? And so I think this is just such a great example of where the climate crisis is intersecting with the democratic deficit, where you've got local people who know that this isn't healthy for them, it's not healthy for the planet, and yet the central government seems completely married and wedded to the aviation industry, to the fossil fuel industry, to just carry on with that.
Yes.
And it's
I think you have to be careful about the way you phrase it, though, because it's not the most expensive, the most carbon intensive thing on the planet, but it is the most carbon intensive way of personal travel. And we need to be clear about that. But the fossil fuel industry, and aviation in particular, are the biggest sponsors of the Conservative Party, and we need to be very watchful of that.
Great. Thank you very much, both of you, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GALPA's a very broad coalition of people from Yorkshire, and we're all totally committed to stopping Leeds Bradford Airport from achieving its absolutely crazy plans to almost double passenger numbers. It's really hard to get your head around it, but Leeds City Council has waved through LBA's expansion plans, despite being one of the first councils in the country to declare a climate emergency. We fought a huge battle to force the planning decision to a public inquiry, and we won. The airport withdrew its planning application. It was amazing, but even after that, its bosses still insist they have the right to virtually double passenger numbers from 4 million to 7 million people a year. So we've realised we can't just fight this on a local level. And that's because there's no national policy to explicitly cut aviation emissions in the only way that works. And we know what the only way that works is. It's by reducing flying. Can you just hold that a second for me? Sorry. So with no proper policy to reduce flying, all the regional airports are in an arms race to get as big as they can, as fast as they can. And no one's looking at the cumulative impact of all that expansion. They think they can act with total impunity, but we're not going to let them get away with it. So now we've got a new tactic, and we're taking our fight from a local level to a national level. And we've been working really closely with Possible, with Ali, who was just talking, and we're over the moon to know that we're going to be able to take the government to the High Court to challenge its failure to stop airport expansion. Thank you. So, as Steve and all the other speakers have already talked about, Jet Zero, the government says that Jet Zero will reduce aviation emissions, but as we all know, that's just total pie-in-the-sky flight of fantasy. Thank you. And unbelievably, Jet Zero actually encourages bigger airports and more planes. It actually says more people should be flying, and that's because it's based on a total myth that unproven, unscalable technologies like electric planes and biofuels are going to save the day. But we all know that, we know they're not, that it's no way it's going to happen. And the worst thing is, it allows the richest and the most privileged people on the planet to not only continue, but to increase flying. So our case rests on the fact that the government failed to take advice of the advice of its own experts when drawing up Jet Zero. The IPCC and the UK Committee on Climate Change have told the government that the only way to cut emissions is to fly less. The experts know that the only answer is to stop expanding airports. We all know that the only answer is to stop expanding airports. Anything else is a massive greenwashed gamble on a safe and livable future for all of us. We know the fight ahead is going to be tough, but the experience so far has been so positive because of all the amazing support we've had. Before I go, I want to say a huge thank you to you all who've signed our petition and donated your hard-earned cash towards our legal fees. We've raised over £60,000 from thousands of ordinary people who refuse to be conned by the government's love affair with the aviation industry. We couldn't have done any of this without the support of BAN and all the other airport groups who've given us so much solidarity. So we're going to make sure that no airport can be allowed to expand in the middle of the climate crisis. We often say this feels like a David and Goliath battle, but the amazing movement behind us means that we definitely don't feel like we're in it alone. So thank you all, and watch this space.
Hey, hello again. We're back. This is Big One TV. Really enjoying myself. There's so many people knocking around. It's super cool. I've got a guy here with me, Andy from Make Votes Matter, and he's literally a leaflet distribution machine. As if he's got like 5 spare seconds, he's giving a leaflet out in it. That's all I can say so far. Andy, it's good for you to be here. Can you tell us, for people who are here who don't know what Make Votes Matter is, give us a lowdown, tell us all about it, what's going on, and why are you passionate about it?
Because it's about changing our flawed electoral system, which at the moment is a bit of a sham of democracy. Because it takes this number of votes to get a Green politician in, and you can see this number of votes for a Conservative, and that number for Labour, and this number for Lib Dems. Basically, it's we have a system called First Past the Post, and we share that system with Belarus. That's the only other country in Europe that has that system.
The famous kind of authoritarian, slightly dodgy, well, I'm not going to say actually because I'm not totally clear about that, but it is known as an authoritarian state, Belarus, isn't it? It's not cool, and it's not. And I just want to look at this graphic again. So this is 866,000 votes to get a Green Party person in, and 38,000 because of the way that the sort of boundaries and because of the First Past the Post system. That means that once you're in, you can sort of stay in. Is that how it works? Is that the reason?
That's how it works in safe seats, sure. And that was the problem in 2019. So the 2019 election, we had 70% of votes that were effectively wasted. About 30% of votes that were tactical, because people recognise that there's a problem with the electoral system. We can't get X party in here, so we've got to vote for Y party. There's a lot of talk of holding your nose. Why should we have to do that? Why should we have to hold our nose in this democracy? Why can't we join the rest of Europe and Scotland and Wales, who have a form of proportional representation as their electoral system?
So part of the theme of the big one is we're demanding an end to the fossil fuel era, rapid, urgent, but equitable and sound. And we want citizens' assemblies. I suppose the proposition as well is, well, very clearly related to what you're saying, is our democracy, as it appears to many people, just is another leaflet. Did you see that? He just sending leaflets out like, it's amazing. That our political system, really, some people call it democracy, I call it our political system, seems democratic, but in fact, it does not seem capable of addressing the crises that we're facing. We're facing crises, fuel crisis. We're facing cost of living crisis. We've got climate ecological emergency that are bringing a lot of people here. This political system isn't working, and the voices of ordinary people are not being heard.
That's right, and that's what you do here on the doorstep. The idea that this isn't a priority, well, on the doorstep, people are saying they're all as bad as each other. What's the point of voting? So changing the electoral system might help that. It might encourage people to see that actually they can make a change and they can get people in who they actually want to vote in. And that's what this is all about. So this is, can I go into this?
No, go away. Yeah,
I'll go into this. Right. This is Sort the System. So Sort the System is being organised for the 24th of May. The idea is to get to the Emmanuel Centre at 12 o'clock, midday. And we want there to be hundreds, thousands of people to turn up on that day to lobby their MP to change the electoral system. If you go to the website, Sort the System, you will find that you can write to your MP super easily and arrange that meeting. And then whether they reply to say they're in agreement or not, whether they're pro-PR, whether or not they're going to join to meet with you, the idea is to get there and show by force of numbers that it's a doorstep demand.
So say it once more time, down the lens there, where do people have to be and when?
Okay, Sort the System. Come to the Emmanuel Centre, a few minutes down the road, 12 midday on 24th of May. We need to change the electoral system.
Thank you, Andy. And I just want one last question here as well for you. So we're here, it's a nice day. Are you here for more of the days of the big one? We're here from the Friday the 21st to Monday the 24th, just to let everyone know if you've not picked that up. Are you going to be here on the other days?
We'll be here as many days as we can to leaflet as many people as we can, because we think that, yes, we share the same idea about the electoral system. I'm sure people are up for systems change. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Honestly, it's a pleasure watching you work. I do a bit of leafleting here and there and a bit of outreach, and seeing this guy at work is incredibly good. So
thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
See you. Thank you. And we're straight on to our next guest. And I'm going to say it's a pleasure to... we've got two guests. So we're doing both at the same... Fantastic. So I see, first of all, I don't know if you've ever seen, but at certain events, we have different colour, people are wearing different colour vests. So the bright pink ones are stewards. And there's a lot of stewards out on the street here today. But we've also, everyone's doing more than one job as well. So I'm going to be interested. Can you, first of all, if you're up for saying, like your name or however you want to be known right now, and what your role is, what you want to speak about?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Rosie from North London, so in XR Haringey. And I'm stewarding today. We've all got different groups. So Zoe and I are in 42 Panthers.
Oh, cool.
I know.
Code names.
Code names, Panther. And we got together with a group of meerkats earlier, so they were a bit scared of us.
What happened when the meerkats met the Panthers?
We were really kind to them because we were vegan Panthers.
Oh.
Good. So yeah, we've been stewarding. We've been on some of the pickets today. And then we were helping with the mini DIY citizens' assemblies around here a couple of hours ago. So yeah, it's been great.
So a lot of people, again, so we are here trying to ask people, if you've never been to a protest before, the big one is for you. If you are interested in investing in your future and looking after the planet that we all share, come to the big one. Come tomorrow, come on Sunday, come on Monday. The stewards are here with a particular job. Part of their job is to basically keep people safe. And there's been a lot of stuff, isn't there, in the media? If you've seen any of the media stuff out there about the big one so far, it's been, they're going to disrupt the marathon. That's nonsense, by the way, utter nonsense. But the stewards are here. What do stewards do? Sorry, I'm going to come to you for this question, if that's all right. Just sort of explain, like, what's the job?
Well, it's a simple but very important job. It's about basically helping things run smoothly, helping people feel safe and informed. So there's a lot of very straightforward stuff, like where are the nearest loos, where's disabled access, where's the food, where's XYZ, where's the welcome tent. But actually, if you can't answer those questions, it just stops people having an enjoyable and constructive time. So there's a lot of that, and answering basic questions and just being a presence. I think just being a presence, being in a space where you know there's people you can ask and people who can point you in the right direction for things is just very reassuring. So that's really important. And I know that, for example, I've got friends from home and colleagues from work and stuff who've come along saying they were nervous, but actually once they're here, they actually feel fine, and all the stuff that they hear in the media is not true. It feels really safe, really friendly, really lovely. They've learned stuff, they've sung, they've done all sorts of things, and seeing the pink stewards around makes them feel extra safe because they know they can ask people questions. So it's an important role, and it just helps people understand that actually this is a really safe, inclusive space.
That is a good answer. And I've got something interesting to ask. I don't know if either of you have an opinion here. So one of the things that I've noticed, and this has been happening now since groups like Extinction Rebellion have coming onto the scene, there's been a sort of effort in lots of parts of the press and the media to make protests and protesters scary and to make it seem like this is something that is like, oh my words, people like that. Well, look at us. Look, can you see? Do we look scary? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I go a bit, well, anyway, but this is all about making this place accessible and inclusive. And I think you're completely right, because people are perhaps a bit nervous. We've all kind of heard about these, don't watch out for those eco-protesters. But it's not. These are some of the loveliest and kindest people around here.
People. And we just look, once you actually come on the streets and you meet anyone, and, anyone, we're from loads of different groups, whether it's Greenpeace, XR, Just Stop Oil, CAFOD, CND, Don't Pay, whatever campaigns, are just lovely people. And we've had some really lovely moments with, they're pretty much finished now, but when they were in people were in groups of six people and doing a people's assembly, we're encouraging people to sit with people they didn't know. And some of the feedback was really lovely. Yeah. They were in long conversations, deliberating together, getting to know new people, submitting ideas through a QR code, and enjoying it as well. It's like that's what people in that building don't seem to be very good at, collaborating with other humans to come up with ideas.
We've got no lobbyists telling us what to say and what to talk about. It's a huge mix of people. It's really inclusive. Come down, bring your kids. My little boy's coming with my mum and dad tomorrow, so we'll have 3 generations of us. We're just people who really care about the state this planet is in. We don't have another planet. We don't have another option. So we have to get out and do what we can. And we just actually want to get anyone down here, because as well as learning about it, talking about what we can do, to avert this crisis we're steamrolling headlong into, It's like Zoe said earlier, groups of 6 people who'd never met before coming up with really innovative, great ideas for what we can do.
So this is an interesting thing as well, because I'm quite, one of the themes behind the big one is to say, about democracy, about the voices of ordinary people being heard where decisions are being made. And I think it's really interesting, because I would argue that our political system is really unfit for dealing with the crises that we're facing, because we have opposition, people, it's absolutely necessary for one side or the other of that kind of big chamber of MPs. If one says one thing, the other's got to disagree. And we have short-termism, they've got to get re-elected. And if they have also other interests, in inverted commas, that they might be wanting to make sure that they get a good road ahead of them. And this fundamentally means when we're facing this crisis and this situation, I don't think our political system is very democratic. It's not working, is it?
No, absolutely not. And that's why one of XR's demands is citizens' assemblies, because everywhere they've been trialled, they've shown to be really, really successful. Because ordinary people, even if they have completely different views and they come from completely different backgrounds, when they sit down, stand, and breakthroughs happen. Look at what happened with the abortion debate in Ireland. Citizens' assemblies happened, and in a very Catholic country, they came to a decision that upheld women's rights. It's like it works. And so that's why we're trying to get everyone to sit down, talk, listen. We've got so many amazing speakers.
And I've got one last question. I don't know how long I've got. I've got one last question, if that's okay. One of the things that I think is very important for democracy is well-informed citizens, right? We need, if people are going to participate in a democracy, they've got to know what the story is. They've got to understand the issues. And it shouldn't be just written on the side of a bus in like 10 words or something, or 3 words. We need informed citizenry so that they can put pressure and hold their politicians to account. I'm just going to ask you, Zoe, I think that a lot of the mainstream media is not communicating properly and the citizens are not informed. Therefore, we cannot have a strong and healthy democracy when it comes to these really critical issues, all these crises that are currently we're facing all entwined.
Yeah, of course, I agree with you on that. Absolutely. I did a couple of interviews this morning without naming any names, but I always talk to the journalists and the presenters and the producers afterwards whenever I do interviews. And I always say, come on, please, you can do better than this, You can talk about the real crisis, not any just nonsense about disruption and all the rest of it. And I asked them, do you understand what's happening? Do you understand we're going to barrel past 1.5 in months, if not years or months potentially, and they often don't really know what I'm on about. And it's like if they're trying to interview people and put the news out, and they say they're doing the job, but they don't really understand the risk themselves. So I think I know a lot of people know that there are some big issues, but I still think we're a long way from people genuinely understanding the scale, the pace, and the sheer horrific seriousness of the reality. And I don't blame individuals for that. It's back down to the government and most of the media totally failing.
Okay, well, look, I want to say thank you so much. The stewarding here is amazing. We've got so many thousands of people here, so many people who've never done this before come in here. A lot of people, actually, someone who I know came in and volunteered to be a steward because they said this is something good I can contribute to. So please come down to the big one and we'll see you soon. Thank you both.
I have to say there wasn't much competition for that one, but anyway. It is so good to see all of you here. Thank you so much for using your power and your voices to demand our right to a livable future. We are trade unionists, we're environmentalists, we're peace activists, we're campaigners for social justice, for equality and human rights. We're students, we're families, we're children, and we're grandparents. And all of us are united to survive. All of us shining a light on what happens here on Tufton Street. Groups like the Global Warming Policy Foundation are nothing more than fronts for climate-wrecking fossil fuel companies. Their fingerprints are all over government policy. And we know that by masquerading as charities, they get away with using public money to fund their blatant denial of the overwhelming global scientific evidence that we are in a climate emergency. So that's why we're here today, to say loudly and clearly, it has got to stop. I'm one of a cross-party group of parliamentarians taking legal action against the sinister activities on Tufton Street. But we need the government to take action too. So we have three big asks for them today, but actually they're quite simple. The first one would be, tell the truth. Tell the truth about the climate emergency. Tell the truth about real solutions, not false solutions. And tell the truth about climate justice. And second, stop aiding and abetting the climate criminals. Those fossil fuel companies who are in receipt of obscene subsidies at the very same time that so many of our friends and families can't actually afford to put food on the table. And third, simple, keep fossil fuels in the ground. You know, last year the UK had its first ever red warning for heat. BP's annual profits doubled to £23 billion. And yet at the same time, 9 million people spent Christmas in the cold and the damp because they were unable to heat their homes. That is the truth that the government needs to tell. That is the truth that it should be acting on. And it talks about net zero by 2050, but not only does it have no plans to actually get there, but as we know, net zero by 2050 for a developed country like the UK, one that is overwhelmingly responsible for the emissions in the atmosphere, that is nowhere near enough. The science demands us to go faster. The science demands us to go much, much further. Because net zero by 2050 relies on not counting imported emissions. It relies on technology that isn't even invented yet. It ignores our historic emissions. It ignores the racial legacies of colonialism and racism. Friends, the global climate crisis is a racial justice crisis. And that's why climate justice must be front and centre of all climate action. And the UK must pay climate reparations. In a country like the UK, the fifth richest country in the world, net zero by 2050 isn't climate action. Net zero by 2050 is a crime against humanity. We know that real climate action is real zero by 2030. Real climate action is the UK doing its fair share towards reducing our climate emissions in line with 1.5 degrees as a limit, not a target. It's a livable future of clean, green, affordable renewables, of warm and comfortable homes, of clean air and clean water, skilled and stable jobs. Yet none of that is possible whilst the climate criminals are allowed to operate with impunity, while the fossil fuel giants keep on polluting, and while those inside 55 to 57 Tufton Street do their political dirty work for them. The misinformation and disinformation, the denial and the delaying, Tufton Street is doing it all. They are working hand in hand with government ministers to aid and abet criminal crimes. It's wrong, it is criminal, and we're here to say enough is enough. And we're here to say we demand that fossil fuels are kicked out of politics, that they're kicked out of our economy, that they're kicked out of our energy system for good. We want a future where fossil fuels stay where they belong, firmly and permanently in the ground. But right now we know ministers are deciding whether or not to give the green light to the biggest undeveloped oil and gas field in the North Sea, in Rosebank. Rosebank would produce more emissions than the 28 low-income countries combined. It would devour billions in subsidies. And don't let them try and pretend this is about energy security, because we know that the vast majority of that oil would simply be exported. So friends, we chose a different future when we stopped plans to drill at Cambo, and we can do the same again. So together, let's commit again here and now that we will stop the North Sea from becoming home to yet another climate crime scene, that we will stop the Tufton Street criminals. Let's keep fossil fuels in the ground, and let's stop Rosebank. Thank you.
Hi, could you tell me who you are and what group you're in today?
Yeah, my name is John Sinner, and I'm with XR and Stand Up to Racism.
Brilliant, thank you. I see you've got an amazing banner here saying solidarity with climate refugees. Could you tell me a bit about climate refugees and why you're here?
I mean, the thing about climate change is it's upon us already, and increasing number of people are being displaced by extreme climate events, such as storms, droughts, and flooding, all these kinds of issues, and it's being attributed increasingly to climate change. Climate scientists tell us that the individual weather events are increasingly attributed to climate change, and therefore this is something that's happening. The number of people being displaced is increasing, and the fact is there are going to be more climate refugees. Most climate refugees are in the global south and are displaced into places of the global south. But the whole world, including a country like Britain, need to really rethink their attitude towards refugees, because they have done so much to create this chaos with carbon rising, 200 years of fossil fuel emissions. And this government is hell-bent on just increasing the chaos by opening up new oil fields, not even living up to its already inadequate commitments on net zero. We were outside the Department of Energy, I call it Department of Smog, because they want to open up a new oil field in the North Sea called Rosebank. And what's worse, they're even going to subsidise it with taxpayers' money. Absolutely criminal and insane. And here we have the Home Office, who are demonising and criminalising people who are victims of war, drought, famine and hunger. And there's going to be more of them, and I think they know this. And we're saying, your actions have consequences. And Suella Braverman, who's the Home Secretary, knows she's a persecutor of refugees, but she's also a big climate denier as well. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's part of their ideology that they rank human life according to race and class, and they will always put profits before people. So they are prepared to sacrifice human life to maintain their profits, and they want to demonise the victims of that chaos that they're creating. So it all comes together, I think, here.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for that. And how have you felt about today with all the different groups coming? How have you felt about all the different groups coming together in solidarity?
This is how we're going to build a movement, is by uniting everyone. We are the 99%, and we all need to realise that we need system change. Otherwise, for all sorts of reasons, especially for climate chaos, we've got to change the system, because climate change, it's coming, and depending how bad it's going to be, depends on what we do now.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for that. Thank you.
We're again at the Department for Transport with the protests against airport expansion. We've got people against HS2 and other things here, and I'm just going to do a quick little interview over here. I wonder if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Clive. I'm here because I've become a member of Extinction Rebellion, and what I'm trying to do is to ensure that we actually leave the planet in a better state than we inherited it.
That sounds like a very noble goal, yeah? What have you been standing here doing then? It looks like you've been trying to engage with some of the staff.
So we're here outside the Department of Transport, and I've just been talking to the workers as they're coming in and out, as they're going to lunch, as they're leaving at the end of the day now. Handing out leaflets to them and just trying to let them know what's happening as a result of the transport policies, so that in their day-to-day life then hopefully they can influence that, they can pass that up the chain, and we can really do the things that people have been promising to do. We can have expansion of transport in a way which is clean, is ethical, and is accessible to everybody.
That sounds really good. Is this? Have you been at a protest like this before, or is this a new thing for you?
I've been to protests before. This is something I fervently believe in. It's something I think is a moral duty for us. We have to look at what we're doing, and we have to say, what is it that we're passing on to our children? And it's not just a financial inheritance. What are we passing on in terms of the planet? Is there a planet that's livable? Can they do they have the option of going on summer holidays? Can they feed themselves? We have to look at this in the round.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for everything you're doing and for sharing your story. Good luck with it.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Andy Stoker, and I'm here today, and I've joined the Business Declares group, really talking about representing why businesses should really care about the climate. My background is I started my career in a nuclear power station, so I worked in the power industry, so I know how that industry works. Lots of coal plant at the time and oil-fired power stations. That has changed dramatically over the years. I then worked in technology, and now work in leadership development and coaching. And my journey in terms of the climate, as I became a father and I have a family through that, and became to deeply care about the future. When I'm working now with a number of different companies, I ask the question around sustainability and ask, are you sustainable? And is it part of your strategy? And if you're choosing not to do that, then you're choosing to continue to be unsustainable. And I think that's where I think we are in the world, and with this conversation around sustainability. It should be the norm. It should be something that we opt out of, not something that we opt into. And organisations who opt out of it should have a heavy price to pay.
Do you feel like it is becoming more and more the norm now? Because we keep reading that business is almost leading the way and government isn't. Is that something that you see in your work?
Yes, I would say so. I think businesses are increasingly making a stand and actually doing it for themselves, and doing it because it makes them attractive to employees. So I think there's lots of sound reasons for changing. So I think this is the moment. I mean, we're about 2,500 days away from 2030. It's not that far. Now's the time to take action, and not to look back and regret not making a stand at this point. I love the fact that this is such an eclectic group of people, all ages, representing all different elements of this movement, because I think it is a movement. It's a belief that belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to one individual group, but it's great that people can arrive here and be together and still put their passion into a version of this which really works for them.
Hi there, my name's Megan. I'm here at the big one today to ask our government please to do so much more than you're doing to tackle climate and ecological breakdown. There are thousands and thousands of people here with that messaging all around these streets, and it's so exciting meeting up with all these different amazing groups. I'm also a teacher. I've been at the Department for Education today, and at the Department for Education we're asking for two really important things. We're asking for a curriculum for the future. We're saying please teach our children what they need to know in a time of serious environmental change, and we're asking for teachers to have the support and the education that they need to be able to supply that to our children. And we're also asking please to safeguard our children's future. Schools are for safeguarding, and we need to do so much more in terms of actually making sure that our young people have a safe future to look forward to. If you can come and join us this weekend, please come. It's amazing, it's creative, there's thousands of people here, but if you can't come and if you're at home, please do share this live stream on all your channels. Please talk to your friends. Please make sure everyone knows why we're here at the big one and why it's going to be a huge success. Thank you.
You're joining me here at the Big One TV live in central London on this most exciting, most historic day where over 200 groups and organisations have united under the common cause of protecting our planet. Earlier on in this day, I hosted an Imaginarium for sport, culture and media, and one of the outcomes of that was one of the groups said what we need is a hub in every town where people can come and learn about the climate emergency and get educated on it and unite and connect over it. And I've happened upon such a person that may have just had that idea already. Phoenix.
Hello there.
Tell me about the emergency centres.
So hello, my name's Phoenix. I've been an activist for about 30 years and a community organiser. We've been setting up eco-community centres for about 30 years, as I say, and during lockdown, I wrote this handbook, How to Set Up a Climate Emergency Centre. All the information's on there, climateemergencycentre.co.uk. It's how to set up a climate emergency centre in 10 steps. And we've set up a network. There's now about 21 physical climate emergency centres in old shops and spaces all across the country. About 7 or 8 of them have been given by local councils and the rest are private owners. But there's a recipe there of how to set up a legal entity and negotiate with your local council or the building owner and get one of these buildings on what's called a meanwhile lease. And it seems to be an idea whose time has come, because after doing lots of Zooms, suddenly all these groups all over, as I say, there's 21 physical centres at the moment. I was just talking to a group in Carmarthen yesterday that's wanting to get hold of an old Poundland. Basically, there are about another 20 teams around the country getting their group together, working on setting up a legal entity and trying to get a building in their town. So we're hoping that it'll just keep growing into a big network that can work on coordinated actions together, have a physical space for whatever it is, talks, workshops, meetings, environment projects, but really focused on solutions is what we want to get out on the high street.
Yeah, well, I went along to the one in Guildford that they've called Zero, and I was so impressed with it. It's just a fantastic space. They've got a zero waste shop. They've got a vegan cafe. They've got a library area full of all like climate solution and problem books. They hold talks and workshops. And when I went there, they had Lego Rebellion set up. And they had a little model of the pink boat. And they purposefully knew that Etienne and I were coming. They put the little models on the pink boat from an action that we had done. It was, yeah, and you can see there like solar panels and heat pumps, and you can learn all about those solutions and the biodiversity too. They had a huge map along the wall showing all the areas of the different biodiversities and the projects for restoring it that were going on.
Yeah, I mean, Guildford's a really shining example. You know, we helped them early on with some advice and support and the handbook and stuff. And they've really packed in so many solutions into one building, from the, like you say, the zero waste shop, there's an electric bike in there, the family space, there's vertical growing pods, there's, all sort of insulation, cargo bikes, insulation, talks, workshops, meetings. But there's groups all over the country that have got these spaces, and they've been doing everything from, recycled, upcycled, recycled markets to repair cafes to talks, workshops, meetings, cinema nights. And local councils have been very supportive. 300 councils have declared climate emergency, but a lot of them don't have enough funds or support from central government or the rest to to do what they like to do. So when a group comes to them and says, we'd like to get one of these buildings, will you help to get us, 80 to 100% off the business rate so the owner will let us use it for a year or two? Councils have been very amenable. We're a network. We meet every Wednesday on a Zoom, and we have a Telegram chat group, and we're trying to upscale and make it easier for groups to set these buildings up. So in the handbook, there is the learnings of 30 years of setting up these projects, the ups and downs, roundabouts, and it really helps accelerate groups getting buildings, how to negotiate with the council, make relationships with the different officers or the council people, and they seem to be a great success. I was speaking to the one down in Seaford. They've got an old NatWest bank, been running for about a year, and they said a lot of the things on the council website are what the Seaford Environment Alliance is doing in their climate emergency centre. So, it's about building an alliance of cooperative groups that use the space. It's not about any one group. It's about when you have a physical space, 20, 30 groups from all over town can come and meet and organise. And it's not just about the environmental problems, it's about the environmental and social problems and the solutions to them. A lot of the times when you have these spaces, communities can come together, have people's assemblies, that's built into the model, once a month or two, and discuss what they want to do. They know about the problems. A lot of communities, they just need, to be given the space and some support, maybe some funding to make these things happen. And physical spaces bring so many great groups together, and each one of them seems to bring a massive alliance of groups together that's really making a difference. And we're hoping that each group is an active part of the network. It's great that you've got one community centre, environment centre, but when you work as a network of 21 centres and hopefully soon 30, 40, 50, if on one weekend all 50 centres went out and did a tree planting action weekend, each one planting 1,000, that's suddenly 50,000 trees planted. If some of them are going and working with clearing up local rivers, it helps environmental projects, actions, but particularly focusing on solutions is really, really, really important. We've been trying to get that into the movement for the last 15 years since Copenhagen Climate Summit. The solutions are out there. We have the solutions. Just needs the physical spaces, the skills from all the people and groups, and some proper funding to make these things happen, But if you want to find out more, go to climateemergencycentre.co.uk and link up with the Telegram group and get in touch, email us, and we can help your group find an empty building, set up a legal entity and get an empty building for a climate emergency centre. Keep networking, focus on the solutions, take action every day.
During rain season, we get contaminated water, so that our water is not good enough for drinking and using in our homes or domestic work. Even the distance between it plus the children, as we work, some mothers, we are single, so we take a chance of our children to go and collect water so that mothers can get food for the family. But otherwise, we get problems because we send children to go for water. We stay at home doing other work, getting food for our children. Then the children are knocked by the vehicles. That's another big problem which we have. Yet our children can go to school, or we mothers can be at home and do other work at home. Thank you so much.
So we're still here at the Aviation March, which has so many interesting people. I'm really enjoying the interviews here. So I've got somebody with me who's actually been a pilot in the aviation industry. Could you introduce yourself to us?
Absolutely, yes. So my name's Dan. I was a pilot for about 12 years. It's my childhood dream. I wanted to do it since I was 6 years old. And it's not something I guess you'd expect to hear at an event like this, for someone to talk about how much they love flying. But I absolutely love flying. I love planes. It's all I've ever wanted to do. I think for so many different reasons, I joined different dots over the years. It got to a point where I just felt deeply uncomfortable with the direction of the profession, for all the different reasons we're hearing so much about just now. And I was faced with the option really of staying in that conflict, that discomfort, or removing myself and trying to contribute towards meaningful change. And that's what I did. So 3 years ago I stopped flying. I haven't actually flown since. I'm doing what I can to contribute towards a more livable future.
Well, that's great. We can hear them chanting in the back, no airport expansion. But, you know, we talk about sometimes climate change in a kind of future sense, and something that we don't have to worry about. But you took a really deep personal choice yourself that you didn't want to be part of what was happening now. Can you tell us what your process was like with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I recognised that not only the future direction of the profession was wildly inconsistent with the scientific consensus about what we need to do, but as you're saying, actually what's happening right now is way beyond what we can be doing, and it's so easy to get stuck on a few key sort of statistics that I think we often hear. Aviation is only, I hate that word only, 2.5% of global CO2 emissions, as if that in itself isn't a huge number. When you start to bear in mind the fact that we often don't hear about the non-CO2 warming effects, we're actually looking at more like 6% of aviation. Right now, 6% of global greenhouse gas emissions are from aviation. And even that, some people might go, okay, big deal, we should think more about, what about? But then when you consider the number of people that fly in a given year, so globally, when 5% of the world's population fly in a given year and are producing 6% of global greenhouse gas emissions, you suddenly see a wholly different picture. And this is a minority of the world flying for mostly luxurious purposes, not always, mostly luxurious purposes, and most of the flying I did was exactly that. And it's just deeply uncomfortable because it's not about the future. It is absolutely about what happens, when we reach these tipping points beyond 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, 3 degrees. But it's what's happening now. There's 1 billion children in the world right now that are at risk or are suffering from the impacts of our warming world right now. And for someone that has young children, that's not something that I can feel comfortable with, knowing that there's just this mission for uncontained, uncontrolled growth, which is wholly removed from the scientific consensus and the truth. And we have to question that. And this is coming from someone who loves flying. I don't want to suddenly see flying stop altogether tomorrow. In some ways, I suppose I do. But what I want to do is start with the truth and not fit the model that the airlines, the fossil fuel companies want to see into a green agenda. I want to start with the truth, start with the end in mind. What do we need to achieve, and where does aviation fit within that? And we're so far away from that right now. I just couldn't be a part of it, so I'd rather be able to speak openly about it from outside.
What really strikes me with that story is amazing is that all of us are involved in whatever jobs we have. All of us have contributions to what's happening with the climate and ecological emergency now. And when I hear your story, I think that's really an invitation to myself and to everybody listening to this and watching this today to think about, in my daily life, where can I be looking at my profession and things like that. We know that we need system change, and obviously, that's what we're here to demand. Department of Transport do things, but we can also all become activists in our own way, in our professions and in our lives, to actually say we're not going to tolerate this anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And activism comes in so many different forms. We know about some of the more obvious forms of activism which we see, which I think are absolutely vital. But activism can go right through to having a conversation at the dinner table, just being willing to acknowledge something. Within professions, that's massively important. People who are currently in professions, and I think we're stuck. What I certainly experience is that when you feel conflicted because you work for a company which is inconsistent with what you believe to be important, you work for a company that's not contributing towards a livable future, I think it can feel very hard to feel as though that you're entitled or somehow allowed to speak about it. And what we need is people willing to do that. They don't even have to leave their jobs. In some ways, staying from within professions is extremely powerful. It takes courage. So I think we have those opportunities, and activism comes in many forms.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here today and for speaking to us. Thank you. Great. We're here at the Home Office now. I mean, it's just amazing the number of people's pickets that are all over the place. And some people it's getting later in the afternoon now, thinking about going home. I think you ladies have been here for a while, seeing various different things. Could I get your name, please?
Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
And Marion.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. Could you tell us, what's your impression from today?
A beautifully organised protest of people who are so committed and so passionate about the future of our world. I want this world to survive so my grandchildren can enjoy it. Don't want them to have to flee from fires and floods and famine. I want them to live a safe, healthy life, which doesn't sound a lot to ask, really, but that's what we're fighting for. It's not going to happen unless we make it happen. And being here was an easy thing to do because it's fun.
Yeah, they don't tell you that with protests, that people actually have a really good time and they give each other hugs and they give each other love, and it's a wonderful place to be. So thank you very much and have a good trip back. Thank you for being with us.
So if you'd like to introduce yourselves first. Hello, I'm Lee. I'm a Quaker from Milton Keynes. Quakers believe strongly in climate justice and trying to address inequalities of the loss and damage that climate injustice has caused, particularly to the poorer parts of the world. How could I not be here?
And I'm Carol. I'm from Wandsworth Quakers, which is in London. And when Quakers were founded, they were real activists for justice and for equality and for peace. And we have never really lost sight of that. And I think that's why we should be here in numbers. This is such an important issue. And if we don't take action now, we are all doomed. The sort of thing we do is we move with the times. We're a group that were early to recognise and accept marriage between the same sexes and things like that. We're forward thinking, and I think that's why we support things like this, and we don't support them in aggressive or violent ways. We support them in very peaceful ways, like this silent meeting for worship.
But what's faith if it's not faith in action, being born out by how we live our lives? So simplicity is one of the Quaker testimonies, and we have to live simpler lives now. I'm afraid quite a bit of this has happened on my watch, and I'm doing it for my grandkids and everybody else's grandkids. It's good to have the different takes on it, and so full marks to XR for organising the big one and inviting others.
Yeah. Pleasure.
The big one carries on here at the Home Office. I've got some beautiful singing behind me, but I've also got 3 young people who have travelled here, and we'd like to hear more about their story. Would you like to start?
Yeah, hi.
Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Abha, and I'm originally from India, but I live in Oxford now.
And what group are you with?
I'm here with Debt for Climate and also Extinction Rebellion Oxford.
Great. And your name?
I'm Coco, and I'm also with Extinction Rebellion Oxford and Debt for Climate Oxford.
Fantastic.
I'm Abhi, and I'm with Extinction Rebellion Oxford.
Fantastic. So tell us, what are you doing here today in front of the Home Office?
Yeah, we were earlier outside the Treasury, and the idea the Debt for Climate group is trying to bring up is that it's really important to address debt crisis around the world if we really want to address the climate crisis, because at the moment there are about 54 countries around the world that are in severe debt crisis, and which means that countries have no funds to act on the climate or health or education of the population. So it's really important to address that. And so we think the Treasury needs to know that these countries need to have adequate funds and, mind you, not loans, because that aggravates the crisis. And because this is also an international crisis, it's not just based in the UK. So we're sort of in solidarity with countries in the global south, ensuring that their economies prosper as well as the climate.
It's such an important thing, and we've been talking about debt for so many years, it feels like, you know, and we're just not getting there on it. And I think that, they tried to talk a little bit in the last COP to make some agreements about climate reparations, and it's really not moving fast enough, is it?
Yeah, and in the COP, they also talk about the loss and damage fund, but again, things need to move in the direction of the fund being in form of grant and not loans again. So I think a lot of people's pressure needs to be put on the issue, and the agenda needs to be very clear that if we are serious about averting the crisis, the funds need to be in form of grants and not make indebted countries even more indebted.
You know, when I think about the news reports, when I read about this, they talk about X billions for such fund, and they don't state that they aren't grants. You sort of have the assumption that we're giving you this money, but you're saying that it's in the form of loans that they're going to have to pay back, and that just increases their debt, and then they're just servicing their debt rather than improving their country. Absolutely, yeah. Well, can I ask, what was the big motivation for you to come here today?
I don't think there's any one thing. I see this as a very intersectional crisis. It's a human rights issue, it's an issue for biodiversity, and it's an issue for healthcare as well. That's why you see all the nurses and doctors here. So I see this as an issue that intersects with so many things. Just about everything is affected, and really the climate crisis is a magnifier of the world's existing problems. So that's why I'm here in solidarity with all of the living things on this planet and with everyone here today.
That's great. Thank you so much. And you really brought in those words. Intersectionality is so important. And I think that's what we're trying to do with the big one, is looking at these crises are all interwoven and they all have similar causes. And if we're going to try to address one, we need to address them all. So thank you for bringing that word into this. I like that, intersectionality. And how about yourself? Can you tell us a little bit more, in addition to what these lovely women have already said, what you bring to the table and why you're here?
Well, I think it's a good idea to build broad, big coalitions. So the idea of the big one is, one of the ideas of the big one is to grow our coalition, to bring in more like-minded people. And in addition to what they're saying, I think that's...
And do you think we've achieved that today?
I think we will, one way or the other. Today's just the beginning.
Today is just the beginning. I like that. That's a really great way to end it. This is not going to solve everything today, is it? So, you know, I'd like to say to everybody listening back home, today is the start of a new phase of the work that we're doing, but we have so much more to do and we need everybody to step up. Here comes everyone. It's time for us all to step up and do the right thing and join a group, hopefully Extinction Rebellion or one of our partners, but to get moving with the climate and ecological crisis and the other crises that we're facing.
Here outside the Houses of Parliament, and we're about to talk to a big mosquito, or to be fair, a person who is holding up a big mosquito. Hello, can you tell us about it, please?
Hi, yes, my name's Becca. I'm a junior doctor. I'm here with the Planetary Health Hub. So we're a big group of multiple different groups from healthcare professionals who are all concerned about the climate crisis. So we're here today to talk to the public, talk to people about the health impacts of the climate crisis. The reason why I'm holding a big mosquito is to particularly highlight the impacts on vector-borne diseases and the spread of diseases like malaria, Lyme disease, or the spread of vectors like mosquitoes and ticks. With climate change, the area that they can live in is going to expand and their reproductive cycles can increase as well. So we're going to see increases of these kind of infectious diseases. But we've got other information displays here about all the other ways that the climate crisis will impact health. But on the plus side, lots of things we can do to mitigate the climate crisis. So plant-based diets, low-based carbon lifestyles, lots of active transport can have loads of health benefits as well. So yeah, that's why we're here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you.
Let's just see this. It says heat increases spread diseases. West Nile virus, dengue fever, Zika, malaria, Lyme disease and chikungunya. It doesn't sound very nice.
None of them are very nice, I'm afraid. All of them you definitely want to avoid, but we're hoping that we won't see them here if we manage to mitigate things in time.
Thank you so much.
It is so amazing, the sorts of people that you find wandering through these crowds today. Everybody I speak to is just so interesting and exciting. And here I've managed to come across Dale Vince's representative, who is a sports sustainability presenter. And I'm going to pass the mic to Jess Rogers to tell us a bit about that.
Thank you, Laura. I'm really excited to be here today, and on behalf of Dale and on behalf of the business I run called Carbon Jacked. Basically, the reason why I'm so excited that Laura, we came across each other, is because of sport and the power that sport and sustainability can have together. Personally, I've played sport all my life, and it's something beautiful about the way it really connects people. But it's simple. There's no sport on a dead planet, and you can't play football on a flooded pitch, and you can't swim in toxic water. And you certainly cannot have a Winter Olympics without any snow. Now, some issues do transcend sport. The climate emergency is absolutely one of those things, and we basically can't afford not to act. There are real human impacts happening right now. It's costing people their lives and livelihood. Mass migration, homelessness, extinctions of species are just some of the things that are becoming more and more common throughout the globe. And the climate crisis impacts every single sport out there. So I repeat, there cannot be any sport on a dead planet. But this doesn't have to be about giving up sport or the things we love. We just have to find another way, because there is another way and there is a better way. Look at clubs like Forest Green Rovers. They are doing things differently. And you can be an environmentalist and a sports fan. Look at clubs like Lewis FC. You can have social justice too and play sport. We can still have the things we love. We just need to find another way to do it.
And I couldn't agree more. This is a big passion for me, and actually a really big focus of mine. I'm here with Champions for Earth, which is helping to educate and inspire and support athletes to use their voice to speak out for climate and nature. And we're about to embark upon a new campaign that's really calling for sport to do what's necessary in this moment and to lead, champion humanity, show by example what we all need to be doing. Since the guys behind the powers behind us are not doing that, we need to turn and just try every possible angle we can to try and shift humanity in the way that it does really want to go, because the changes we need to make would be so much better. And then have you got any other final words, what you've made of this experience being here today? And
yeah, absolutely. I think this experience from someone who hasn't often been to climate protests or environmental marches in the past, I think they usually get quite a bad rap from certain types of media, and it just goes to show that it's a really welcoming place. It's a really lovely place to be. Like-minded people who all just want the best for world and for the future and for their children's future. And it's positive. It's not aggressive. It's not combative, and it's just a really great place to be. And there should be more things like this.
Oh, thank you so much for giving us the time to share your wisdom with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thanks.
You're welcome. So I wear many different hats, and one of the other hats I wear is with the Green Party, and I've just found one of my colleagues here, Ben, from the Campaigns Committee. Do you want to tell us about the Green Party's presence here today? What's been going on? Anything?
Okay, where to start? So I walked here from one of the XR Walkers groups. We're on Instagram, XR Walkers. And guess who was there? The person who recruited me to the Green Party 17 years ago as a student has now moved from the Midlands to the north, all the way from the north, come to walk through North London, which is just, my idea of a good time. And we all wrote a letter and delivered it to DEFRA. And I guess what...
So what does DEFRA stand for?
The Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I'm a gardener on a bike and also campaigns committee member with the Green Party. And whilst campaigns committee are on the streets fighting for change, at the same time, ultimately, who are we making the demands to? Whoever it is, the Secretary of State for the DEFRA, the Department of Energy, Rural, Food and Environment Affairs. And ultimately, if they're not effective, if you take this guy this morning with the junior doctors who are starving and they're on the bread line, from the front line to the bread line, this guy basically can't do what he needs to do, so he just needs to get out of the way and provide an alternative, to this kind of rotten stuff. So behind me we've got the Citizens Assembly Hub, and we've got all this really cool transport stuff that's been going on today that's really exciting. I brought my bicycle with me and I've chained it to the railings over there. I don't know if you're allowed to, but I managed to.
And there's been quite a lot of Green Party presence here today. I know that there's been quite a few of the heads talking at the different departments, really showing solidarity and support to this Big One event.
Have you listened to any of the talks today? Have you managed to get around to any of them?
Yeah. So you'll have to excuse me. I'm really tired after listening to Caroline Lucas's speech. But I did make a little clip of the end of the speech, and she was talking about like her 3 key messages. And yeah, it was a really good speech.
Can you remember what those 3 key messages were, or has the fatigue got the better?
Well, I just remember that it went down really well. Like everyone was like saying how much that they liked that she was coming, and like filming her with their phones, with their fancy cameras and stuff.
That is a really important point there that you make, is that people don't often remember the facts or the information. They remember how something makes them feel. And I wonder, how does it feel being here for you today?
Well, I just wish I was over there because my favourite comedian, Kate Smurthwaite, is here.
Okay, run. Go and watch that. That is also really amazing. There's loads of entertainers and sports people and poets and things here for you to enjoy. And pass you over to the next.
Where you are and about the big one.
So yeah, having a brilliant time at the big one. As I'm hanging out with my dear colleagues from XRB and the Change Affinity Network, and we were just, Cobiner was on stage a moment ago talking about our global majority family and bringing our rebellions together, and we're actually about to go to the Department for Education and Skills, or whatever it's called these days, and talk about Planet Repair's Action Learning Education Revolution. But we're delighted to have a moment with our Red Rebels, and also people might have come across this morning. There's just a most ridiculous attempt to attack our movement through attacking me, to do with somebody taking pictures of me buying citrus fruit. So it shows how desperate the right-wing press are, and the establishment will be very threatened by there being over 200 organisations coming together in this unified way. And that's actually what we say in XRB and the Change is foundationally what the Anti-Life Project tries to do, is to take us out of relationship with ourselves, our own somatic felt experience, take us out of relationship with nature, take us out of relationship with our kin across the world, our family across the world, and that you can only do repair from relationships. So, and if we repair together and we resist together, we will become a global human family. So, yeah, and it's a threat to be together. So, just enjoy, folks, because it's and really just a huge thank you to all the colleagues in Extinction Rebellion UK who've pulled this off. I'm really awestruck. Yeah, lots of love. Thank you.
I'm up at the big one outside Westminster. It has been a fantastic day. Okay, we did start off in the rain up at Clapham Junction. We walked from Clapham Junction up to Waterloo, had a service at the church there, which was really inspiring. The church I've never seen. 700 people in the church, and we were outside but couldn't even get in. So fantastic start, and then walked across Westminster, and to see Big Ben restored in all its glory with all the XR banners and banners from so many different faith groups and everybody else walking across Westminster, and then to come and arrive and to hear all this goings on here. There's so many charity groups, NGOs, Greenpeace, TF Fund, CAFOD, loads of people represented, Just Stop Oil, XR. I'm with CCA, Christian Climate Action, a large number of people from CCA here. It's been a really, really great day. I've just taken part in my first Citizens' Assembly. You never know at these events what you're going to get involved in. There were 6 of us, and we, in our particular group, there was lots of groups all over the street sitting there discussing what our plans were to make better collaboration amongst all these fantastic groups that were here. A really, really great day. And the good thing is there's 3 more days of this action. So if you're not here already today, then come up. It's going to be great.
So my name's Dan, I'm a former airline pilot. I'm here today to be a part of a campaign to speak out, speak the truth for a livable future. Of course, specifically today we're talking about aviation and the role that plays within this. I felt deeply uncomfortable with the direction, the position of the industry, and that led to my decision to leave a profession that a job, a dream job for me, and to have the chance to speak out and hopefully contribute towards the future that our children need and our children depend upon.
Hello, I am Aishwarya and I'm from Greenpeace. I just want to say that the actions of Global North have been affecting Global South terribly, and all I ask for, all we ask for, all the people from Global South ask for is to phase out the fossil fuels, period.
Hello, my name's Todd Smith. I'm a former airline pilot and I've been down at day one of the big one today. I feel absolutely nourished having spent 3 years in this movement and seeing so many people come out today, so many other aviation workers outside the Department for Transport. This is what real democracy is all about. This is participatory democracy. This is empowering, where ordinary people, well, not ordinary people, extraordinary people are coming together, and we're making the decisions that our government are failing to. So if you can, please come down and join us over the next few days. We're going to be here until Monday. It's not just about Extinction Rebellion. We've got NGOs, we've got charities, and there's even companies, sustainable companies as well, that have joined us. So it's just about bodies being counted, and yeah, if you can, please come and join us, and I'd love to come and speak to you on the streets.
I'm not too far from the Home Office, actually, and we have with us the Franciscan Prayer Walk. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing here?
Hello, I'm Brother Magnus. I'm watching the road, so hopefully you'll be okay. I'm with the Society of St. Francis, a Franciscan friar, and this group is made up of Third Order Franciscans, but brothers also, and others. And we're walking around at various locations, and we are just praying for the climate emergency and for the various groups that are trying to enhance it. And we're constantly trying to...
Shall we pause and listen?
And Great Peter Street.
Home to the Home Office and other departments.
Home to the Home Office and other departments.
Holy God.
Holy God.
We live in a world of systems.
We live in a world of systems
that constrain and shape our daily lives.
That constrain and shape our daily lives.
And which have the capacity.
And which have the capacity.
To exert power.
To exert power.
To seek the common good.
To seek the common good.
Enrich all in power.
Enrich all in power. Those in civil service.
And those elected.
And those elected.
To desire.
To desire.
What is good.
What is good.
And life enhancing.
And life enhancing.
And to shy away.
And to shy away.
From self-interest.
From self-interest.
And self-aggrandizement.
And self-aggrandizement.
Help us respond.
Help us respond.
To the cry of the earth.
To the cry of the earth.
To the cry of the poor.
To the cry of the poor. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Our next stop is Victoria Tower. That was great. So how long is the trip for?
This is it's 5 o'clock every Friday, meeting at the hub, which is Little Sanctuary, which is just behind the Supreme Court.
Great. Well, thank you for being part of the big one today.
That's okay. Come and join us every 5 p.m. every Friday throughout the big one.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
David Gisero is my name. I'm in the southern province of Rwanda. I'm with our Extinction Rebellion here, the local national group, and we want to send our message here. Some companies like Recon Africa have been given a lot of land. You know, Recon Africa alone has the land given to them by the government of Botswana and Namibia, to the tune of 13,200 square kilometers. That is exactly the same size as the total size of Macedonia, just to explore and exploit fossil fuels. And we are saying it is problems like this that are going to make it difficult for us to achieve the 2030 biodiversity agenda and make it even more difficult to achieve net zero hunger, the SDG number 1 and 2 of United Nations. And as you have seen, Somalia is already on fire due to extreme droughts. And it's because of problems like this, companies getting more land to explore and exploit fossil fuels. So the message is, can you say one thing and mean the same thing? Thank you so much.
Are you going to give me a mic? Are we doing it? Oh, right.
I'll tell you when we go.
So I found some more Green Party colleagues here on the streets of London. Beside me here is Scott Ainsley.
Hello.
From
Hi.
Lambeth.
Yes, I've been a Lambeth councillor for a decade, so we're quite close to my patch, and it's been a great atmosphere here today, and we just hope that people out there vote at the local elections. There's no local elections in London, but get out and vote Green, please. To stop, we've got all the policies, just get out there and vote Green. But it's been a great day today. It's been very kind of like festival-like, and a lot of support from members of the public going by.
Yours is great.
So it's great. It's great to see. Very peaceful.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see so many just happy, vibrant, energised people
Sounds okay,
on the streets.
Yes.
The atmosphere, the energy has been really just magnificent.
Yeah.
Just exactly like the folk.
And it looks as though the earth is going, thank you for everyone coming out today, because the rain that was supposed to be pouring down on us all day has stopped, and it's been the sun's come out. And I don't know about you, but I've noticed that happens quite a lot when we're having Earth Day. So let's hope for the good weather tomorrow as well, which is Earth Day.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming along and showing all your support. It's been amazing seeing so many different Green Party heads around different departments today speaking out various different issues that affect us all.
Yeah.
And they're all interlinked at the end of the day. But those behind us not doing how the people would like things to be done.
Well, I think that what we've just learned is that the system is rigged to stop people having power. We've just been to a Make Votes Matter thing where it's about parties working together, because there's no party has a monopoly on wisdom, so it is key that we all work together. However, what I would like to ask people that are thinking of voting Labour coming up soon is, if 85% of the members of the Labour Party and all the trade unions want to have a fairer voting system where everyone's vote counts equally, then why is Keir Starmer not doing that? You might want to be asking the Labour Party that question at this particular moment in time. And you can do it at the ballot box on the 4th of May in many local elections around the country. Sorry, I had to get that one in.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you here tomorrow again.
Lovely, thank you.
Brilliant. Wonderful. Well, that is bringing our first day at the big one to a close.
What a day it's been.
Hasn't it just? What have been your highlights?
My highlights. There were just so many people who have come from so many different parts of the UK, from different organisations, some people out here for the very first time. The atmosphere has been one of real commitment, but also joy and togetherness. And I think, it's when you come out to something like this, you realise that you're not alone. That your fears and your worries and your concerns about the climate, about nature, about justice, there are so many people who share them with you, and that togetherness is beautiful.
It is indeed. And just speaking to so many people that this is their very first time at a protest, and just, you can see how buzzed up they are from the experience, and they're telling us, this is so much fun, I've really enjoyed being here, and hopefully they'll all go home tonight and tell all their friends to come back tomorrow.
Absolutely, because we have a heck of a day tomorrow, don't we? So tomorrow is Earth Day, the 22nd of April, and we've got a massive biodiversity march and action going on, and it's going to be a wonderful time of really bringing our creativity to this and honouring Mother Nature, who so often is belittled and destroyed and dumped upon on this planet. So we're going to be honouring our Mother Earth, and we invite you all. It's Saturday. Hop on a coach, hop on a train, come on down and join us. It's not too late. We're actually here until Monday. So you've got Sunday and Monday too, but I'm getting really excited about tomorrow.
I am too, because also in the morning we've got some sporting things, and I'm a bit of a sports person. There's Green Runners are doing a run around Parliament Square in the morning, a relay for climate, and then we're off to the mini marathon, where one of our champions for Earth, Ines Fitzgerald, is competing. We're going to be there to see her across the finish line at the end. I'm really looking forward to that. So, everybody at home, if you have liked this, please share.
Please share.
Also, put in the comments what you've liked about today. What's been your highlight from today? We'd really, really like to hear about it. And also, if you think that there's something more that you'd like us to cover, let us know. Share it with all your friends.
Share and join in. If you can't be with us, join in from home and get as many people to step up to the big one, because here comes everyone.
We've been on the streets for years, since before you were born. We were on the streets this year, this month. We are nurses, grandparents, daughters, doctors, brown, black, white, gay, straight, and people who don't like to be defined, but who love putting signs on themselves. Why do we do this? For hope, for humanity, for justice, for community. Because we cannot trust the government to do it for us.
Because I'm terrified for my children's future.
Because I'm terrified right now.
Because without us, and Greta, and the scientists, and the people who've been rising up and resisting destruction all over the world, our government wouldn't be doing even the little it's doing. Because the people who only care about profit aren't going to do it for us. In fact, they're trying to stop us. We rang the alarm, we made Parliament declare a climate emergency, but these were just words when we needed action.
Net zero by 2050, blah, blah, blah. Net zero, blah, blah, blah.
A code red for humanity was declared, but these are just more words. We need action. We need you. We're the people who get it wrong sometimes, but are trying so hard to get it right. We're innocent. We're being imprisoned because we've run out of time, because the time to act is now. Poor countries forced into spiralling debt. A cost of greed crisis that plunges working people into fuel poverty. Wages stagnate and inflation skyrocket. All the while oil companies and shareholders take in billions. The cycle won't stop until we show we've had enough. Have you had enough? We need to unite. We need you, and you. Those who are responsible should be accountable. It's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. It's time to unite to survive. Here comes everyone.
Here. Who let you in? Anyone would think you're the source of all power in a democracy. They're not going to like it. This is a song about breaking the law. Because every time I watch the news, I want to break the law. And the thing is with breaking the law, I think we should actually be doing it more, actually. I think all of us should be breaking the law more. Because breaking the law in the right way is an essential part of what it is to live in a democracy. Tell it to your children, teach it all in schools. Okay, this is if we didn't break the law, we would still be getting arrested for not going to church on a Sunday. It is your imperative, it is your duty as a citizen to break the law. This is called Don't Watch the News. In fact, I also want to say that every successful social movement, every right, every privilege, every freedom that we enjoy has in a very, very large part and a very real part been won by people breaking the law. The end to slavery, the freedom of press, the right to free movement, the right to form a trade union, the end to child labour, the right for civil liberties for women and minorities, health, education, welfare, all of these things and many, many, many more things besides were given to us by people who broke the law. Thank you. This song is called Don't Watch the News, Be the News. And it goes a little something like this. power, mate, power, power to the people. The people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it getting stronger by the hour? Power to the people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it getting stronger by the hour? Power to the people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it getting stronger by the hour? Power to the people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it getting stronger? 1, 2, 3, down. Watch the news, be the news, don't 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 wait for the movement. Move! Thank you. Have a good rest and the weekend. Thank you. Big love, big love, big love, love.